Chapter 1. The doctor said my stomach was not feeling well. Bang bang bang. Who is this? You're disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. When will you stop?
Early in the morning, when Yiling was still asleep, there was a series of knocks on the door. Looking at the alarm clock next to him, it was only 6:30, which made Yiling look a little angry.
Yiling, it's time to pay today's rent. Tonight at the latest, otherwise, pack up and leave. Outside, a man's angry voice was heard. Yiling, did you hear me?
I said, you are also a salesperson, it is impossible that you can't afford the rent.
You like to delay like this every month, is it fun? Yiling, did you hear that? Open the door. Bang bang bang. I say, landlord, do you really need to do this? It's so early in the morning and you're disturbing people's sleep. Yiling didn't want to pay any attention to him.
He didn't expect that after he finished washing, the landlord was still there.
It's really helpless. Isn't the rent due tomorrow? You should get paid today. I'm reminding you.
Otherwise, you'll say you don't have money and have to buy things for your girlfriend.
If you have money, pay the rent quickly. I know. I will definitely give it to you tonight, okay?
Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, with a big belly, Yiling nodded.
This guy is not an employee either. I just didn't want to work hard anymore, so I just followed a landlady. If Yiling remembered correctly, there was less than a month left until the landlady's 80th birthday. Before, this guy was so cocky. After all, at the age of 80, he is not far from passing away. At that time, the dozens of houses in the landlady's hands belonged to this guy. You said it, if you can't deliver tonight, you'll have to pack up and leave tomorrow. I know. What's so great about a gigolo? I'm not like some people who have no motivation at all. Life is only a few decades long. If you don't struggle, it won't be exciting at all. I will definitely pay the rent tonight. Please let me go. I still have to go to work. Otherwise, how can I pay the rent without working hard? Am I going to be a gigolo like some people? I can't do that. You.
When Li Ming heard this, his face darkened as he looked at Yiling in front of him.
This brat is actually making indirect accusations. Damn it. Humph. Remember to pay the rent. In the end, I could only grit my teeth. There's nothing you can do about it.
Everyone in the community knows that his wife is about to turn 80.
Why? Got it. Don't worry.
When Yiling heard this, he waved his hand and walked towards the electric bike next to him.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
At this time, a red Rolls-Royce was driving slowly over from not far away. For a moment, it attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, in a community like this, there are very few rich people, and most of them are working.
Having a little bit of savings is already very good. Who is this? Is there a hidden rich person in our community?
Li Ming saw it and looked puzzled.
Little did they know that Yiling's face showed a hint of helplessness and he shook his head. What a nice view.
A pair of slender legs stretched out from the red Rolls-Royce, followed by the figure of a woman with long black hair and a stunningly beautiful face. She was wearing a white tights and a black hip skirt, and her chest was like a huge weapon.
A pair of peach blossom eyes, so charming.
The most charming thing may be the pair of long legs wearing black stockings.
Fuck. Is there such a beauty in our neighborhood?
When Li Ming saw this, he was completely stunned.
Impossible. This is not their neighborhood.
He sits at the gate of the community every day out of boredom and looks at beautiful women.
If she is really from the community, how could he not know?
Ever since he gave up struggling, Li Ming's greatest pleasure every day is to sit at the gate of the community and look at beautiful women. The most painful time of the day is the exercise time in the evening.
It's like this every day. If you don't have a strong body, you will feel very weak. Thump thump thump.
While Li Ming was shocked, the beautiful woman in red high heels came to Yiling and stopped.
Ah Ling, how's your work going? Do you have any money left? Looking at Yiling in front of her, Li Jiayi's face looked a little worried.
I've been busy with work these past few months and haven't had much time to spend with you.
I'm sorry. Ah Ling. It's okay. Don't worry.
I still had a small amount of sales yesterday, so I should get a good commission.
Don't worry.
Yiling saw it and smiled slightly.
Why are you here?
It can be said that if those people knew that Li Jiai came to find her, Li Jiai would definitely be in trouble.
Miss you.
When Li Jiai heard this, her face turned a little red and her beautiful eyes blinked.
Me too.
Yi Ling heard it, nodded, and his expression became serious.
Don't worry. I will definitely impress them. Yes. I believe you, Miao Ling, you are the best. Yes. Beautiful lady, I am Yi Ling's landlord.
Li Ming, who was standing next to him, saw this and coughed.
This is too much dog food. A woman's youth is only a few years long. Don't waste it on unnecessary people. What a pity. This guy.
When Yi Ling heard this, his expression became much gloomier.
You are looking for trouble. Yes. You are right. However, isn't it the best gift from God to meet the right person in the most beautiful years of life? Li Jiai heard this and nodded. You must be Ah Ling's landlord. This is 2 million. I'll buy your house.
As if he had thought of something, he took out a check and handed it over.
This is the only denomination I have. Ah Ling, take this. There is 80 million in it. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, tell me.
I still have work to do, so you must behave yourself. After saying that, he drove away.
This. What are you looking at?
The doctor said that I have a bad stomach and am suitable for a soft meal.
Is that not okay? This is my girlfriend.
Seeing Li Ming stunned, Yi Ling waved his hand and left.
If possible, Li Ming really wanted to punch him. Who said they want to work hard? Who said that? Come out here. I promise not to beat you to death. It smells so damn good. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the master for activating the God level sign and system. I will reward you with a novice gift pack.
Do you want to open it?
When Yi Chen left, a voice sounded in his mind.
Today's sign and location is Yuyan Real Estate, and the reward is 100 million renminbi and a Lamborghini Veneno. God level sign and system.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face became excited.
Could it be that God also wants him to reach the pinnacle of his life and step hard on those people to make them oppose him in Xincheng? This time, I will rise.
The new book is launched. Please recommend, collect, comment and all other information.
Thanks. Valkyrie, in Chapter 15. Chapter 2 Lamborghini Poison arrives.
In a building in Tianhe district of Shanghai, a young man parked his electric bike in an employee-only area and walked quickly towards the office in front of him.
Brother Yi Ling, I heard that you sold several houses yesterday. I guess the commission should be very good.
When Yi Ling arrived at his office area, a young man walked over with a faint smile on his face.
It's a fluke. It's just a fluke. It's nothing.
Looking at Li Cheng in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly and waved his hand.
Brother Yi Ling, don't be so modest. After all, that's several houses.
Li Cheng saw it and chuckled.
I got paid today, shouldn't I show some appreciation? This month, Brother Yi Ling, you must have sold dozens of houses.
The salary of these salesmen is generally a basic salary plus commission. The commission is calculated based on how many houses are purchased, how much they cost, etc. This month, as a novice, Yi Ling has sold dozens of houses. For an intern student, this is very rare.
He is even better than these old employees. Okay.
In that case, I'll treat you tonight at the food stall outside the door.
Is that okay?
Looking at Li Cheng in front of him, Yi Ling nodded and said something.
Yeah. That's what you said. Yi Ling is treating us tonight.
We'll have dinner at the food stall at the door at 8 o'clock.
Is that okay?
When Li Cheng heard this, his face became excited.
No problem. Yi Ling nodded, feeling quite good. No matter what, this is also part of the proof of one's own strength. Ding dong. Congratulations to the master for signing in successfully.
You will be rewarded 100 million and a Lamborghini, which will be parked in the employee parking area. The key to the Lamborghini Venom and all the documents are being delivered.
Please stay tuned.
At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Dear Mr. Yi Ling, at 20:02 on August 13, 2020, transferred 100 million to you, with a balance of 100,100.10. At this time, Yi Ling also received a text message on his mobile phone, indicating that the deposit in the text had reached more than 100 million yuan.
I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that my Lamborghini Venetian will arrive soon.
Looking at the text messages on his phone, Yiling's face became excited. From then on, he reached the peak of his life and married Li Jia. They were a perfect match and there was no problem at all. Another thing is that he had sworn that he would make those people regret it and that he was not a waste. Yiling, the general manager wants you to go to her office. At this time, a woman in work clothes came in from outside and said something when she saw Yiling.
I see.
Yiling heard it, nodded, and without saying anything more, walked towards the general manager's office. The general manager is looking for Yiling.
Is it time to pay the salary?
When everyone saw this, they all looked curious.
General manager, you're looking for me?
In the general manager's office, Yiling knocked on the door and finally walked in.
He looked at the middle-aged woman who was looking at him and asked a question. Yes. That's right. This is your salary so far. You don't have to come tomorrow.
The middle-aged woman in front of him saw it, nodded and said something.
Why?
When Yiling heard this, he looked puzzled, frowned and asked.
You guess.
However, the middle-aged woman smiled slightly, looked at Yiling, licked her lips and blinked.
It looks like there is a hint of seduction. I understand. Whatever. You want me to agree to you? Impossible. Withered flower. When Yiling saw it, he finally understood what was going on.
Without saying anything more, he took the salary he deserved and left.
Yiling, what did you say? Stop right there.
When Li Yi heard this, his face turned angry, and his beautiful eyes were filled with rage as he roared.
Withered flowers, how shameful. I'm telling the truth. Also, from now on, I'm no longer your employee. Your orders mean nothing to me. If you want to eat me, don't you know what kind of person you are? Yiling saw that he didn't pay any attention to the angry Li Yi and left. All of this is because he is too handsome.
This wife expressed her desire to keep me as her supporter last time, but I refused. I didn't expect that this time, he would threaten me like this.
How fucking childish. What's going on? Everyone looked puzzled when they saw Yiling leaving without any hesitation. What else can it be? You know our general manager. He wants to have a taste of fresh meat. What a pity. Such a good job is lost just like that. Last time, the general manager seemed to have wanted to do that kind of thing with Yiling, but was rejected by Yiling. TSK. What's the big deal?
Although there are many houses for sale, most of them are paid in full.
It would be strange if they didn't fire him. That's right. This is also one aspect. Excuse me, is this Yiling?
When Yi Chen arrived at the door of the company, a middle-aged man just came in. When he saw Yiling, he asked a question.
What's wrong?
Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Yiling nodded.
Hello? Mr. Yiling, this is your express delivery, please sign for it. When the middle-aged man in front of him heard this, he quickly handed a paper box in his hand to Yiling. Mine?
When Yiling heard and saw the information above, he finally nodded, took out his ID card and signed for it.
Dongfeng Express, we look forward to serving you again, Mr. Yiling.
The middle-aged man saw it, nodded, and left.
What is this? Could it be a specialty that Jia gave me?
Looking at the box in front of him, Yiling's face was puzzled. Li Jia would send herself lots of local specialties every time she went abroad or on business trips to other places.
This is nothing new. For a moment, my heart felt warm. Here are the car keys.
When Yiling opened it and saw what was inside, his face became excited.
Your own Lamborghini Veneno, here it is. Let us go and have a look.
Although, if you want a luxury car, you can get it by just telling Li Jia. However, Yiling still likes to struggle.
Well, isn't this our president?
When Yiling walked towards the employee parking area, he saw a girl in a white top and a black hip skirt wandering beside a Rolls-Royce with an anxious look on her face.
Forget it, let's not meddle in other people's business. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a face that could rival the moon in flowers, Yiling shook his head and walked towards the employee parking area. I'm no longer her employee, so why should I meddle in her business? Hey! Yiling, wait.
At this moment, a pleasant voice was heard, which made Yiling stop.
Chapter 3, A Broken BMW, What's so great about it? Thump thump thump.
When Yiling stopped, the sound of footsteps was heard.
What follows is a faint fragrance that makes people want to take a good sniff.
The white tights completely covered the powerful weapon on the chest. A beautiful face, a pair of fiery red lips, a black hip skirt and black stockings, and a graceful figure, she is simply an existence that can kill everything in seconds. I have to say, my president is a great beauty. Yi Ling had to admit this. However, she is still not as pretty as my own Li Jiayi. In my heart, Li Jiayi is the most beautiful. Not only is she gentle and considerate, she also knows his ideals and understands his feelings very well. Do you know me? Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him, Yi Ling's face was a little surprised. Although Qin Yuyan's real estate company does not have many people, only about a few hundred.
However, Yi Ling never expected that Qin Yuyan actually knew him. Of course, you are not Yi Ling?
Qin Yuyan, who was standing in front of him, heard this, nodded, and her expression became serious. As I recall, you seem to be a freshman this year. Although you are a new employee, your performance is better than most of the old employees. Work hard, I have confidence in you. Boss, I've been fired. Yi Ling heard this and shook his head. Fired. Li Yi did it. When Qin Yuyan heard this, her face instantly turned cold, and her voice was filled with anger. How could this guy do such a thing? Don't worry. I will definitely give you justice in this matter. No, I feel more relaxed after being fired. When Yi Ling heard this, he shook his head, as if he remembered something, and looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him. What's the matter? By the way, Yi Ling, do you have a car? I want to discuss a business deal. As if she had thought of something, Qin Yuyan finally remembered what she wanted to do and looked at Yi Ling in front of her. Have. Yi Ling heard it and nodded. Where are you going? Lejia Hotel, 5 kilometers away. Qin Yuyan heard it but didn't say much. Even if it's an electric bike, I wouldn't mind. It won't be long, and an electric bike will be easier to drive. My car won't start. I see. Yi Ling heard it and nodded. Just happened to be passing by. This time, I was going back by myself and happened to pass by Lejia Hotel. In that case, giving Qin Yuyan a treat is no big deal. After all, it's on the way. In that case, let's go. Your car should be in the employee parking space. Qin Yuyan heard it and didn't say much. She quickly walked towards the parking space not far away. The parking spaces here are divided into 2 types, for ordinary employees and for management like them. Yi Ling heard it, nodded, and walked over as well. Hey! Lamborghini Veneno. How is that possible? Isn't this a limited edition? It's only in the double digits. Why is it in the employee parking lot? Which big boss parked in the wrong place? When Qin Yuyan arrived at the employee parking lot, a very cool Lamborghini Veneno, which was sparkling like a gem, was parked in the employee parking lot. Next to it was an electric car, which was very old. Yi Ling. That's your electric bike. Park it properly next time. This is a Lamborghini Venetian. If you scratch it even a little bit, you'll have to pay for it. Even if I see it, I'll stay away from it. When Qin Yuyan saw an electric bike next to them, she gave a serious reminder. Such a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno has only sold a few units. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling was just an employee, but he dared to park next to the Lamborghini Veneno. If a gust of wind blows and the electric bike falls over, you may lose several months or even a year's salary. Regarding this point, Qin Yuyan felt that she needed to give a good reminder. I see. When Yi Ling heard this and saw Qin Yuyan's serious expression, he was still a little moved. Although they had not met many times, Qin Yuyan could recognize him easily. Now that I see that my electric bike is only about 10 centimeters away from the Lamborghini Veneno, I kindly remind myself. Yi Ling couldn't help but be touched by this. Qin Yuyan is really, as the rumors say, a very gentle and considerate president. Okay. That's the electric bike you want, right? I'll go get it. Qin Yuyan saw it and walked over quickly without saying anything. An electric bike is just an electric bike, no big deal. Boss, where are you going? At this moment, a young man walked over from the side. When he saw Qin Yuyan, there was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were burning. He was very clear about how hot-tempered their president was. It can be said that most of their male employees applied for the job because of Qin Yuyan. Of course, some old ones are no longer possible. However, watching the ball or something every day and having such a wonderful figure is also a kind of pleasure for men.
You are. Qin Yuyan saw a young man in formal attire walking over and nodded with a puzzled look on her face. Hello, President. I'm Wang Ming and I've been here for 4 years. Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him, Wang Ming's face became excited. He straightened his clothes and introduced himself seriously. I finally have the chance to talk face to face with the beautiful president. How can I not be excited? Hello? I see. Qin Yuyan heard it, nodded, and looked a little embarrassed. Qin Yuyan has hundreds of employees, and she doesn't pay any attention to some of them who are mediocre, have no achievements, and receive a fixed salary. Unexpectedly, it's a bit embarrassing now. Boss, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Wang Ming's face became excited, as if he had thought of something. I just need to go out to talk to a client, so I have to ask you to take a BMW? This. When Qin Yuyan heard this, her face looked a little hesitant. I just asked Yi Ling to give me a ride. And Yi Ling agreed. It's not easy to regret this. Otherwise, it would be extremely unqualified. No. I'll just ask Yi Ling to give me a ride. Finally, Qin Yuyan shook her head. Yi Ling. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked at Yi Ling beside him and his face suddenly darkened. This guy is actually up to something bad. Damn it. Boss. I'll give you a ride. It's so unfair to drive an electric bike like this in such a hot day. What's more, it's so broken. It would be terrible if something went wrong. You say, right. Yi Ling. Finally, he looked at Yi Ling provocatively with a look of contempt. It's just a broken BMW, there's nothing to brag about. When Yi Ling heard this, his face also fell. Want to step on him? No way. Dream. Chapter 4, In my eyes, you are nothing. A broken BMW. Ha ha. Yi Ling, are you stupid? When Wang Ming heard Yi Ling say that it was just a broken BMW, he looked at Yi Ling with a provocative look. My own BMW is a broken BMW, so what is the electric car of this poor boy? In front of his BMW, it was nothing but a piece of trash. A person who drives an electric car, and a shabby electric car at that. What right do you have to criticize me? Finally, his face turned a little colder, and when his eyes looked at Yi Ling, there was a strong disdain. Boss. Let me take you there. He ignored Yi Chen and looked at Qin Yuyan beside him. I don't know if this broken electric car has enough power. What if it stalls on the road? Qin Yuyan, you don't mind riding in a Lamborghini Veneno, right? Seeing this, Yi Ling didn't want to argue with Wang Ming. He sighed softly, looked at Qin Yuyan and asked. Lamborghini Veneno, you mean? Qin Yuyan heard it, looked at Yi Ling with a shocked expression, and pointed at a gleaming Lamborghini Veneno next to her. This Lamborghini Veneno belongs to his employee Yi Ling? This is impossible. How could someone who could afford a Lamborghini Veneno be a small salesperson in a company? This is even more impossible. Unless Yi Ling came out to experience life. When Yi Ling saw it, he just nodded. Ha ha ha. Yi Ling, you are not stupid. Even if you were stupid, you wouldn't be like this. Lamborghini Veneno, you don't want to say that this Lamborghini Veneno is yours. It's really ridiculous. You can afford a Geely, which is already very good. You actually want a Lamborghini Veneno, you must be dreaming. When Wang Ming heard this, his face suddenly burst into laughter. This Lamborghini Veneno belongs to Yi Ling? How is that possible? Such a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno cannot be purchased without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yi Ling was just a small salesman who had only worked for a month. It was already very good for him to be able to afford a Geely. Now, he actually said that the Lamborghini Veneno is his. It's really ridiculous. Beep beep. However, before Wang Ming could sneer for a few seconds, the lights on the Lamborghini Veneno in front of him suddenly lit up. Yi Ling directly opened the car door, inserted the key and started the car. Qin Yuyan, come in. I promised to give you a ride, and I'm not someone who doesn't keep my word. Seeing Qin Yuyan's shocked expression, Yi Ling still thought she was pretty. He smiled slightly and said something. Qin Yuyan saw it and had no idea how she got on the bus, so she nodded. By the time I came to my senses, I was already sitting down. How is that possible?
Wang Ming, who was standing there in a daze, was completely dumbfounded when he saw Yi Ling activate the Lamborghini Venom. His face froze and his eyes widened.
That expression is as wonderful as it can be.
Wang Ming never imagined that Yi Ling was just a poor boy, but he actually owned a limited edition item like the Lamborghini Veneno.
This is too unbelievable. People.
Sometimes, don't think too highly of yourself, always thinking that you can crush others and be superior to them. Looking at Wang Ming, who was stunned in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly and shook his head.
In my eyes, you are nothing. Just a broken BMW, what's there to brag about? I have a Lamborghini Venezia, but I'm not as arrogant as you. You are a frog in a well.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After saying this, he disappeared without paying any attention to Wang Ming in front of him.
Such a self-righteous person is not worth any attention at all.
Instead of arguing with such a person, it is better to just crush him.
Waste of time. Yi Ling.
When Wang Ming saw this, his face turned angry.
He clenched his hands and looked at the Lamborghini Veneno that was speeding away with resentment in his eyes. I originally thought that I could crush Yi Ling today and perform well in front of my CEO.
What Wang Ming didn't expect was that he had miscalculated and ended up losing more than he gained. Not only was he severely crushed by Yi Ling, he also made a fool of himself in front of the president.
So embarrassing. Damn it. I will never let you go. Finally, he kicked him out hard. My BMW.
When he saw the dented BMW in front of him, his face looked even more distressed and his resentment increased a lot.
Everything is because of that damn bastard Yi Ling. Damn it. Master, you have a novice gift pack that you haven't opened yet. Do you want to open it?
At this moment, when Yi Ling was driving towards Le Jia Hotel and attracting countless people's attention, a mechanical voice came in Yi Ling's mind.
Newbie gift pack, how could I have forgotten this? Open it.
Hearing the voice of his system, Yi Ling remembered that he indeed had a novice gift pack that had not been opened. Without saying anything more, he immediately gave an order.
Ding dong. It's very unfortunate.
Congratulations to the owner for winning 10 billion RMB. Along with a mechanical voice, Yi Ling's mobile phone immediately received a message.
10 billion RMB, is this still very unfortunate?
Seeing that his mobile phone text message had brought in another 10 billion, Yi Ling's face was completely shocked.
This is already 10 billion renminbi, and it is still very unfortunate. This couldn't be fake.
For me, this is the best reward.
Yi Ling, is this Lamborghini Veneno really yours?
While Yi Ling was shocked, Xin Yuyan, who was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, came back to her senses and looked at Yi Ling in front of her with a puzzled expression. Yi Ling is just a small salesperson.
There is actually a Lamborghini Veneno.
This is really hard to believe.
Yes. Of course. Didn't you see I have all the car keys?
Looking at Xin Yuyan's puzzled expression in front of him, Yi Ling nodded.
Real. Xin Yuyan was even more shocked when she saw Yi Ling's expression. Are your employees so rich?
The car driven by an employee is cooler and richer than that driven by her, the president.
This is a bit too depressing. It hurts. Yi Ling, are you sure you are here to work? And not to experience life?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of her, Xin Yuyan's expression became more and more confused.
I really came out to work.
Yi Ling heard it and nodded.
Arrive. Yi Ling, you haven't eaten yet. Do you want to have breakfast together?
When Xin Yuyan saw this, her face was filled with smiles, and her beautiful eyes were staring at Yi Ling.
Chapter 5. What do you mean? Is this okay?
Looking at Xin Yuyan in front of him, Yi Ling's face was puzzled.
If Xin Yuyan hadn't said it, he really didn't feel hungry.
And now, after Xin Yuyan mentioned this, he actually felt a little hungry.
So helpless. Don't worry. It's no problem. I'm just negotiating a contract with them.
When Xin Yuyan heard Yi Ling's words, she shook her head, a bright smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes were puffing.
Let's go.
Before Yi Ling could even say anything, a small hand had already pulled Yi Ling and walked towards the Le Jia Hotel in front of them.
Today, Xin Yuyan had an intuition.
If I take Yi Ling with me when I discuss business this time, it will have very good results. Although she didn't know why, Xin Yuyan always felt that Yi Ling could help.
This is a woman's intuition. All right.
Looking at Xin Yuyan, who was pulling him in front of him, Yi Ling could only nod and follow behind Xin Yuyan.
I have to say that Qin Yuyan's little hands are very smooth and a little soft.
It feels like touching a piece of jade. However, despite this, Qin Yuyan's little hands are still not as smooth as her own Li Jiayi's, nor as pretty as Li Jiayi's.
This is what Yi Ling thought subconsciously. Boom boom boom.
Following Qin Yuyan, Yi Ling finally arrived outside a private room. When Qin Yuyan saw this, she nodded with satisfaction, pushed open the door and walked in.
Boss Qin Yuyan, you are a little slow this time.
In the box, a middle-aged man with a big belly was sitting. On the table in front of the middle-aged man were some breakfast items.
When he saw Qin Yuyan, a faint smile appeared on his face. Boss Li, am I still within the agreed time?
Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, Qin Yuyan smiled faintly and said something.
However, his expression was a little gloomy.
Don't think that Qin Yuyan doesn't know what Li Zhang wants to do.
Isn't he just looking for an excuse?
However, I will not let him get his wish.
That's right. That's right.
When Li Zhang heard this, he smiled awkwardly, nodded, and looked a little helpless.
I didn't expect that Qin Yuyan is so smart.
He couldn't even find a reason, it was so frustrating.
Oh, right. This guy is.
When Li Zhang saw the handsome Yi Ling next to him, his expression darkened.
This young man is so handsome, he couldn't be Qin Yuyan's gigolo. Yeah. This is my assistant.
Qin Yuyan, who was standing next to him, saw this and didn't say much. She quickly introduced him and winked at Yi Ling.
Assistant. I see.
When Li Zhang heard this, a smile appeared on his face and he nodded, as if he understood something.
The word assistant is a bit unbelievable. Boss Li, now, can we start our cooperation?
Looking at the Li account in front of her, Qin Yuyan smiled slightly, her smile was bright, and she went straight to the point.
Of course. Li Zhang nodded. I don't know, Boss Li. What do you think of the proposal I gave you last time?
Looking at the Li account in front of her, Qin Yuyan did not hesitate at all and went straight to the point, asking with a serious expression. It can be said that no one knows what Boss Li thinks of his proposal.
If possible, Qin Yuyan really wants to get Li Zhang's cooperation.
If it really doesn't work, then there is no other way but to look for the next partner again with great regret.
Yeah. Yuyan. I have thought about this carefully these days. I think some parts are still not appropriate.
Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him, Li Zhang coughed lightly and explained.
I wonder what you think is inappropriate, Boss Li? We can discuss it again.
After hearing Li Zhang's explanation, Qin Yuyan's face became puzzled and she asked a question. Logically speaking, I have written that proposal very clearly. Whether from your own point of view or from Li Zhang's point of view, it should be a perfect proposal. But now, Li Zhang said that there was something inappropriate.
Qin Yuyan really didn't understand what was wrong. Yeah. Do you mind letting your assistant help pour the tea?
When Li Zhang heard this, he smiled slightly and did not say anything immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Ling. There was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were full of provocation.
This brat is too much of a hindrance.
Since he is Qin Yuyan's assistant, it is impossible for him not to understand what he meant just now. Originally, he planned to have a good talk with Qin Yuyan.
I didn't expect that there would be a brat getting in the way. It would be strange if I could be happy. It doesn't matter.
Yi Ling, who was eating pastries nearby, heard this and smiled slightly. When he saw Qin Yuyan looking at him, he nodded. When Qin Yuyan saw this, she couldn't help but feel a little touched.
Yi Ling is no longer his employee.
And he just brought Yi Ling here for a meal as a token of his gratitude. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling was so sensible and aware of his predicament. After I go back, I must teach that guy Li a lesson. He actually fired such an excellent employee without even getting her consent. He simply wants to seize power and usurp the throne.
Boss Li, your tea. Please. Yi Chen took a teacup next to him.
He filled it up in one go, smiled slightly, and finally handed it to Li Zhang.
What do you mean, little brat?
Li Zhang's originally smiling face suddenly fell, and his provocative look turned into an angry look. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, he was almost about to roar. This brat, I asked you to pour the tea, but he actually filled it up.
What does this mean? Damn it. Do you want to embarrass yourself? What do you mean? Didn't you ask me to pour you some tea?
When Yi Ling heard this, he looked puzzled and asked.
I did pour you some tea. You.
When Li Jiang heard this and saw Yi Ling's puzzled expression, he became even more angry.
This brat is so damn annoying. Qin Yuyan, what do you mean?
Finally, Li Jiang looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him, his face turned a little colder, and his voice was full of impoliteness.
Boss Li, don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. Yi Ling didn't mean it.
Looking at Li Jiang, who had an angry face in front of her, Qin Yuyan became anxious and explained quickly.
It wasn't intentional. Do you think I would believe it?
Make him kneel down and apologize.
Otherwise, I won't sign this contract. What's there to brag about? It's just a contract worth billions.
You talk as if you're willing to sign it, but you're just trying to take advantage of our president.
Scum is scum, and it can't change the fact that you're a scum.
Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, also looked gloomy when he heard this.
If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. Chapter 6. What's the big deal? You.
When Li Jiang heard Yi Ling's words, his face darkened.
This brat is really abominable. More than just filling his cup of tea.
And now, she actually exposed his thoughts directly to his face.
Damn it. Qin Yuyan, look at this, look at this.
This is how you let your employees do whatever they want. Finally, Li Jiang looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him, and his voice became much heavier.
It can be said that you should not hit someone in the face. This guy actually lifted up his fig leaf. Damn it. Unforgivable. Boss Li, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding.
When Qin Yuyan heard this, she smiled and said along with him. It can be said that Qin Yuyan has been in the business world for so many years, so how could she not understand what Li Jiang wants to do?
Isn't it just that you want to take advantage of me? Qin Yuyan saw through Li Jiang's little thoughts at a glance.
It's just that seeing through it is one thing, and not saying it out loud is another. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling actually exposed Li Jiang's idea in person.
It's no wonder that Li Jiang was so angry. Misunderstanding. Humph.
If you don't explain it to me clearly today, this matter will never end. When Li Jiang heard and saw Qin Yuyan's submissive tone, his face became even colder and his voice became even more impolite.
It can be said that he is also an old fox.
Since Qin Yuyan has surrendered, if I can put some pressure on her now, I might actually get some very generous rewards. What he wants most is undoubtedly a night of spring that is worth 1,000 gold.
What's there to explain? You're just a bully.
When Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, heard this, his expression became equally rude.
I came here to have breakfast, not to be a servant and be ordered around by others. What are you talking about, little brat?
When Li Jiang heard and saw Yi Ling's expression without the slightest courtesy in his look of disdain, he was like a powder keg that exploded with a bang.
A gigolo who works part-time is actually bossing around in front of his accountant, can it be fake? If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will really think it is a sick cat. Damn it. What am I saying? Are you deaf? Uncle, don't give up on treatment.
It's wishful thinking for an old cow to eat young grass. When Yi Ling heard this, he didn't care at all about Li Jiang in front of him and waved his hand.
Say it again, you little brat.
When Li Jiang heard this, bloodshot appeared in his eyes, his brows were furrowed, blue veins appeared, and he spoke with gritted teeth.
I say, Uncle, please go back and take a good piss and see what you really look like. What have you become? You are an old bacon, don't think about eating young grass.
Looking at Li Jiang, who had an angry face in front of him, Yi Chen really didn't show any courtesy and said something again.
Otherwise, if you accidentally sprain your waist, you might be like this for the rest of your life. You.
When Li Jiang heard this, his face turned red, his eyes were filled with anger, and his chest was heaving violently.
This guy's mouth is so poisonous.
It can be said that it is an existence that can kill people with poison without any compensation.
Qin Yuyan, look at your assistants. What kind of assistants are they? You would hire such people. Finally, Li Jiang looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him.
If he can't teach you a lesson, he can still teach Qin Yuyan a lesson. After all, this time, it was Qin Yuyan who proposed to cooperate with him. Let us put a good pressure on Qin Yuyan and see how arrogant this kid can be.
Otherwise, I really don't know how powerful he is. I'm sorry. Boss Li, I think this cooperation should end here.
However, what Li Jiang did not expect was that Qin Yuyan shook her head at this time, her face became serious, and she looked at Li Jiang in front of her and said, For such a person, even if you cooperate with him, you may still need to give something else.
And in the end, you may lose everything. What's more, since it is cooperation, it should appear cooperative. Instead of wanting to sacrifice your own beauty. Qin Yuyan no longer had any good feelings towards Li Zhang. Qin Yuyan, are you sure? You want to offend me for such a pretty boy? When Li Zhang heard Qin Yuyan's words, he was stunned and looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him with disbelief. Originally in his plan, Qin Yuyan would definitely give in. At that time, you can have a good taste of the sea. But now, what Li Zhang did not expect was that Qin Yuyan did not show any sign of submission. Instead, her face was firm and she directly refused to cooperate with him. Yes. I don't like working with villains. That kind of cooperation is not happy at all, and it's not the kind of cooperation I want. Qin Yuyan heard it, nodded, and said something seriously. Villain. Good. Qin Yuyan, do you know how much you have lost this time for this pretty boy? When Li Zhang heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded. I feel like I didn't lose anything, and I gained something. Because I got to know you again. You can never know a person's heart, but you can know his appearance. Qin Yuyan heard it, shook her head and smiled slightly. This time, I have to thank Yi Ling. Otherwise, I might have fallen into your trap. Okay. In that case, this cooperation ends here. Qin Yuyan, without the investment of 3.5 billion, I wonder how long you can hold on. By then, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg me like a little kitten. When Li Zhang heard this, he nodded. 3.5 billion. When Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, heard this, he was surprised and looked at Qin Yuyan. Bankrupt? It can be said that Yi Chen had no idea that the contract this time was for such a large amount. He looked puzzled, frowned, and looked at Qin Yuyan. No. It's just that it's a little difficult. Qin Yuyan heard this and smiled slightly, without showing any sign of being angry. It's so hard. Ha ha. You'll be bankrupt in less than a month. Is it worth it for such a pretty boy? When Li Zhang heard this, his face sneered even more and he pointed at Yi Ling. Boy, if you kneel down and beg for mercy and apologize to me right now, I can take back what I said just now. It can be said that this brat is doomed to fail today. Really? It's just 3.5 billion. What's the big deal? However, when Yi Ling heard this, his face turned helpless and he shook his head. You don't need to invest. I can easily come up with 3.5 billion. You. When Li Zhang heard this, he looked at Yi Ling in front of him and suddenly burst into laughter with a disdainful look. Little white face, if you can come up with 3.5 billion, I will walk backwards. Chapter 7. What do you think of me? Li Zhang just couldn't believe that such a pretty boy could come up with 3.5 billion. This is simply impossible. Li Zhang, today's business ends here. When Qin Yuyan heard this, her face became a little unhappy. This Li Zhang is really a villain. He is already a big boss, but he is still so stingy. Don't you know when to stop? Do you think it's interesting to crush Yi Ling so hard? Qin Yuyan, this is impossible. Today, he must apologize to me. When Li Zhang heard this, his expression became serious and cold. He looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him and said without any doubt. Apologize. I say, are you kidding me? When Yi Ling heard this, he shook his head, not caring at all. He looked at the phone in his hand and threw it away with a sneer. Who said that just now? If I had 3.5 billion, I would walk backwards. Now, I want to see what you look like when you walk backwards. This. When Li Zhang saw the text message on Yi Ling's phone, he was shocked and looked incredulous. How is that possible? A brat actually has 10 billion. This must be fake. What's wrong? When Qin Yuyan, who was standing next to him, saw Li Zhang's incredible expression, she also became confused and walked towards the table in front of her. The next moment, his face was also filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Yi Ling in front of him. Qin Yuyan never imagined that Yi Ling not only had the Lamborghini Veneno, but also had more than 10 billion in liquid funds. This is too terrifying. More than 10 billion in liquid funds. Even some billionaires, or even trillionaires, cannot have 10 billion in liquid funds. And now, Yi Ling actually has 10 billion in liquid funds. This is too unprecedented. Before, Yi Ling was an employee of their company. Could it be that today's young people, the rich second generation, all like to go out and experience life? Don't bring this. I am a boss, but my total assets are not as much as that of one of my employees.
When she thought of this, Qin Yuyan felt like she was about to become autistic. The blow we suffered today was really too great.
Moreover, every time it comes from their own employees. God. This is playing me. Wait. I'm telling you, who just said that if I could come up with 3.5 billion, I would walk backwards? While Li Jiang wanted to slip away quietly, Yiling had no intention of letting him go. I think you don't want others to know that you are a person who doesn't keep your word. Seeing Li Jiang's gloomy face, Yiling smiled slightly, feeling indescribably relaxed and happy. If you want to crush yourself, that is fine. However, the price is that you must be prepared to be crushed by yourself. Otherwise, don't bother yourself. You.
When Li Jiang heard this, he could only glare at Yiling fiercely and finally uttered a few words. You are so cruel, you have guts.
Just wait and see, kid.
This time, Li Jiang never thought that he would end up losing the rice instead of trying to steal the chicken. He originally wanted to crush Yiling, but now he was being crushed by Yiling instead. Li Jiang didn't know how to complain about this result.
It was too sudden and unexpected. I didn't expect that you look quite handsome walking backwards.
Looking at Li Jiang walking backwards in front of him, Yiling smiled and nodded.
It suits you perfectly. Just wait, you little brat. I'm going to kill you.
When Li Jiang heard this, he said something harsh and left like a flash. At this moment, it is really too shameful. Sooner or later, he will pay back all the debts this time to Yiling.
I thought he was so powerful.
But it turns out he is just a weakling. Looking at Li Jiang leaving, Yiling shook his head.
Bully the weak and fear the strong.
Qin Yuyan, who was standing next to him, saw and heard Yiling's words, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say.
In the end, I could only smile.
Li Jiang ran into Yiling today, a man who was not afraid of either soft or hard tactics. Li Jiang was really helpless.
If it weren't for Yiling, I might have really had to take a step back. If you take a step back, you may end up taking steps back. Qin Yuyan had to be serious about this.
Thank you so much for this time, Yiling.
If it weren't for you, I might not know what to do.
Looking at Yiling beside him, he didn't say much and smiled slightly.
Well, you don't blame me for taking away one of your clients?
Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him and hearing what Qin Yuyan said, Yiling's face was a little surprised.
No matter how you look at it, this matter has become like this because of him.
Otherwise, maybe Qin Yuyan could really negotiate for such a partner. As for Qin Yuyan's company, it will not be in a difficult situation. Now, I didn't expect that Qin Yuyan not only did not blame me, but also thanked me. For a moment, Yiling felt a little guilty.
Blame you? How is that possible?
I, Qin Yuyan, am not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Li Jiang just now was just trying to use you as an excuse to embarrass me.
And you just happened to run into the muzzle of his gun. I can still see this clearly.
Qin Yuyan heard this and shook her head.
Besides, Li Jiang is not my only partner. Since he doesn't work out, can't I just look for someone else?
In the business world, there are never real friends, only interests.
If this one doesn't work, then try the next one. How could Qin Yuyan not understand this? I see. In that case, what do you think of me?
After hearing this, Yiling finally understood.
Yes. This is how the business world is.
There are no eternal friends, only interests.
If this doesn't work, then try the next one. It's such a simple thing. You.
When Qin Yuyan heard Yiling's words, she was shocked. She looked at Yiling in disbelief, her beautiful eyes were stunned, and then her face became excited.
Yiling, do you mean you want to invest in our company? It can't be called an investment. I guess I can't get over it.
Anyway, I have most of the responsibility for what happened today.
Anyway, I'm just investing, I won't get involved in other processes. Is that okay?
Yiling heard this and shook his head.
Sure. Why not? Of course I can.
When Qin Yuyan heard this, her face became excited and she nodded vigorously with a smile that was so bright.
In that case, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you.
When Yiling saw the little hand stretched out in front of him, he also nodded without saying much, with a faint smile on his face.
For me, this is a business that I started by accident.
I didn't expect it to be this kind of person.
After all, I have my own company now. Chapter 8. I'm here to buy a house. Ah Ling, what's wrong?
On a street, Yi Ling, who was driving towards the company, decided it would be better to call Li Jai. Jai, I want to buy a house as our future wedding house.
What do you think?
It can be said that I have been following Li Jai for more than half a year.
And now, it's time to think carefully about the future. Wedding room? Sure. Ah Ling, I'll listen to you.
Li Jai on the other end of the phone heard it, nodded, and had a faint smile on her face.
It sounds like he is so happy.
I wanted to tell you before, but I was busy with work. When I saw you this morning, I forgot about it.
How many square meters do you want to buy? A villa or a sea view room? Jai, what do you think?
When Yi Ling heard this, he felt warm in his heart.
Well, after we get married, we will definitely have children. I want 2 cute girls, and 1 boy will do.
If that doesn't work, 1 boy and 1 girl will just make a good word. And in that case, we definitely need a back garden and other things. I think it would be best to buy a villa, preferably one that is relatively quiet. That way, we can have good communication and spend some time alone together. So, in my opinion, a villa should be the best choice.
What do you think? Ah Ling.
When Li Jai heard this, she didn't say much and quickly explained.
Yes. I think a villa is the best choice. In this case, I will buy a villa. A big one, so that I can have a bunch of monkeys in the future.
Yi Ling heard this and nodded in agreement.
Sure enough, Li Jai is the one who knows herself best. In that case, let's buy a villa. It should be a big one. It should cost about 1 billion.
Li Jai heard this and nodded. I have allocated 2 billion yuan to you.
Xiaoling, spend it wisely.
I am abroad now and it will probably take a long time for me to return.
After I return, you must take me to have a good look at our love nest. Jai, I actually have money.
When Yi Ling saw the 2 billion yuan in text message, he felt a little helpless and sighed softly.
I have money. There are still more than 6 billion in my bank card. Unexpectedly, Jai allocated another 2 billion to me, which I cannot spend all. How to spend this? Of course. How can my Ah Ling be without money? No.
My Ah Ling is very rich.
What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Everything I have is yours, and everything you have is mine.
When Li Jai heard this, she nodded and her face became serious, expressing her affirmation.
Jai, I really am rich. Really?
When Yi Ling heard this, his face looked a little helpless.
I don't want to be kept supported.
Why is it so difficult?
Yeah. Ah Ling, I know. Do we really need to be so clear about the distinction between us? I'm getting ready for a meeting. I'm hanging up now.
Take good care of yourself.
Moa. Yeah. Moa.
When Yi Ling heard this, he could only nod and hung up the phone. In fact, this feeling of being kept is quite good.
But I don't want to be kept by someone. Why? Forget it. I'll explain it to Jai when she comes back.
In the end, I could only nod and sigh softly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the parking lot, after parking the car, Yi Ling walked towards the company in front of him.
Brother Yi Ling, you're back. I told you that you would definitely come back. The company is in great need of talents like you.
Just apologize to the general manager. When Yi Ling walked into the room, a young man in the hall looked excited when he saw Yi Ling.
No.
It's impossible for me to apologize to that old woman.
Unless I'm stupid.
When Yi Ling heard this, he was not polite at all.
That old woman actually wants the old pig to eat the young grass. Is it possible? It's simply impossible.
It is even more impossible to make yourself kneel down at the feet of a black fungus.
Wow.
I didn't expect that our little brother Yi Ling is still quite stubborn.
He may just grit his teeth and swallow it tonight.
At this time, a young man's voice came from the side, with a sneer on his face, looking at Yi Ling in front of him. I said, Zhao Bo, did I eat your rice or something?
Looking at the young man in formal attire walking towards him, Yi Ling's face became a little gloomy and his brows were slightly furrowed. This is the kind of person Yi Ling dislikes the most.
When I'm in sales, I make things difficult for myself every day. But I didn't expect that now that I have already resigned, he is still making things difficult for me and trying to embarrass him.
I really don't know what is wrong with people like this. Are they stupid?
I didn't offend this guy.
But this guy is against me every moment. Ha ha, Could it be that I am wrong?
When Xiaobo, who was walking in front of him, heard this, his face turned even more sneer as he looked at Yi Ling in front of him.
This time, don't you just want to come back and apologize?
After all, our general manager really likes your looks.
I think she will definitely accept your apology. Xiaobo, what are you talking about? Can't you just talk properly?
After all, we are all colleagues.
A girl nearby saw this and looked a little anxious and helpless.
Xiaobo, an employee who has been here for 2 years, does not perform as well as Yi Ling in sales every month and is always outperformed by Yi Ling.
Qian Hong is very clear about this. And now, doesn't Xiaobo just want to embarrass Yi Ling so that he can show off his own style? After all, no matter what, he has been suppressed by Yi Ling for such a long time.
If he was a colleague, maybe I could really talk to him nicely.
But is he our colleague now? He has been fired.
That's right, as long as you lick his ass well, I think the general manager will still be able to forgive you. When Xiaobo heard this, he nodded as if he had thought of something, and looked at Yi Chen with disdain.
I say, you like licking so much, that's your business. If you want to be a dog, don't think of me as the same as you, okay?
When Yi Ling heard this, he didn't want to pay any attention to it.
But this time, I have to pay attention. I'm not here to apologize, I'm here to buy a house. It can be said that arguing with a dog is simply lowering your IQ. Buy a house. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you wrong? Buy a house. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. As a person who just started working, can you afford to buy a toilet?
When Xiaobo heard this, his face became even more proud. It can be said that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard.
My stomach hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. If I could afford it.
When Yi Ling saw this, he smiled slightly, looked at Xiaobo in front of him, and said with disdain.
Chapter 9. I just like to show off, so what? If you can afford it, I'll walk back here handstand.
When Xiaobo heard this, he burst into laughter.
Forget it. If you can pay the down payment, I'll walk back handstand. Is that okay? It can be said that Xiaobo didn't know who Yi Ling was. He was just a poor boy from the countryside. If you want to buy a villa in Shanghai, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, don't just dream on. Even buying a house is impossible. As for the villa, it is even more impossible, it is simply a fantasy and a daydream. Brother Yi Ling, you're back? I heard you were fired. Now that you're back, just apologize. At this moment, a woman with a charming body and perfect face walked over from the side. Xian Fong, you don't know. Yi Ling came back to buy a house. I was really amused. Even if it was a joke, please don't be like this, okay?
When Xiaobo saw the woman walking over, his face turned red and he quickly introduced her.
Xian Fong is the second most beautiful woman in the company after the president.
It can be said that there is also a large group of young people pursuing her. The president is too difficult to pursue, so as a second choice, Xian Fong became the suitor of many people.
And Xiaobo, I heard, is one of them. But it has never been successful. Yeah?
When Xian Fong in front of him heard this, she smiled slightly and walked towards him step by step.
Yes. Xian Fong, tell me, isn't this ridiculous? You've only been working for a month, but you actually want to buy a house in Shanghai, and a villa at that. It's really ridiculous.
When Xiaobo heard this, he nodded vigorously.
I don't think so.
However, before Xiaobo could say anything, Xian Fong shook her head and smiled slightly.
I think that brother Yi Ling has this ability, and he must have this ability. The funny thing is you. Xiaobo. You.
When Xiaobo heard this, his face froze and became extremely gloomy. Unexpectedly, Xian Fong still sides with this brat.
When Yi Ling was working, Xian Fong was on Yi Ling's side.
After Yi Ling was fired, unexpectedly Xian Fong still sided with Yi Ling.
How could this brat deserve such honor? Damn it!
The hands were clenched so tightly that even the nails were deeply sunken. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Ling with resentment, as if he wished he could eat Yi Ling's flesh and drink Yi Ling's blood. If he can buy a house, I will not only walk back upside down, I will also eat shit.
Yi Ling, if you can't afford it, you crawl back. Dare to bet.
Listening to Qian Fong's words and seeing Qian Fong looking at Yi Ling with eyes full of tenderness, Xiaobo suddenly exploded like a powder keg, looking at Yi Ling in front of him and roared.
Damn it! This Qian Fong is not a good person either.
When I saw the handsome guy, my heart blossomed in an instant.
Damn it! He's just a little more handsome than me, what's the big deal? In that case, I'll grant your wish.
Looking at Xiaobo in front of him, Yiling's face also became gloomy. Originally, I just wanted to buy a house quietly and then decorate it well. Next time, when Li Jia comes back, they can enjoy the flowers and the moon and do some exercise. Even if it is strenuous exercise, no one will disturb them. But now, I didn't expect that Xiaobo would look down on me like this. My sales performance is just a little better, and I'm just a little more handsome. Do you think I'm eating your rice? I'm having trouble with myself every day. If that's the case, then everyone bear witness. Today, I'm going to make this brat crawl back. When Xiaobo heard this, he looked at the people around him with an indescribably proud expression. Finally, he looked at Yiling, pointed at Yiling, and spoke. You little brat, you're doomed to fail this time. I'll be the winner. He is just a poor boy who has just started working for a month, but he actually wants to buy a house in Shanghai. Is he out of his mind? Absolutely impossible. Unless the sun rises from the west. I can testify to that. While everyone was stunned, Shen Fong smiled slightly, came to Yiling, lowered her head, bent over, and looked at Yiling in front of her. I don't know, brother Yiling, where do you want to buy a house? I think you should have made your choice. Xian Fong knew a little about Yiling. If you want to buy a house, you must have already found one. Anyway, I have been working in this company for a month. How could you not know where to buy? Yiling heard this and looked at the fruits in front of him. They were very full and white, some of them were wrapped in a layer of black lining, revealing a deep cleavage. I had to nod and swallowed hard. In fact, to be honest, Shen Feng's appearance is not much different from Qin Yuyan's. Yiling has confirmed this today, and the scale is basically the same. I want the villa in Haitianisa. It should not be sold yet, right? Yiling didn't say much and just nodded. The Sea and Sky Villa is worth 1 billion. When the people around heard this, they were all shocked. They have had a villa like this for a long time. But now, unexpectedly, Yiling actually wanted the villa with the sea and sky. Could it be fake? 1 billion. How is that possible? That's 10 billion. It's too scary. Are you sure? When Xian Fong heard this, she was also a little shocked. She never thought that Yiling would directly ask for the most expensive villa here. This is too terrifying. Certainly. Yiling heard it, nodded, and his expression became serious. Ha ha ha. Yiling, did I hear wrongly? The Sea and Sky Villa, is that something a lowly person like you can own? Even if you want to show off, you don't have to do this. There are so many assembly lines. When Xiaobo heard this and saw Yiling's serious expression, he burst into laughter. This joke is so funny. What's so funny? You're just a piece of shit who has never seen the world. Yiling heard it, but didn't care at all and took out a bank card. Swipe the card, full payment. Okay. Brother Yiling, here you go, this is the invoice. Xian Fong heard it and didn't say much. She quickly walked towards the office. How is that possible? When Xiaobo saw the invoice in front of him, his face was completely shocked. Impossible. That's right. Your joke is not funny at all. However, the way you looked just now was still very funny, just like a stray dog. Looking at the documents Qian Fong handed over, Yiling looked at Xiaobo and smiled slightly. Don't forget to stand on your head and eat shit. By the way, I just like to show off. What's wrong? You. Watching Yiling leaving, Xiaobo's face turned red, he spat out the last mouthful of blood, and fell into a coma. Chapter 10 I 1T misjudge you. This is the Sea and Sky Villa, it's quite nice. A Lamborghini Veneno drove from outside into a huge villa. Looking at the villa in front of him, Yiling was quite satisfied and nodded. Before, Yiling knew that the company had a villa, but because the price was too high, no one was willing to buy it. When he was a small salesman, Yiling's biggest dream was to have a house of his own in Shanghai. I never thought that I actually have a house of my own now. Yiling was still very excited about this. After all, no matter what, this is a house that you bought with your own real money and it completely belongs to you. There are artificial hills and water, and you can also enjoy the scenery. It seems that Jiayi will like it very much. Looking at the house in front of him, Yiling had to nod. It can be said that I like this kind of villa very much. Jiayi, I've already bought our house. It's a villa, a sea-sky villa, for 1 billion.
What do you think?
Finally, after thinking for a while, Yiling took some photos and sent them to Li Jia.
Li Jia should be asleep now.
After all, she is in the United States now. And now, according to calculations, it should be dark in the United States.
It's pretty, Ah Ling, I like it. As long as it's yours, I like it.
After a while, what Yiling didn't expect was that Li Jia actually replied to his message in an instant.
Don't you want to have a good rest?
Looking at the news in front of him, Yiling's face was confused.
It must be nighttime at Li Jia's place now. Just showered. Ready to rest.
When Li Jia saw it, she smiled slightly, as if she had thought of something, and quickly sent a photo.
How is it? Does it look good?
It's very beautiful, great. I'll use it as my wallpaper. Looking at Li Jia in front of him, who was wearing a white tight-fitting dress, Yiling's face turned red and he swallowed hard.
It's just a photo, it's already so beautiful.
It is really hard to imagine that if Li Jia appeared in front of me wearing such a pure white tight-fitting dress with her hair a little wet, I would definitely pounce on her.
Although, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Last time, Li Jia tried this.
It's just that she was wearing black tight clothes, which made her look very sexy. This time, she was wearing pure white tights, but she looked innocent.
Yiling really wanted to take a good look at it again, carefully. Cluck, cluck, cluck. When Li Jia saw Yi Chen making a drooling expression, she smiled. Next time, when I go back, I'll wear it for you to see, how about that? I've got it down. Take out my little notebook.
When Yiling saw this, his face became excited and he made a note of it in his mind. When Li Jia is resting, she likes to wear a set of tight clothes.
Nothing else is needed.
Yiling was very clear about this. It can be said that Yiling clearly knows where Li Jia is and the scenery of every place where Li Jia is.
Ha ha. Ah Ling, you're so funny.
When Li Jia saw this, she smiled even more charmingly.
When you come back, we can talk all night long. This time, Yiling had no idea how long Li Jia would need to be abroad.
The only thing we know is just one thing, and that is a long period of time.
The exact time period is unclear. Well.
Ah Ling, wait until I come back, and we can talk and have fun together. At that time, I won't hesitate anymore.
Because, when I come back, no one can stop us from being together.
When Li Jia heard this, she nodded and her expression became serious. They would never allow anyone to stand in their way.
This is for sure. Yes. I'll wait for you.
Yiling heard it and nodded. At that time, no one will look down on me.
I will definitely achieve what I said. I will let everyone know that I am not a waste. I am your best choice.
When Yiling heard this, his expression also became serious. Yiling will not let go any of those who try to stop him and Jia from being together.
I believe you. Ah Ling. I always believe you. This time, it may take me 3 to 6 months to come back. Li Jia's face showed a little helplessness.
This trip abroad was not for the purpose of making myself more powerful and having more say.
It can be said that she didn't want to go abroad at all.
However, I have already prepared so much and made so many sacrifices for the future. This time, it will only take half a year at most.
Just be patient, and you and Ling will have a good life in the future. 3 to 6 months, I know.
Jia, when you come back, I will definitely shock you.
At that time, it will be my turn to protect you.
Looking at the news in front of him, Yiling didn't say much and his expression became serious.
In that case, Ling, I'll be waiting.
Li Jia saw it, smiled slightly and nodded.
I won't make a mistake. Ling, you are a very capable person. I believe in you. Well.
Jia, go to bed early. You must be very tired in a foreign country. When Yiling saw this, his face showed a bit of heartache. Protect yourself. It's very dangerous for a girl to be outside alone.
It can be said that we have to worry. Don't worry. Ling, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself and wait for me to come back. That's it. Good night. Yeah. Good night.
Looking at the message sent by Li Jia, Yiling nodded and said something. It seems that I should work harder. Looking at the sofa in front of him, Yiling nodded, said nothing more, and lay down. I have to say that the sofa in this villa is very soft and quite nice.
Yes. Are you preparing for the graduation defense?
When Yiling saw the notification in the WeChat group in front of him, his expression became a little serious and his brows furrowed slightly.
I didn't expect that the graduation defense would be held so soon.
After looking at the date, his face looked a little helpless. It's already the 15th of May, and it's about time for the graduation defense. I should be able to finish my graduation thesis.
Finally, nodded.
I have almost finished writing my graduation thesis, and I just need to put some finishing touches on it. I originally planned to finish writing it a week before my graduation defense. It seems that it is time to take action and make some serious revisions.
Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time. I've been interning for more than a month. Forget it. Let's go back. Finally, he sighed softly.
At this time, a message came from Yiling's mentor.
Chapter 11 Special Sign in Mission.
Yiling, the graduation defense will begin at the end of this month.
Did you know that?
When I clicked on it, this is the message that appeared in front of me.
Yes. Teacher, I understand. I just saw the notification in the group.
Yiling saw it and nodded.
My mentor Linru is still very concerned about me. Yiling knew this very well.
It can be said that every time I asked teacher Linru about my graduation thesis, she was able to answer me immediately.
What's more, what makes everyone even more envious is that their mentor is a recognized beauty in the school.
Not only does she have a beauty that can make the moon and flowers ashamed, she also has a devilish figure in perfect proportions.
The only thing is that my teacher is a little bit old.
According to the information Yiling obtained accidentally, his mentor Linru was already 26 years old and has been working for 2 years.
In that case, Linru, how is your graduation thesis going? After Yiling replied, Linru quickly asked.
Although I don't have to worry about this student, as he has basically finished writing, there is still a little finishing work to be done.
However, as a mentor, I have to remind you. Otherwise, it will be the second debate. The time for the second debate will take more than 20 days. In Linru's opinion, this is simply a waste of time and life. Teacher Linru, it's almost done. There's just a little finishing touch left.
Looking at the message from his mentor, Yiling felt a little guilty for some reason. A month ago, I was almost done with the finishing work on my graduation thesis.
And now, my graduation thesis is still just a little bit of finishing work. Doesn't this mean that I have not done anything at all?
I remember last month, you also said that you were just about to finish the work.
This month too, I heard that you went to the company for an internship?
Linru's words made Yiling break out in a cold sweat.
Ha ha ha.
Professor Linru, don't worry, I will finish it soon.
I will definitely not let you down. I am interning in the company now, isn't it for better research? Otherwise, this thesis will be just empty talk. Ha ha.
When Yiling saw this, he scratched his head, his face showing a hint of helplessness.
You're the one with the smooth talk.
I heard that you went to a real estate company for an internship and became a salesperson.
You're so smooth talking, it seems like you can't be wrong. How do you feel?
Linru saw it and shook her head, looking a little helpless, but also a little curious.
Well enough.
When Yiling saw this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. After all, he still couldn't escape the sharp eyes of his mentor, and he didn't know who exposed it.
Since it's still available, then we should cherish it. Real estate salesmen are pretty good. I heard that the commission is very high. These days, it's not easy to find a better job. I understand. Teacher Linru, don't worry. I will definitely work hard.
Yiling heard it and nodded. I don't know what her expression would be if I told her that I had become a boss.
She might not believe it.
After all, I am a child from a poor family.
Can you go back to school tomorrow? You have to defend your thesis in a week. Come back and write well. I understand, Teacher Linru, I will be back tomorrow. Definitely.
When Yiling heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Teacher Linru didn't say anything.
Tell your boss, he won't make it difficult for you.
That's it. Go to bed early today. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to prepare for the next defense. This time, you have to pass it in one go. I understand, Teacher Linru.
Yiling saw it and nodded. On the other side, there was no news from Linru.
This finally made Yiling feel relieved.
For some reason, he always felt like a primary school student being urged by his teacher to hand in his homework.
Go back tomorrow.
I don't know how those 3 guys are doing with their papers. Looking at the chandelier above his head, Yiling could only nod. For them, writing papers should not be a problem. It's been a month already, and I still miss the days we were together. It seems that we can only wait until Jai comes back and discuss how to transform it together. Looking at the villa in front of him, he finally shook his head.
Let us listen to Jai in everything. Director. Are you back? Don't forget our feast. At this time, someone sent a message. Don't worry. I won't forget it. I'll be back tomorrow. I did make some money this month.
Looking at the message sent by his roommate, Yiling smiled slightly and nodded.
Great. Then the three of us are waiting for your feast. There won't be any problems with your thesis, right? No. Don't worry. Everything is under control. In that case, come back quickly. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Looking at the greeting from his roommate, Yiling smiled slightly. It was quite heartwarming.
Brother Yiling, is it 8 o'clock tonight? At the food stall outside the company? At this time, another message was sent. I think the food stall is still a bit low class. It doesn't suit your status, Brother Yiling. How about we get something more upscale? You kid, tell me where you want to go.
Looking at the message in front of him, Yiling smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, today I have bought a villa worth 1 billion yuan. But if I take them to the food stalls outside the company, I won't be able to get through it.
Hee. Big Brother Yiling, if that's the case, how about we go to Jiangtian Hotel?
This is more in line with your status, Big Brother Yiling.
Jiangtian Hotel is a 5-star hotel. You are really good.
Seeing this, Yiling had to nod.
I'm going back to school tomorrow. In that case, okay. Let's go to Jiangtian Hotel. Can you help me reserve a private room at 8 o'clock? Okay. Brother Yiling, if that's the case, then tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. By the way, I'll practice for you.
Looking at the message in front of him, Yiling nodded.
I have been working in the company for a month. It can be said that I have learned a lot and gained a lot of valuable experience. Likewise, I made a lot of friends, which is pretty good. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the master for initiating a special mission.
Sign in one of the interrogation rooms in the Magic City. Reward? Sign in to the interrogation room.
When Yiling saw this, he broke out in a cold sweat.
What a ripoff! What the hell is this? Reward?
Sign in the interrogation room, unless you have lost your mind.
This is impossible. Chapter 12. From now on, he is your boss. Brother Yiling, you are here.
In the evening, in a private room of Jiangtian Hotel, when a young man came in from outside, the people sitting there saw him, all of them smiled and quickly greeted him.
Everyone, don't be polite. If you want to eat something, just order it. I'll pay for tonight.
Looking at the people in front of him, Yiling's face was a little stunned.
Finally, he smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, It seems that the feeling before and after becoming rich is really different. Before I became rich, even with colleagues, I wasn't so enthusiastic. At most, I would just say hello. A little closer, just chatting. After becoming rich, Yiling has seen the world and is completely like a distinguished guest. Although, I was the host. But this is too enthusiastic. Brother Yiling, we are not being polite to you. If you don't believe me, look, this is the menu we ordered before you came. I think, Brother Yiling, you shouldn't mind.
A young man standing nearby saw this, rubbed his hands, a faint smile appeared on his face, and handed Yiling a long bill.
Maybe a little long. But it will last a long time. This means that Brother Yiling, you can be rich and prosperous forever. Sonny, I didn't expect you to be so smooth talking now. It's really good. 2 years as a salesperson, it seems you have really learned a lot.
And next to her, Qian Fong, who was wearing a white miniskirt, saw it and smiled slightly. She took a sip of the red wine in her hand, with a sweet smile on her face with a hint of blush. She still looked very beautiful. I don't know why, but Qian Fong was obviously dressed up nicely today. Although she usually dresses up, this is the first time Yiling has seen her look like this.
He. Sister Qian Fong, you are the same.
Today, the biggest order was selling a villa worth 1 billion yuan to Brother Yiling.
When the salary is paid next month, shouldn't you be the host?
Looking at Qian Fong in front of him, it can be said that Sunny couldn't help but feel envious.
This is a villa worth 1 billion. Their commission is generally around 5%. In this case, no matter what happens, there will be hundreds of thousands. It is impossible not to envy this. Ha ha. This is the opportunity given by Brother Yi Ling. If you don't seize it, there is nothing I can do.
When Xianfang heard this, she smiled and blinked at Yi Ling.
Brother Yi Ling, don't you agree?
Yes, yes, yes. When Yi Ling saw this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face and he could only nod.
The waiter is already serving the food. By the way, are all the people here? Looking at the people in front of him, Yi Chen said. Are we all here? All of our little circle is here. When everyone heard this, they nodded. Brother Yi Ling, is there anything I can take care of?
Sun Yi's words made everyone look at Yi Ling. It can be said that Yi Ling's identity, who can afford a villa worth 1 billion yuan, cannot be that simple.
Yes. Is there a company? What are the benefits? If possible, we can consider changing jobs.
When Xianfang heard this, she smiled.
I think so.
Looking at the looks from everyone, Yi Ling's face was covered with cold sweat.
You should have your own company.
After all, I have invested 3.5 billion.
How are the benefits? Sure enough, when everyone heard this, their faces became excited. Brother Yi Ling, maybe you have more assets than their president. I say, Xianfang, do you guys not want to do this anymore? If so, I can ask you to resign next month.
Just when Yi Chen wanted to say something, a familiar voice came from outside, with a hint of coldness.
President.
When Xianfang and the others heard this, their faces turned solemn and pale.
How is that possible? How could their president Qin Yuyan appear in Jiangtian Hotel? This is too unbelievable. Thump thump thump.
Under the gaze of everyone, the sound of high heels was heard. What came into view was a black long skirt and pink high heels. A stunningly beautiful face, with long straight black hair casually draped over her shoulders and perfect collarbones.
What a nice view. When everyone saw Qin Yuyan coming in from outside wearing a black strapless long dress, they were all shocked. How is that possible? How did their president know that they were having dinner here? Another point is that their president was clearly dressed up and was simply perfect.
I didn't expect that their president would be so beautiful after dressing up.
It's too incredible. Here it comes.
When Yi Ling looked over, his expression was also stunned for a moment.
As expected, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha.
Qin Yuyan in front of him was still very beautiful, especially her collarbone, which was simply perfect. There is a deep cleavage between her legs and a black lining next to it, making her look exactly like a night elf.
Well, since you're hosting, how could I not come? What's more, I heard that you're going back tomorrow, so I have to come even more.
Qin Yuyan saw it, smiled slightly, and sat down next to Yi Ling. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, which made Yi Ling feel a little helpless.
Looking at the fruitful results in front of you, it's very easy to be unable to hold back. Boss, we were just joking, just joking.
Looking at the two people in front of them who seemed to have known each other for a long time, everyone quickly explained, their faces looking extremely embarrassed.
It doesn't matter. Even if you switch to Yi Ling's company, you are still in our company.
Qin Yuyan heard it and waved her hand.
Since you are all here, let me announce something in advance.
Yi Ling, from now on, is one of the shareholders of our company, owning 30% of the shares.
Therefore, he is your boss. This.
When everyone heard this, they were stunned, looking at Yi Ling and Qin Yuyan in front of them, completely stunned. Today, Yi Ling invested 3.5 billion in our company. Therefore, our company has exceeded 10 billion.
This is something worth celebrating. Brother Yi Ling, you are awesome. Sharp. Awesome. Boss Yi Ling. Okay. Now that we're all here, let's eat.
Yi Ling saw it and smiled slightly.
Yes, yes, yes. Eat. Eat. When everyone heard this, they nodded and smiled. You know what I mean by the look he gave Yi Ling and Qin Yuyan.
Qin Yuyan still doesn't have a boyfriend, and Yi Ling just got out, so he probably doesn't have a girlfriend either. After all, no one has heard of him.
In this way, it is very easy to YY.
When Yi Ling heard this, he shook his head helplessly, but he still talked and laughed with them.
I'm going to the bathroom. After 3 rounds of drinks, Qin Yuyan finished speaking, her face flushed, and left. Everyone, order whatever you want. Order whatever you want.
Looking at the looks people were giving him, Yi Ling shook his head and said something.
In that case, we won't be polite.
When they heard order casually, everyone's attention was immediately diverted.
Bang.
Beauty, this young master touches you because I think highly of you.
Don't be so shameless.
A few minutes later, an angry voice came from outside the box, which made Yi Ling frown slightly.
Chapter 13. Hit me if you can. What's going on?
When everyone heard the noise outside, they looked confused.
In a big hotel like Zhangtian, such a thing couldn't possibly happen. And now, I have to doubt.
I don't know, but it's better not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble.
Yes. Let's continue. Why do I have a bad feeling?
Looking at the people who were having dinner in front of him, Yi Ling's face was puzzled.
I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. Ding dong.
Master, there are still 2.5 hours until the end of this sign-in mission, please don't forget to sign in. At this moment, a mechanical voice came from his mind, which made Yi Ling look helpless. You must not sign in for this sign-in task yourself.
Right. Definitely don't sign in. Signing in the interrogation room or something like that, that's impossible. It's impossible in this life. I am a good citizen. How could he possibly go to the interrogation room? It's really unprecedented. Master, this is hard to say. Who can tell for sure what is going on in this world?
A mechanical voice came.
Master, I wish you good luck. After listening to the system's words, Yi Ling's face darkened. This system is definitely not for playing with yourself.
Yi Ling, come here, I'll toast you a glass and wish you a smooth graduation and a bright future.
Thanks.
Looking at the young man in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly and collided with him.
Brother Yi Ling, we respect you too. May everything go smoothly for you. Please protect us in the future. Don't worry. I'll protect you now. Ha ha. That's right. Now you are our boss. Yi Tian, don't go too far. Let me go.
At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. This made everyone stop for a moment, their faces stunned. Qin Yuyan, you are honored that this young master thinks highly of you.
Don't be shameless. Believe it or not, if I kill you right here, no one will say anything to me. A man's angry voice came. Snap.
What followed was the sound of a slap, which sounded so crisp.
Boss. What happened? Go check it out.
When everyone heard this, they became anxious and quickly walked towards the door.
They never thought that their president was fine just now. And now, it has turned out like this. I hope it's nothing bad.
Yi Ling saw the people walking out and shook his head.
Without saying much, he quickly followed.
For some reason, Yi Ling had a very bad feeling.
Yi Tian, let me go.
When everyone walked out and saw the scene in front of them, their faces were stunned. At this time, Qin Yuyan was completely trapped by 2 bodyguards, each of whom had one arm restrained. In front of Qin Yuyan was a young man with a handsome face. However, at this moment, his gaze became greedy, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Yuyan in front of him.
President.
When everyone saw this, they all looked anxious and ran over quickly. However, what they did not expect was that at this moment, several bodyguards next to them appeared in front of them and completely blocked their way. Our young master is doing something, no one is allowed to get close. Looking at the people in front of him, each of them had a serious and cold expression. At this moment, except for them, all other boxes on this floor were empty. It looks very strange.
Don't come over here.
When Qin Yuyan saw this, she became anxious and shook her head.
TSK. If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, let's see if you have what it takes.
Yi Tian in front of him saw the angry people in front of him and ignored them completely, just looking at Qin Yuyan.
Qin Yuyan, I wonder what you think about what I told you before. Impossible.
When Qin Yuyan in front of him heard this, her face turned angry.
I told you not to. Snap. However, before Qin Yuyan could say anything, Yi Tian in front of her slapped Qin Yuyan in the face.
In just the blink of an eye, the beautiful face received a slap mark.
Qin Yuyan, I'm asking you this because I'm giving you face. Don't go too far. Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him, Yi Tian's face darkened. Don't want.
When Qin Yuyan saw this, she became anxious and kept twisting her body. I wanted to struggle, but it was completely useless. When Yi Tian saw this, he sneered and looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him.
Ing. Yi Tian, you, let me go.
Qin Yuyan's face was flushed, and tears were flowing in her beautiful eyes.
Let go. Sure. Wait until I get tired of playing with you. I didn't expect you to be so coquettish today. You must have dressed up nicely. Do you want to show me?
When Yi Tian saw it, he sneered and pulled hard with his right hand.
Hiss hiss.
And Qin Yuyan in front of him had her chest torn apart at this moment. Revealing the black bra underneath, there was also a large area of snow-white, deep cleavage.
Brother Yi Ling, no.
When Yi Ling saw this, his face turned angry. He walked forward with his hands clenched into fists. However, he was pulled back by his colleague next to him.
Yi Ling, don't come over here.
Qin Yuyan saw it and shook her head.
Boy, you look angry. Angry is the right thing to do.
When Yi Tian in front of him saw Yi Ling looking at him angrily, he sneered.
You are Yi Ling, right? I heard that you and Qin Yuyan are very close. In that case, I will let you enjoy your presents today.
Hiss hiss. Just as Yi Tian finished speaking, a large piece of Qin Yuyan's skirt was torn in front of him.
How is it? Do you feel useless? Seeing Yi Ling's expression, Yi Tian laughed even louder. With his right hand, he pinched Qin Yuyan's chin. Bing!
Qin Yuyan's face flushed red, and her beautiful eyes became shy as she looked at her left hand in front of her. I lost all my strength, not even the energy to struggle.
I didn't expect that. Yi Tian's face was intoxicated and he looked at Yi Ling with a provocative look. The right hand even reached Qin Yuyan's thigh. What do you think? Hit me if you dare.
Today, I will take care of her right in front of you.
Bang!
Before Yi Tian could finish his words, a figure flashed by. Several of his teeth were broken, and his head was pressed to the ground by a hand, and a right hand punched him on the head.
I'll help you. Bang!
The contract for this book has been sent, so you can collect it with confidence and vote for it.
Chapter 14. You seem quite arrogant. Ah!
After one punch, Yi Tian suddenly wailed, his face and nose were swollen.
Even his forehead was oozing with blood and saliva was flowing out. It looks very tragic. Let me go, you little brat. Otherwise, I'll kill you.
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Yi Tian's expression became extremely ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead.
It looks horrifying to the extreme.
This time, Yi Tian never thought that he was just talking.
For many years, no one has ever dared to hit him.
And every time, he could be very arrogant and look at those people's angry and helpless expressions with great complacency. Unexpectedly, this time, I ended up in trouble.
This brat actually punched him. Damn it. Kill me. If that's the case, I'll kill you first.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face turned cold and he punched Yi Tian in the face.
I let you be arrogant. It's great to have a powerful father. Didn't your father tell you that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet?
It can be said that this time, since they were beaten. Then Yi Ling doesn't mind punching him a few more times. Damn it, if I had known, I shouldn't have set up a death flag.
And now, tragedy.
The only thing he could do was to see what the system would give him when he signed in at the interrogation room. If it doesn't work, this guy relies on his father, so I can only rely on my girlfriend. Although living off others is not what I want.
But if he really has to, Yi Ling doesn't mind being a gigolo.
And now, Yi Ling just wanted to vent his anger completely.
I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant.
In broad daylight, in the open, they actually do such a thing.
Others can't cure you, but you can cure yourself.
In particular, Yi Ling was very annoyed by this guy's arrogant look.
You seemed quite arrogant just now. What happened? Where is your arrogant attitude just now?
Looking at Yi Tian in front of him, Yi Ling sneered.
We both have the surname Yi, why are you so arrogant? I, Yi Ling, don't accept it. Stinky boy, I. Bang.
Before Yi Tian could finish his words, a fist hit him in the face with a bang.
This caused Yi Tian to lose 2 of his teeth and his face turned completely furious. What are you doing standing there, you useless bastards? Take down this brat.
At this moment, Yi Tian, looking at the indifferent bodyguards around him, felt so depressed.
Don't you see what you have become now? And now, are these bodyguards vegetarians? I hired him for more than 10,000 yuan a month, and this is how you treat me? What's the use of you if you don't help someone in need? Master.
The bodyguards in front saw this and rushed towards Yi Ling one by one. However, before they could take a few steps, they all braked suddenly and stopped. Looking at Yi Tian, who was being picked up by Yi Ling by pinching his neck, they had no idea what to do.
Don't come over here.
Otherwise, I can't promise that I won't do something to your young master. His right hand was full of muscles, and he looked at the bodyguard next to him with a sneer on his face.
Qin Yuyan, are you okay?
In the end, Yi Ling ignored Yi Tian, whose face was distorted in front of him, and looked at Qin Yuyan, who was wrapping her delicate body with a piece of cloth, and asked,
It's okay. But, Yi Ling, you are like this.
Qin Yuyan saw it, shook her head, and looked worried.
Yi Tian's father is the Jay-Z of Shanghai.
Treating Yi Tian like this is basically like inviting him to have tea, and it is possible that he will not be able to leave for several years or even more than 10 years.
Don't worry. It's okay. I'm just an ant.
I can't rely on my father, but I have something to rely on. Yi Ling saw it, smiled slightly, shook his head, and looked at Qin Yuyan in front of him. From the moment he got involved in this matter, Yi Ling knew that he would definitely be sent to the interrogation room.
However, since it has become a foregone conclusion, the only thing Yi Ling wants now is to take a look at the reward? What on earth is this thing? Hope it's something useful. Otherwise, I will really have to trouble Jai. If possible, Yi Ling didn't want to trouble Jai. Otherwise, Jai will also be in trouble. Although, that girl will definitely help me solve it. But wouldn't it be better if you could solve it yourself? Brother Yi Ling.
When everyone saw this, they all looked anxious and at a loss. If you offend Yi Tian, even if you own a company worth hundreds of billions, it will be very easy for Yi Tian's father to kill you. After all, when one reaches the level of Yi Tian's father, he knows people from all walks of life.
What a tragedy. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. It's just an ant.
When Yi Ling heard this, he smiled slightly and didn't care at all.
Ant. Ha ha ha. Brat, this is the first time I've seen someone more arrogant than me. You're dead.
When Yi Tian heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter.
Do you know who my dad is? I've never lost in a dad competition. I don't know. The only thing I know is that you are just a defeated opponent of mine.
Looking at Yi Tian with a crazy face in front of him, Yi Ling shook his head and said, not caring at all.
You also need to know that I'm not as good as you in terms of fathers.
But when it comes to girlfriends, I can beat you.
I will remember you.
After hearing this, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Ling in front of him.
Thump thump thump.
At this time, a group of uniformed figures ran up from downstairs. When they saw Yi Tian being lifted up by Yi Ling with one hand, everyone's faces became anxious, and the weapons in their hands were pointed at Yi Ling.
Don't move.
They never imagined that the person being beaten this time was their Jay-Z's son.
This boy is too fierce. Boy, you're dead. My dad is here.
When Yi Tian, who was pinched by Yi Ling's throat, saw this, he sneered and his eyes became even more smug. This time, he was still the one who had the last laugh. Take this brat back and let him decide how to punish him.
Believe it or not, I can get you down there before they do anything.
Yi Ling's words made Yi Tian behave himself instantly, his face turning blue and purple. Boy, you are causing such trouble in the area under my jurisdiction.
You are really not taking me, Yi Wei, seriously.
A middle-aged man's cold voice came. This made the people around clear a path for themselves and look respectful.
Jay-Z. Everyone saw it and saluted quickly. It's over. Yi Wei is here.
When Qin Yuyan and the others saw this, their faces turned pale. Chapter 15. Your Valkyrie has arrived.
Dad, you're here. Kill him for me.
In Yi Ling's hand, Yi Tian, who was picked up like a salted fish, looked angry and his eyes became complacent when he saw the middle-aged man walking towards him. He dared to treat him like this. Now that his father is here, he will definitely teach this brat a lesson.
Otherwise, you would really think that you are a soft persimmon and that he is a sick cat who can be easily manipulated. Kid, good. You actually committed a crime in front of me, come, arrest him.
When Yi Wei saw his son being beaten badly, his face turned angry and his eyes were filled with rage. This is his only son, and now, he didn't expect him to become like this.
Damn it. Yes.
The middle-aged man next to him saw that they were wearing uniforms and walked towards Yi Ling, but the weapons in their hands never left Yi Ling for a moment.
Open.
When he saw Yi Ling pinching Yi Tian, his voice became even colder.
This is their leader's son. Their leader has only this one son. This kid is too scary. They actually beat their leader's son like this. This time, it will be impossible to solve the problem without paying a heavy price. Bang!
When Yi Ling in front of him heard this, he looked at Yi Tian, whose nose and face were bruised, and suddenly loosened his right hand. As for Yi Tian's figure, it came into close contact with the ground with a bang, his brows furrowed and his face distorted.
You're looking for death, you little brat.
When Yi Tian saw Yi Ling being locked up by two middle-aged men, he became angry and punched Yi Ling in the chest with his right hand. This made Yi Ling frown, his face twisted, and his expression turned painful.
Snap snap. Boy, weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Now, show me how arrogant you are.
Looking at Yi Ling, who had a painful expression in front of him, Yi Tian sneered.
This time, I must take revenge. Really? You're going to regret it. Wait, I'll return it to you tenfold.
Yi Ling saw it, smiled slightly, and looked at Yi Tian in front of him with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
Bang! And Yi Tian in front of him saw another punch coming.
This made Yi Ling's face even more distorted, and a lot of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
All right. Take it away.
Yi Wei saw it, said something, and turned and left. This brat, I'll have plenty of time to teach him a lesson when I get back. Now, in a place like this, if I were to be exposed, I would inevitably be in danger.
Yi Wei didn't want to take such a risk at all. As long as we go back, he will have the final say. Yes. When everyone heard this, they nodded. Without saying anything more, he took Yi Ling away. Etc.
Xin Yuyan, who was standing next to her, saw this and looked anxious. She held a piece of cloth in both hands, covered her delicate body, and stood up. This time, everything was caused by her. And if Yi Ling was caught, there would be no way for Yi Ling to get out.
What do you want to say?
Yi Wei heard it and the voice was cold.
People. Sometimes, you should see the reality clearly.
As the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero.
You. Xin Yuyan's face turned angry when she heard Yi Wei's words.
This time, it was obviously your son who molested me, so Yi Ling took action. Yi Wei, stop making trouble. This time, it can be said that Xin Yuyan gave it her all.
Yeah?
Yi Wei in front of him heard it, smiled slightly and nodded.
My son molested you. What on earth is there about you that is worthy of my son's molestation?
I think you are seducing my son to do something shady.
Come, take him away. Yi Wei, you. Looking at the people coming over, Xin Yuyan's face became angry.
How could this guy confuse right and wrong like this?
Damn it. Wait. I am solely responsible for today's matter.
Yi Ling saw it, spoke, looked at Xin Yuyan and shook his head.
They are innocent, let them go.
Looking at Yi Wei in front of him, Yi Ling's voice turned cold.
Otherwise, I won't let you succeed.
You little bastard. When Yi Wei heard this, his face darkened.
Take away. Yes. Let me go. What should we do? Brother Yi Ling and the president have been taken away.
When the people nearby saw this, they all looked anxious.
Don't worry. They can't touch Brother Yi Ling.
Xian Fang saw it, smiled slightly, and tapped her phone. Tomorrow, I believe our dear leader will be all over the internet, as will his son.
This is.
When everyone saw it, they nodded and gave a thumbs up.
Boy, I think you should know what to say now.
On the other hand, in the interrogation room, Yi Wei looked at Yi Ling in front of him with a sneer on his face.
Old man, I really don't know what you are talking about.
Yi Ling heard this, smiled slightly and shook his head.
Boy, you are looking for death.
Yi Wei's face was filled with anger, with veins bulging on his forehead as he looked at Yi Ling.
Someone, come here. No matter what, we must make this brat confess his crime and be punished.
After saying that, he slapped the table and left.
Yes.
At this time, a middle-aged man came in from outside and sat in front of Yi Ling with a serious expression.
Boy, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Chen Hai's face fell.
To offend their leader is simply to seek death. Ding dong. Congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully.
I will give you a mysterious gift package as a reward.
Would you like to open it?
At this moment, a mechanical voice was heard, which made Yi Ling look curious.
Open.
This time, I can say, don't let us down. Otherwise, he would need to use Li Jia's power, which would be too frustrating.
Ring ring ring.
Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a Valkyrie sister. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded, and a woman wearing armor, holding a spear in her hand and with a face like an angel appeared in Yi Ling's mind.
Fuck.
Looking at the woman in the picture in front of him, Yi Ling's face was completely stunned.
This couldn't be fake.
Such a beautiful lady was actually a reward from the system.
This is too unbelievable. This system is awesome. Valkyrie, she should be powerful.
Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Ling could only hope that this Valkyrie could help him out. Ding dong, the Valkyrie will arrive at the battlefield interrogation room in 3 minutes.
3 minutes, just let me see what this reward is like.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face became excited and he became expectant.
Bang.
When Qianhai in front of him saw that Yi Ling completely ignored him, he slapped the table with a terribly gloomy face.
Boy, you're looking for death. Chapter 16, The Violent Valkyrie. I advise you to be polite to me. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen.
Looking at the sea of money slapping on the table in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly, not caring at all.
Who doesn't know how to say tough words? Kid, you asked for this.
When Qianhai heard this, he became furious and punched Yi Ling.
Their Jay-Z has just said that no matter what, this brat must be made to confess his guilt.
The best way to make such an arrogant boy confess his guilt is to give him a good beating. Let him know the dangers of society, and he will naturally stop being so arrogant.
Bang.
However, before Qianhai's fist reached Yi Ling's face, Qianhai's fist was instead caught by Yi Ling's hand.
I say, have you not eaten?
You have no strength at all, you are so weak, even weaker than a girl.
It seems that you are really just sitting there doing nothing. With this kind of physical strength, can you run 1,000 meters?
Looking at the sea of money in front of him, Yi Ling's face showed a little sneer. He shook his head and sighed softly.
When I asked you to catch the bad guys, I saw that you ran out of energy before you even took 2 steps. A person like this must have gotten in through connections. You little bastard, I order you to let me go.
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him with a mocking expression and disdainful eyes, Qianhai became even angrier.
This is a rhythm that does not take him seriously at all. I just don't believe you can be better than it.
Finally, he even took out the weapon from his waist and pointed it at Yi Ling's crown with a sneer on his face.
I say, you can't afford to play.
Yi Ling saw this and put down his fist.
Be careful of accidental discharge. Bang.
A fist hit Yi Ling's chest, which made Yi Ling's face distorted and his brows frowned.
I fell down on the table all of a sudden. It really hurt. Boy, are you going to right now? Or not?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Qianhai sneered.
An unarmed brat actually wants to fight him, is it possible? It's simply impossible.
I say, you are being tortured into confessing. Yi Ling saw that there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead and his teeth were clenched.
Why hasn't the Valkyrie rewarded by my system arrived yet? Damn it! Even if it is. What can you do? Here, we have the final say. As long as you confess, even gods can't save you.
If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being incompetent and wanting to show off and offend our young master. When Qianhai heard this, his face suddenly turned into a sneer and he shook his head.
Really? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you.
However, Yi Ling shook his head and sighed softly.
Boy, give it to me. Bang.
However, before Qianhai could say anything, a dagger flew in from outside. With a pop sound, it pierced his right hand, causing his figure to fly backwards with his palm nailed to the wall.
Ah! Who?
His face was filled with pain, his brows were furrowed, and his expression became distorted. A pair of eyes looked towards the door angrily, and the voice was filled with anger.
This is an interrogation room, and someone is causing trouble in their territory. Damn it! Thump thump thump.
Before Qianhai wanted to say something, hurried footsteps were heard, followed by a flash of a black figure.
Bang. Ah!
A 180-degree flip caused Qianhai's body to hit the ground hard. There was a 5-centimeter hole on his right hand, and blood was gushing out.
It looks so horrible. Bang.
Before Qianhai could raise his head, a high-heeled shoe stepped on the back of his head with a bang. His face came into close contact with the ground. Her long black hair was flying and her black skirt was fluttering in the wind. She has a beautiful face, and I don't know how to describe her appearance at this moment. There is a deep cleavage on the chest, and the feeling brought by the suspender skirt is really too shocking. At this scale, there is at least E-type. The long slender legs, snow-white skin, and black stockings make people want to pounce on her. This is the Valkyrie reward the system gave me. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yiling's face was shocked and full of disbelief. This beauty is just too perfect. System, you are really too powerful. Yi Jingjing. Height, 180 centimeters. Personality, brother control. Size, 36E. Brother control attribute, what the hell is this? At this moment, a large amount of information appeared in my mind. This made Yiling look confused. What on earth is this brother complex attribute? Does it matter? It seems like it has nothing to do with me. However, what shocked Yiling the most was that it was actually 36E in size. My own Li Jia's breasts seem to be even fuller and rounder, which means that Li Jia's breasts are above 36E. The last time I had a good look at it was a few months ago. It seems that I should think carefully when Jiai comes back. You little bastard, do you know who I am? I'm telling you, I'm. Looking at the long legs next to him, Chen Hai's face became angry. After all, he is a captain. And now, he was actually being stepped on by a stinky girl. If others knew about this, wouldn't it be a laughing stock? Damn it! Bang! However, before Qian Hai could finish his words, his face was completely pressed to the ground, without a trace of temper at all. The high heels on the back of the head seemed like they could explode at any time with just the slightest amount of force. Beauty, let's talk nicely. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. When Qian Hai felt the pain in his back, his face turned pale and he lost all his temper. This woman is simply a lunatic. She actually broke into their police station. What shocked him even more was what was going on with those people on duty. Were they vegetarians? She was such a big person, yet she was allowed to break in. Damn it! Bang! However, the girl in front of him ignored Qian Hai and kicked him hard instead. This caused Qian Hai to crash into the wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Thump thump thump. What happened? At this moment, figures in uniforms ran in from outside. Seeing the scene in front of him, he pointed the weapon in his hand at Yi Jingjing, his face extremely cold. Put your hands up. It can be said that it is really possible for him to dare to cause a scene in their interrogation room. Girl, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to show off again. When Qian Hai saw everyone surrounding Yi Jingjing, he sneered. This time, I can't cure you. Bang. However, before Qian Hai could feel proud for 3 seconds, Yi Jingjing's figure flashed in front of him. He simply pinched his neck and pressed him to the ground. Fuck. It's too powerful. It's too violent. Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, was completely shocked when he saw this. But I like it. Chapter 17. I told you you would regret it. Team leader. The people around were extremely anxious when they saw Qian Hai being pressed to the ground. What are you standing there for? Kill her for me. No matter how powerful she is she more powerful than a bullet? Looking at his subordinates, Qian Hai's face was filled with complete anger. In his own territory, he was treated like this. This doesn't give him any face at all. What's more, he was now being pressed to the ground and rubbed. If he doesn't fight back at this time, he will no longer be the captain. Bang bang bang. However, as everyone gathered around, the sound of footsteps were heard. Then, more than a dozen figures came in from outside, each of them carrying weapons that were even more sophisticated and advanced than theirs, and were completely on a different level. Put down your weapons. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. More than a dozen figures came in from outside and surrounded the people in front of them in the blink of an eye, with their weapons pointed at Qian Hai and his group. All it takes is a little bit of disobedience. The next moment, you may be separated by life and death. Who are you? Looking at the people surrounding them with more advanced weapons, their faces turned pale and their legs began to tremble. Since when did they become able to come here whenever someone asked them to? Moreover, who are these people? They actually had such a powerful weapon that crushed them dozens of times. Get down! When a middle-aged man saw this, his face turned cold and his voice was filled with anger. This When everyone in front saw the middle-aged man take out a golden token with a lifelike dragon on it, everyone's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. It can be said that they are the ones who know best what this token represents. When they first joined the company, there was a legend about this token. China has a very mysterious team, and they have a very famous name, the Chinese Dragon Soul. They are active in every corner of China and even the world, and their purpose is to safeguard China's security. It was precisely because of the strength of this team that it was finally given the title of Chinese Dragon Soul. And now, what they didn't expect was that they actually had the opportunity to see the elusive Chinese Dragon Soul. This is too scary.
Snap, snap.
When the figures saw the token in front of them, they finally put down their weapons, squatted on the ground obediently, and raised their hands. In front of such a well-trained person with a powerful aura, they had no courage to resist at all. Maybe before you even have the chance to resist, your head will fall to the ground.
Chinese Dragon Soul. How is this possible?
When Qian Hai, who was pressed to the ground by Yi Jingjing, saw the token taken out by the middle-aged man in front of him, his face turned pale with shock.
How is that possible? Isn't the Chinese Dragon Soul a legendary dragon that can only be seen from the head but not the tail? Even if it is a bigger position, you may never come across it in your lifetime. And now, he actually encountered the Chinese Dragon Soul. What made Qian Hai laugh and cry even more was that he actually had a conflict with the Chinese Dragon Soul. Qian Hai had no idea what to say about this. It can be said in 2 words, tragedy. Chinese Dragon Soul, what is this? When Yiling heard Qian Hai's shock and saw Qian Hai's expression, he looked confused. Chinese Dragon Soul, what exactly is this? Yiling had no idea. However, what Yiling knew was that the reward from her as a Valkyrie was enough to suppress these people. Moreover, it was a complete crushing victory. Xiaoling, how do you want to deal with this guy? At this time, Yi Jingjing, who had been silent until now, looked at Yiling with her beautiful eyes and asked a question. Xiaoling. When Yiling heard this, he looked a little confused, and finally shook his head. What you call it is actually not important at all. Now, it would be better to solve the problems at hand as soon as possible. Can I do whatever I want with it? Yiling heard it, looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him and asked. Of course. If he dares to resist, then prepare to go to hell. Dare to touch my brother, it's simply courting death. When Yi Jingjing heard this, her face turned cold and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. He swung his right hand vigorously, and the Qian Hai in his hand fell in front of Yiling. Brother! How is it possible? This guy, this brat, is actually her brother. When Qian Hai heard Yi Jingjing's address to Yiling, he was completely confused. To be respected by so many people, this girl must have a position in the Chinese Dragon Soul. At the very least, it should be the position of captain. But now, he is calling this brat brother. How is that possible? Elder brother. When Yiling heard this, his face was also shocked. He looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him and pointed at himself. When did I get a younger sister? How come I haven't heard of this? No. Could it be? As if he had thought of something, Yiling's face froze. When the system gave news about Yi Jingjing before, it had a very strange attribute, brother complex. For some reason, Yiling actually had a bad feeling. This is a tragedy. Yes. Brother Xiaoling, what's wrong with you? Did you lose your memory? When Yi Jingjing in front of him saw Yiling's expression, her face became solemn. Could it be because of that incident? Ha ha. No. No. I was just kidding. When Yiling heard this, he smiled awkwardly, waved his hands, and had a trace of cold sweat on his face. This arrangement of the system is really too powerful. Having a Valkyrie as one's sister is enough of an honor. What do you want to do? When Qian Hai in front of him saw Yiling suddenly looking at him, his face turned pale, his eyes became anxious, and his body began to tremble. Unexpectedly, this time, it was a 180-degree reversal. What a tragedy! Just now, you seemed quite arrogant. Looking at the sea of money in front of him, Yiling had a smile on his face. No. No. I was just joking. Yes. Just joking. Qian Hai saw it and shook his head like a rattle. Just kidding, this is not funny at all. Yiling heard this, shook his head and looked at the sea of money in front of him. I told you, you're going to regret this. Bang. Chapter 18 Angry Yiling. It was just one punch,
but Qianhai's face in front of him was distorted and a lot of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He covered his chest with his hands, but there was not a trace of temper. The only thing he could do was to grit his teeth and look at Yi Ling in front of him, angry but not daring to say anything. He never imagined that this brat actually had a sister staying in China Dragon Soul. Regarding this point, I really feel like crying but have no tears at this moment. If I had known the result would be like this, I shouldn't have taken action against this kid. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world.
Does it hurt?
Looking at the sea of money in front of him, Yi Ling asked with a faint smile on his face.
Pain.
Qianhai in front of him heard it, nodded, and his face looked extremely painful.
How can it not be painful?
It can be said that it is extremely painful. It's impossible not to feel pain.
Punch yourself and try it.
That's right, it hurts.
I thought it didn't hurt at all.
Yi Ling heard it, nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
I just said that you will regret it. I am a person like this.
When I was incompetent, you bullied me, so I just gritted my teeth and let it go. But now that I am competent, if you bully me, what I like most is to return it tenfold.
I don't know, what do you think? No. Master Yi Ling, you are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with a villain. You hit me and dirty your hands. What qualifications do I have to be beaten by you? I don't deserve it. Really?
When Qianhai heard this, he shook his head hard, his expression became serious and his eyes became anxious.
One punch was enough to make him want to die.
And now, if I pay you back tenfold.
This pain is worse than death.
I didn't expect that you would know your place very well. Looking at the sea of money in front of him, Yi Ling nodded with great satisfaction and had to give this guy a thumbs up.
Master Yi Ling, I do have some self-awareness.
When Qianhai heard this, he smiled awkwardly, but 1,000 Xiaonimas were already roaring through his heart.
This brat, if he didn't have a strong background, would he be so unlucky?
However, Qianhai also had to admit that sometimes background is also a huge asset.
This is a bit tragic.
In that case, then you can fight the remaining 9 punches for me. Finally, Yi Ling looked at a middle-aged man next to him and said something.
This.
Looking at the tall and strong middle-aged man in front of him, Qianhai felt like crying but had no tears.
This guy, is he kidding me?
This middle-aged man is well trained. If he is hit by 9 punches from this guy, he will definitely be killed or injured.
Ah. Even if they can survive, they may become disabled. Does this count as killing someone and destroying their heart? Bang.
Just as Yi Ling finished speaking, a whip-like kick swept over, and Qianhai's figure fell in front of the middle-aged man designated by Yi Ling with a bang.
Do as my brother says.
Without even looking at Qianhai, Yi Jingjing's voice was cold and her face was serious and solemn, without the slightest hint of joking. Since this person has offended her brother, she will not let him go easily.
Yes. Queen.
After hearing this, the middle-aged man could only nod very respectfully and walk over step by step.
No. I was wrong. No. Spare my life, Master Yi Ling. If I continue like this, I will die.
Qianhai saw this and kowtowed continuously.
However, Yi Ling ignored it. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. People like this don't deserve sympathy. It's just a rat shit, no need to worry about it. Don't want.
At this moment, a familiar voice came from the interrogation room next door. This made Yi Ling look anxious and he rushed out.
Follow him.
Yi Jingjing saw it and said nothing. She waved her right hand and a series of figures followed behind Yi Ling.
Yi Wei, you beast, let me go.
In another room, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The woman had been basically stripped naked at this point, her bra had fallen to the ground, and her face looked anxious and desperate.
Qin Yuyan never imagined that Yi Wei was so worse than a beast.
In this place, he actually came straight ahead. The king forced himself upon her.
Damn it.
I wanted to struggle, but there was no way I could do it at this moment.
There is no way.
Yi Wei is a JZ after all and is well trained. Although it is not as flexible as before, it is still very strong.
Snap.
Qin Yuyan, I advise you to be obedient and behave yourself.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him and the fruitful results in front of him, Yi Wei's face became hot, his eyes became greedy, and he slapped Qin Yuyan in the face.
Yi Wei, you bastard.
Looking at the hands stretched out in front of her, Qin Yuyan's face turned red with anger.
You bastard, you can yell all you want. This is my territory.
Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Today, I think you should know clearly.
With just one word from me, there is absolutely no chance that your company will recover. When Yi Wei saw this, he sneered. I advise you not to struggle. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen. You.
When Qin Yuyan heard this and saw the hands in front of her, her face turned shy and angry. Finally, he had no strength left in his body. He lay quietly on the table with a look of despair on his face. She had worked hard for more than 10 years to build her own company. But now, unexpectedly, in the end, it was not Yi Wei's words. With just one word from Yi Wei, her company completely went bankrupt, just as Yi Wei said.
And this is the right. No wonder so many people want to own this thing. Sure enough, Qin Yuyan, you are a smart person.
Looking at Qin Yuyan lying on the table in front of him without the courage to resist, Yi Wei's face became smug. Looking at the long legs in front of him and the thin white underwear in front of him, Yi Wei's face became even more proud.
No matter what you say, this woman has already started preparing.
Without saying anything more, he slowly moved his hands up along her snow-white thighs. The soft feeling and smooth touch made Yi Wei's face even more greedy and his eyes even more fiery. A pair of eyes were fixed on that small space.
Bang!
And when Yi Wei's hands reached Qin Yuyan's thighs, when Yi Wei wanted to take off Qin Yuyan's last covering, the door was kicked open with a bang, and a young man rushed in.
Who is it? Bang! Chapter 19. I'll give you 100 slaps.
When Qin Yuyan was in despair, a young man rushed in. And Yi Wei, who was standing in front of him with a smug look on his face, wanted to stretch out his evil hands and take off Qin Yuyan's last shield. But it was like a sandbag, and with a bang, it hit the chair next to it hard. The chair broke into pieces with a bang, and as for Yi Wei's body, there was a sound of bones crackling, which made people's scalps tingle. Looking at Qin Yuyan in front of him, Yi Ling's face was completely stunned. What comes into view is a large expanse of white snow, with 2 dots of red among the snow, which is particularly charming.
Qin Yuyan originally had a very good figure. This was Yi Ling's first impression.
What Yi Ling didn't expect was that Qin Yuyan's figure was far beyond his imagination. This is too terrifying. No wonder Yi Tian and Yi Wei are so crazy.
Even I would be crazy too. Yi Ling, why is it you?
The desperate Qin Yuyan's eyes slowly regained focus, and when she saw the familiar figure appear in front of her, her face froze. Qin Yuyan probably never thought that Yi Ling, who was originally in the interrogation room with her, would come to save her. This made his face feel touched. Looking at the slender long legs in front of me, looking at the snow-white skin in front of me, there is still some moisture on the underwear, and I can see a different kind of scenery.
Yi Chen's face was completely stunned. This person is simply a little goblin. Ah! Yi Ling, you.
Looking at Yi Ling in front of her with a pair of fiery eyes staring at her, Qin Yuyan seemed to sense something. Looking at her chest, she suddenly screamed.
This time, it's a tragedy. Doesn't that mean that Yi Ling gave her whole body?
When she thought of this, her beautiful eyes became shy and her face felt hot.
The long and slender legs were instantly folded together and the head was lowered.
She looked shy, just like a young girl who has just fallen in love.
She is so charming. How did you get out, you little brat? How dare you ruin my business? You're courting death.
Yi Wei's face was distorted. He put his hands on his hips, looking at Yi Ling in front of him, almost roaring.
It was just a little bit away from success.
What he didn't expect was that the brat who was interrogated by Qian Hai actually came to his side and punched him hard.
It seems that bastard Qian Hai is being used less and less. When there is time, it will be time to give the captain position to someone else. A good-for-nothing who can't even handle a brat. Damn it! How did I get out? Of course I walked out openly. Could it be that I escaped?
Looking at Yi Wei in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head, his face helpless.
Isn't this a very obvious thing? He must have walked out.
Old man, you don't look very strong.
Do you want me to help you?
Looking at Yi Wei, who was pale and bent over in front of him, Yi Chen said with a faint smile on his face.
Don't be too proud, little brat. Believe it or not, I can send you to hell in 1 second. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Yi Wei's face became angry.
A brat without any identity or rights is actually showing off in front of him.
He is courting death. Really? That depends on whether you dare to do it and whether you have the ability to do it.
Yi Ling saw it, but didn't care at all. He looked at Yi Wei in front of him and shook his head.
Damn it! Someone come!
When Yi Wei heard this, he became angry and started roaring.
Thump thump thump.
Just as Yi Wei finished speaking, a group of uniformed figures came in from outside, holding brand new weapons in their hands.
Catch this brat for me. What are you standing there for?
After seeing everyone coming in, Yi Ling, who was surrounded at once, did not move at all.
Yi Wei quickly gave an order. Damn it! Do you still have my name in your eyes? Seeing that everyone was indifferent, Yi Wei's face became completely angry and he was even about to roar. These people usually take care of themselves and have good food and drink.
But now, when the time comes to use them, they are indifferent.
Damn it! That's it. In that case, catch him for me.
Yi Ling saw it, shook his head and sneered. Looking at the people around him, he pointed at Yi Wei and said,
Yes.
When everyone nearby heard this, they nodded and rushed out instantly.
What do you want to do? Don't come over here.
In a moment, his face was bruised and swollen.
In a few seconds, Yi Wei was lying on the ground. How could such a lazy and gluttonous person be a match for the well-trained Chinese dragon soul? It's simply impossible. You are not my people. Who are you? Do you know what crime impersonation is?
When Yi Wei looked carefully, he found that these people were not his subordinates at all.
This made him roar even more.
After all, he is also a J-type. But now, it is such a tragedy.
It's impossible not to be angry. Yi Wei, it seems that you have been quite happy during this period.
Just as Yi Wei was roaring angrily, a girl's sneering voice came from outside, followed by a series of footsteps.
Who are you? Where are you from? We don't interfere with each other. I advise you not to come here and get involved. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
When Yi Wei saw that the person coming over was a young girl, he sneered and said without any concern.
She's just a woman, and I thought she was some big shot. Unexpectedly, it was a small person. It's impossible for a small person to go against him. His mouth stinks, 100 smacks.
Yi Jingjing, who walked in from outside, heard the cold voice and threw a piece of wood at a middle-aged man next to her.
Yes. Queen.
The middle-aged man heard it, nodded, came in front of Yi Wei, and sneered.
People like Yi Wei, they don't know how many repairs they have done.
This kind of person will take advantage of his power to bully others.
And now, is it possible to scare them? It's simply impossible. They are not afraid of any relevant units. As long as they are in this field, their Chinese dragon soul has the ability to kill first and report later. No. Let me go. Let me go.
His hands were held down by several people, and Yi Wei's body fell to his knees on the ground with a bang.
You can't do this to me, I'm the JZ here. You can't. Otherwise, I'll never let you go, you little bitch. Get started. However, Yi Jingjing acted as if she didn't see it and gave the order. Snap snap.
All of a sudden, slaps were heard one after another.
It sounds like a pleasure. Chapter 20. Your mouth stinks, sew it up. Update 1. 100 slaps, Queen. It's done.
And 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Wei in front of him, whose face was bruised and swollen and even had more than a dozen teeth lost, and reported it without caring at all.
You little bastard, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will kill you today. I will make you feel the pain. I am the JZ here, and this is my territory.
Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yi Wei, who was slumped on the ground, was now completely furious.
If my subordinates hadn't come, I would be afraid of a little girl like you. Damn it! You swore at your superiors, abused them, and committed crimes. You also had dirty thoughts. Write it down.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she didn't care at all. She looked at the middle-aged man next to her and said,
My queen, I have made a note of it.
When the person next to him heard it, he nodded without saying anything, and reported it seriously and respectfully.
Who on earth is this person? He actually doesn't even take Yi Wei seriously.
Qin Yuyan, who was covering her delicate body with a piece of cloth, looked at Yi Jingjing, who was so strong in front of her. Her face was shocked and full of disbelief.
It can be said that Yi Wei is simply the god here.
And now, this girl was not afraid at all and was Yi Wei's superior.
If that's the case, doesn't it mean that this girl is directly under Zhong Ying? If this is true, then both himself and Yi Ling can be saved. Superior. Ha ha ha. You are my superior. This is too funny. Just you.
When Yi Wei heard what Yi Jingjing said, he suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, the weapon in his hand was pointed at Yi Jingjing. You little bitch, you're trying to scare me.
Impossible. Everyone, get down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
He actually dared to slap himself 100 times and even broke more than a dozen of his teeth.
These people are simply seeking death. Bang.
However, before Yi Wei could say anything, blood suddenly splattered. As for the weapon in his right hand, it fell to the ground, and his legs fell to his knees in front of Yi Jingjing.
Ah!
The next moment, his face twisted and a painful wail came from his throat. Yi Wei was in complete pain and shock. These guys' stuff is not fake, it's real stuff.
This is too terrifying.
Who are these people?
Damn it!
This. Xin Yuyan, who was standing next to him, was so shocked when she saw this that she couldn't recover for a long time.
This girl is too scary. Now, blood is seen directly.
In front of her, Yi Wei was not even as good as a dog.
After all, he had never looked at Yi Wei seriously. My sister is too strong.
Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he saw the tragic Yi Wei in front of him.
In front of Yi Jingjing, Yi Wei is nothing at all. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? You're dead. You're dead.
When Yi Wei saw this, he suddenly burst into laughter, and the smile on his face was so bright.
How dare you hit him? He is Jay-Z.
Those who beat up the people involved will definitely be sent to reformatory institutions. So his mouth shut, it stinks. However, Yi Jingjing saw that she didn't care at all. She looked at a middle-aged man next to her and said,
Yes.
The middle-aged man next to him heard it and nodded. He took out a 5-centimeter-long needle and walked towards Yi Wei step by step.
You're crazy.
You little bitch, you're crazy. Yi Wei saw that those who wanted to struggle had no chance at all.
This made his face look terrified and his body tremble. This person is a lunatic. This group of people are also a group of lunatics. What a tragedy. Thump thump thump. What happened?
At this time, there were bursts of footsteps, followed by a middle-aged man in formal clothes with a lot of sweat on his forehead, running in from outside, panting and looking anxious. Zhao Jia never thought that when he was about to fall asleep, he actually received a very mysterious phone call.
This is a call from a very mysterious team in China.
This kind of call is received several times a year across the country. But he received it once. Therefore, Zhao Jia knew that something big might have happened. This. When Zhao Jia came in from outside and saw the people around him who were fully armed with heavy weapons, his face became solemn and pale.
Book.
Yi Wei, who was kneeling on the ground and being controlled, looked excited when he saw Zhao Jia coming in from outside.
This time, I am saved. Sir, may I ask your name?
However, Zhao Jia didn't care about Yi Wei at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Jingjing next to him with a smile on his face. It seems that this beauty is the leader of these people. Zhao Jia knew that in today's incident, Yi Wei would definitely be the one who suffered the most in the end.
Zhao Jia was not unaware of Yi Wei's character.
This time, having run into the Chinese dragon soul, I can only consider myself unlucky.
The sun rises in the east, the Chinese dragon soul.
Yi Jingjing in front of him saw it and looked at Zhao Jia with a cold voice and a serious expression. He took out a golden token, on which there was a lifelike dragon.
It looks very shocking. Chinese dragon soul.
Yi Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, originally thought that he could escape this disaster with Zhao Jia around, and even have a good chance of crushing Yi Jingjing, but when he saw the token that Yi Jingjing took out, his face suddenly turned pale.
Yi Wei knew that this might be the end of his life. Finished. The Chinese dragon soul is the most powerful existence in China. It can be said that one has the right to act first and report later.
At the local level, every public servant who sees the Chinese dragon soul must cooperate with the work of the Chinese dragon soul and give priority to the work of the Chinese dragon soul. Unexpectedly, this time, he actually encountered the Chinese dragon soul, and it was a head-on fight.
This is a sin. Zhao Jia, right? I'll have my subordinates prepare a report for you.
As for how to deal with it, I think you should be able to make a good decision with the relevant departments.
I'm waiting for your results. In addition, I'm taking these two people away. If I'm not satisfied, I will kill them first and report later.
Looking at Zhao Jia in front of her, Yi Jingjing finished speaking without saying anything more. She looked at Yi Ling and Qin Yuyan and waved her right hand.
Brother, let's go.
When Yi Ling saw this, he just nodded and quickly followed Yi Jingjing. As for Qin Yuyan, she was shocked and didn't know how she had followed.
Brother! Oh my god! Actually.
When Yi Wei heard this, he almost got killed.
I am blind.
He actually wanted to force a confession from the brother of the leader of the Chinese Dragon Soul. This time, it's really his own fault.
Yi Wei knew that he was finished. Chapter 21 Brother, you are playing tricks, second update, please bookmark. Yeah. Yi Jingjing, right? Why did you bring me here?
In a villa, a red Rolls-Royce drove in from outside. When Yi Ling, who was in the Rolls-Royce, saw the luxurious villa in front of him, his face became puzzled.
What on earth is going on with such a luxurious villa? Could it be that it belonged to this so-called sister of his? What's wrong?
Seeing Yi Jingjing's beautiful eyes staring at him, Yi Ling's face turned a little pale.
This woman was very strong just now. If she finds out anything, I might be in danger.
After all, even Yi Wei had been severely crushed once and had no temper at all. And now, I don't know what kind of personality Yi Jingjing has. The only clear thing is that this is a beautiful woman with a brother concept.
Brother, you didn't call me like that before.
When Yi Ling looked pale, Yi Jingjing next to him looked a little helpless. She pouted and looked at Yi Ling pitifully with her beautiful eyes. If Yi Wei and the others knew that Yi Jingjing, who was so strong just now, was now like a little girl, I wonder what expression they would have.
However, it must be said that Yi Jingjing is very charming with her pouting lips. Ha ha. Then what should I call you?
Looking at Yi Jingjing, who was looking at him quietly, Yi Ling felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head.
It won't be exposed, right? My own system can't be so unreliable. If I get caught, I won't get shot in the head, right?
When he thought of this, Yi Ling broke out in a cold sweat.
What do you think? However, Yi Ling originally wanted to trick people into thinking something.
Unexpectedly, Yi Jingjing just smiled slightly, without any intention of being tricked. Instead, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Ling in front of her, blinking.
Looks very charming.
However, Yi Ling's face became even paler, with a lot of cold sweat on his forehead.
Oh my god, you can't play like this. If I say something wrong, will I be torn apart? This is simply a heart-pounding game. It's too exciting. Not fun at all. Jingjing?
Finally, Yi Ling thought for a while and said something. This name is Xiaojing, which doesn't sound nice. But if she was called Jingjing, it would sound better.
Jingjing?
When Yi Jingjing in front of him heard this, she looked confused and fell into deep thought.
Poking your cheek with one hand is still very cute. No way. I said it wrong.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face turned even paler, and his forehead was covered with dense beads of cold sweat.
This is not fun at all.
Brother, you used to call me Xiao Jingjing.
But Jingjing sounds better, so let's just call it that.
Finally, while Yi Ling was sweating profusely, Yi Jingjing nodded to show her approval with a sweet smile on her face. The current Yi Jingjing and the Yi Jingjing in the interrogation room before are completely different people. In the past, Yi Jingjing gave people the feeling of a female warrior, a strong woman, powerful and cold. Now Yi Jingjing gives people a feeling like a girl next door, cute and with a hint of innocence.
Call.
After hearing this, Yi Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief.
I have passed this level. Brother, here you go.
In the end, Yi Jingjing directly took out a Huawei P40 and handed it to Yi Ling with a faint smile on her face.
This is a map of our villa. I asked someone to make a special software. Otherwise, without a map, you might get lost.
Looking at Yi Ling, who had a puzzled expression in front of her, Yi Jingjing didn't say much and quickly introduced him.
Map?
When Yi Ling heard this, he was completely shocked and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him.
No way. There is even a software map for this villa. How big must it be?
Yi Ling found that he was a little overwhelmed by this.
Yes.
On the map, everything in the villa is clearly marked.
For example, the swimming pool, bathroom, rose garden, etc., all have very detailed addresses. As for the others, you can take a good look at them when you have time. Yi Jingjing heard it, nodded and explained. Arrive.
And finally, with a brake, the red Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a living room that was estimated to be 800 square meters.
How much does this living room cost in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money?
Looking at the living room in front of him, Yiling's face was shocked. It seems that the sister given to me by this system is still very powerful. Not only is she a Valkyrie, she should also be a very wealthy person.
Otherwise, it is unlikely. Miss, Master, please.
The driver saw it and didn't say much. He opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation.
Okay. You can go now.
Yi Jingjing saw it, nodded and waved her hand.
As for the driver, he nodded respectfully and sped away. Jingjing, this.
Yiling wanted to say something, but at this moment a figure suddenly approached. Then, when Yiling was caught off guard, a pair of small hands pulled Yiling's head directly, holding it against the chest.
So fragrant. So soft. So smooth. A strong fragrance came, which shocked Yiling's face.
What comes with it is a smooth feeling like a balloon and a springy feeling like marshmallow.
Brother, I didn't expect that we would finally meet.
When Yi Jingjing in front of him saw this, her face became excited, with a sweet smile, and she hugged Yiling tightly. They haven't seen each other for several years.
And this time, we finally have the chance to meet properly. How could I not be excited? Wait, Jingjing.
Yiling's face turned red with anxiety, and he was almost unable to breathe.
This Yi Jingjing is too fierce. Although, this is very happy. However, being unable to breathe is extremely uncomfortable. What a tragedy. I didn't mean it.
Yiling saw Yi Jingjing, whose face was blushing in front of him, and shook his head hard and explained.
But I didn't mean it. Brother, you are still the same as before. Before, you were always bad. After listening to Yi Jingjing's words, Yiling's face turned black. What kind of impression did this system give to Yi Jingjing? What a tragedy. Chapter 22, This Won't Bother Me, Update 1. What are you looking at?
While Yiling was looking at his mobile phone on the sofa, a sound like a silver bell came from the side, which was very pleasant to hear. What followed was a stunningly beautiful face approaching, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yiling with a hint of doubt.
Train ticket, where are you planning to go?
When Yi Jingjing saw the train ticket Yiling bought, she looked puzzled and asked.
Well, I haven't graduated from college yet.
Next Friday, the graduation defense will begin, and I have to go back and prepare well.
Otherwise, my tutor will beat me to death.
Yiling heard it, nodded, took a look, and his face was stunned.
Jingjing, you.
Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling was feasting his eyes. A swan-like long white neck, perfect collarbone, and a purple bra with some lace decorations. It looks like the fabric must be very good, after all, it feels very smooth. Next to the bra are layers of snow white, with a hint of red.
It looks like it makes people want to pounce on it. Perfect belly button and perfect waistline.
This completely shocked Yiling.
In particular, Yi Jingjing's lower abdomen is not made up of 8 muscles.
But there is not a trace of fat, and she looks very sexy. Originally, Yiling thought that Yi Jingjing was a strong woman, especially the kind with 8-pack abs. After all, Yi Jingjing was a Valkyrie. But now, what was unexpected was that Yi Jingjing was not that type, but instead was a very slim type. This is really surprising. Her long and slender legs and some water droplets on her snow-white skin made her look even more charming.
She was wearing a purple close-fitting garment with a perfect imprint.
Seeing this, Yiling's face turned pale with shock, and he almost pounced forward.
This is too sexy.
Unlike the feet of ordinary people, Yi Jingjing's feet have a light red color, which is rosy and white. There is no decoration on the nails, but instead they reveal a layer of blood color.
It can be said that this is a very healthy color.
If Yi Jingjing wore a pair of black stockings and lifted her legs at this time, she would be even more sexy.
What's wrong? Is there something on me?
Looking at Yiling in front of her, Yi Jingjing's face was full of confusion and her beautiful eyes blinked.
Sitting next to Yiling, a faint fragrance came, making people linger. No. No.
Looking at the snow-white skin in front of him, Yiling shook his head vigorously.
This is something that makes people want to pounce on it. You look at me like that, do you want to?
When Yi Jingjing in front of him saw Yiling staring at her chest and legs, she instantly hugged her chest with her hands and her face looked a little fearful. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling had no idea what to say. This ability to imagine, this imagination, is just too incredible, too terrifying.
Pay attention to your image.
Finally, looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling's expression became serious and he gave a reminder.
What? I was like this before. At that time, you didn't say anything about me. You even said that I was very good. Keep working hard.
I don't even know who said that. When Yi Jingjing, who was standing next to her, heard this, she pouted and looked a little dissatisfied. Listening to Yi Jingjing's complaints, Yiling's face looked extremely depressed.
What kind of memories did this system of mine fill in Yi Jingjing's brain? Oh shit. By the way, was that your girlfriend just now?
As if she had thought of something, Yi Jingjing looked at Yiling in front of her with a curious expression, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yiling.
In Yi Jingjing's eyes, the Qin Yuyan just now was pretty good.
He was actually brought to have tea because of Qin Yuyan, which shows that the relationship between them is not ordinary.
I have to ask this question clearly. Why do you ask that?
When Yiling saw this, his face looked a little bit upset.
If this goes on, I, as a Chunan, won't be able to bear it. Wait, it's possible that you don't even know what's going to happen.
Just like last time, Li Jiayi appeared in front of him dressed like this.
In the bedroom, if Li Jiayi hadn't shaken her head and said she would wait until the wedding. Now Yi Jingjing is like this too, what a tragedy. Just tell me. If you tell me, I.
When Yi Jingjing in front of him heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face and she gently pulled her purple underwear.
Snap.
A crisp sound was heard, and it was still very elastic, with very good quality. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling just had an evil thought, it would be better if the quality was a little worse.
Or do you want to see the whole thing?
Looking at Yiling, who was indifferent in front of her, Yi Jingjing's face turned a little red, and her right hand reached to her thigh.
We are just a cooperative relationship, there is no other relationship. After hearing what Yi Jingjing said, Yiling nodded, then shook his head and gave a quick explanation. It was my treat tonight. And something happened, so of course I need to step up. I was flaked in the afternoon, but I didn't expect that I would actually go to the interrogation room in the evening. It seems that I can't just flake casually in the future. Otherwise, you may not even know how you died. So that is how it is.
Yi Jingjing finally nodded after hearing this, and breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest.
It looked like a huge stone had fallen to the ground. Really?
Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling had to admit that the results were fruitful and really very impressive.
It's a little small. It seems that it's time to go to the clothing store. It's only been 3 months, and I didn't expect that I would have to change it.
Yi Jingjing shook her head and sighed softly. When Yiling heard this, he really didn't know what to say.
If you continue like this, you will be beaten to death by those girls who think that if you don't have equal breasts, how can you rule the world? It's getting late, let's take a rest.
As if she thought of something, Yi Jingjing looked at Yiling with a sweet smile on her face and blinked.
Us.
When Yiling heard this, he was shocked. He pointed at himself and then at Yi Jingjing in front of him.
Yes. Jingjing, see you tomorrow morning.
When Yiling saw this, he quickly returned to his room, slammed the door, and then locked it.
So scary. Humph. This won't bother me.
Yi Jingjing saw it, smiled slightly and licked her lips.
I'm a little thirsty and want to drink some milk. Chapter 23 Yi Jingjing's Request.
The next day, when a ray of light shone in from outside, a young man's eyes slowly opened. The gaze was a bit dazzling, which made Yiling narrow his eyes slightly and frown slightly.
I didn't expect that it would be daybreak before I knew it. How comfortable.
He stretched his waist slowly, but his right hand felt like it was being pressed by something.
There was a little confusion in his eyes, and with a gentle pinch, he felt an endless softness.
A soft murmur came from the side, which made Yiling look over quickly. Upon seeing this, his face was filled with complete surprise and his gaze was fixed. Messy long hair, deep furrows, and endless whiteness. A sweet face, with a hint of blush at this moment, eyebrows slightly wrinkled, curled up like a kitten.
Jingjing.
Looking at the girl in front of him, Yiling was completely at a loss.
I can say that I have no idea what exactly happened.
But now, when I woke up, Yi Jingjing was in my arms.
Are you kidding me? God.
And Yi Jingjing in Yiling's arms seemed to have heard Yiling's words. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, with a hint of fatigue on her face. When he saw Yiling, he waved his hand and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Good morning.
She sat up slowly, her long black hair disheveled, and rubbed her sleepy eyes.
And in front of my chest is endless scenery. Why are you here? Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling's face became anxious. The bra is missing. I won't do anything wrong. Oh my god.
I came in by myself. When Yi Jingjing heard this, she smiled slightly and looked at Yiling in front of her, her eyes blinking.
Any questions?
This. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling had no idea what to say.
How can this be?
This is not possible.
Yeah. Men and women shouldn't touch each other.
Finally, he coughed lightly and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him with a serious and solemn expression. I didn't expect that I should have locked the door before going to bed last night. But now, Yi Jingjing still got in.
This is too unbelievable. Brother, is that so?
Yi Jingjing in front of him heard it, smiled slightly, and looked at Ji Ling in front of her.
That's not what you said last night. You said one thing, but your body said another. Brother, you are so mean.
Looking at Yi Jingjing who was blushing in front of him, Yi Ling's face turned black.
What did you do last night? I haven't done anything. How come I don't remember anything at all? It's so frustrating. This is simply a trap. Don't admit it? When Yi Jingjing saw Yi Ling's frown, she gently moved her body.
This made Yi Ling's face suddenly turn red as he looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him.
You. Forget it, I'm too tired. Let's talk about it later.
When Yi Ling looked helpless, Yi Jingjing stood up suddenly. This almost made Yi Ling spurt blood.
What's wrong?
When Yi Jingjing saw this, she looked confused.
That's how I usually rest.
When seeing Yi Ling's wide eyes, Yi Jingjing pouted and her face turned a little red.
White.
Looking at the long legs in front of him, the scenery in front of him, and Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yi Ling didn't say anything in the end. Looking at Yi Ling in front of her, Yi Jingjing looked puzzled and licked her lips.
I wanted to make you completely penetrated last night. But when I heard it was very painful, I gave up. What kind of lewd words are these? Is this Valkyrie sent by the system sure to be a Valkyrie?
This looks so awesome that it makes people want to rub it to the ground.
Brother, I've asked the babysitter to prepare breakfast. When are you leaving?
Yi Jingjing in front of him walked to the side, picked up the purple underwear, slowly bent down, and changed clothes.
I'm on the 1 p.m. train. Looking at Yi Jingjing bending over, Yi Ling's face turned red.
Unexpectedly, Yi Jingjing is actually a white tiger.
I never expected that I could see everything. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which means you still have half a day to accompany me today?
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she rushed over and held Yi Ling down. Her face turned excited and she licked her lips.
Yeah. There's still a morning left.
Yi Ling heard it, nodded, and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him. A strong fragrance came, and there was a large area of snow white.
Brother, are you sure you don't need my help?
Yi Jingjing seemed to sense something and pursed her lips sweetly.
You girl, get up quickly.
When Yi Ling heard this and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him, he felt so helpless.
The speed of this car is simply flying, it can even be compared with a rocket.
By the way, I want to go shopping for clothes today.
Brother, do you mind accompanying me? Seeing Yi Ling's helpless look, Yi Jingjing smiled.
She changed her clothes quickly, pulled her purple bra, and looked a little helpless.
It's too small, it's uncomfortable to hold.
After saying that, he pulled it hard and found that the quality was still very good.
However, it is indeed as Yi Jingjing said, it is too small. Yi Ling could testify to this and had to nod. Ding dong. Today's sign-in task is a trendy women's clothing store. The reward is 60% of the equity of Henning New Energy Vehicles. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. Obviously, today's sign-in task has been refreshed. Henning New Energy Vehicle.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face became excited.
This is the leading new energy vehicle company in HF and ranks among the top in the country. Now, I'm rich. Okay. But I can't miss today's train.
So, maybe at the latest 12 o'clock, I have to go to the train station. When Yi Ling saw Yi Jingjing's beautiful eyes staring at him, he nodded. Since the sign-in tasks are all women's clothing stores, let's go shopping with Yi Jingjing.
Great. Bro, you're the best. I love you so much.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, her face became excited and she hugged Yi Ling.
Wait. Let me go quickly, I can't breathe.
Although it is very soft and fragrant, it is deadly.
Yeah. Brother, you are being naughty again. Yi Jingjing's face flushed and she ran outside. Come out quickly, wash up, and eat.
Yi Ling heard it, nodded, and lifted the quilt. When he saw one of the wet purple tights, his face looked helpless.
What did this girl do last night? Sticky. Chapter 24, Accompanying Yi Jingjing to buy clothes, Update 1. Brother, what do you think of this one?
In a clothing store, there were two figures, a man and a woman. After coming out of the fitting room, Yi Jingjing immediately looked at Yi Ling, and her beautiful eyes became expectant.
This time, she was holding the same purple underwear. A purple bra with some traces of petals on it.
It looks incredibly smooth and the texture must be very good.
If possible, Yi Ling really wants to touch it.
Right. Looking at the deep ravine in front of him and the abundant fruits wrapped in purple cloth, Yi Ling had to nod. This sister given to me by the system is too powerful. Not only is she the type with a brother complex, she is also someone who likes sexiness and is developing in that sexy direction. She is so attractive that people want to get closer to her. I just don't know if an outsider would be beaten to death if he approached. Anyway, if I go up to him, it shouldn't happen. After all, I tried it today and yesterday.
Very good, it suits you very well.
Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yi Ling had to nod.
Although she's a Valkyrie, she sounds very violent.
However, Yi Jingjing's figure is like that of an ordinary girl, without any muscles. Some of them just have perfect collarbones, butterfly bones and waistline. Even the pair of slender long legs are so white and charming at this moment, simply a work of art that surpasses nature.
It's perfect, no one should get any advantage.
After all, according to what Yi Jingjing said this morning, she was afraid of pain. I didn't go in last night, so I don't know if it's true or not.
Real?
When Yi Jingjing in front of him heard Yi Ling's words, she blinked her beautiful eyes at Yi Ling with a sweet smile on her face and looked expectant.
Really, Jingjing, it suits you very well.
Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yi Ling had to nod his head, his face serious, without a trace of lying.
This dress is really suitable.
This was Yi Ling's sincere words, and there was no deception at all.
It seems to be true. In that case, I'll take this one. Do you want to see it?
When Yi Jingjing in front of him saw this, she smiled slightly and pulled her purple bra, which made Yi Ling stare at her intently.
Cluck, cluck, cluck. Seeing Yi Ling's expression, Yi Jingjing smiled, took out a black miniskirt, and walked towards the fitting room. It's okay to match black and purple tights. But white, this won't work. It seems that Jingjing is quite good at choosing clothes.
Looking at Yi Jingjing walking towards the fitting room, Yi Ling had to nod.
Girls choose clothes as if they were born with it. No matter what you choose, it's a perfect match. When you choose clothes yourself, the only thing you know is whether the quality is good and whether it fits you well. As for the rest, there doesn't seem to be anything else that needs attention. Ding dong. Congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully. You will be rewarded with 60% of the shares of Heneng New Energy Vehicles. The relevant documents are on the way.
At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind.
Finally got it.
When Yi Ling heard this, his face became excited.
60% of the shares of Heneng New Energy Automobile, just thinking about it makes people excited. Doesn't this mean that from now on you will be the largest shareholder of this company and you will have the final say? It's too cool. Yi Ling, why are you here? Don't you need to go to work?
I thought I saw it wrongly. While Yi Ling was waiting for Yi Jingjing to come out of the fitting room, a voice came from the side, followed by a young man and a charming woman walking over.
Boss Jean, nice to meet you. I have resigned. Looking at the young man in front of him wearing gold and silver, a faint smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. Jin Sheng, if he remembered correctly, should be a name like this. I heard that he was a rich second-generation man.
When I was doing sales, he patronized me a lot and bought many houses from me.
So, I still have some impression.
I heard that the house he bought was for his girlfriend.
The last time he bought a house, it was another girl.
And now, unexpectedly, it's another unfamiliar face. Yi Ling had to admire the speed of changing girlfriends.
I just don't know if the kidneys can keep up. Resigned? Is that so? Why would you resign for no reason? Is the salary too low?
When Jin Sheng heard Yi Ling's words, his face looked a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, Yi Ling had just come out, and his sales volume had already surpassed some of the old employees. With such performance, the salary should not be low.
Why would you resign? I have to go back to school and I have my graduation thesis defense to attend. Therefore, I resigned.
Yi Ling heard it, smiled slightly and said something. But now, it seems that it is no longer necessary, and there is no need to work.
I see. That's right. That's right. Graduation is the most important thing.
Jin Shang heard it, nodded and smiled slightly.
Bring your girlfriend here to buy clothes? No.
When Yi Ling heard this, he shook his head and smiled awkwardly.
My girlfriend has already gone abroad, and Yi Jingjing should theoretically be considered my sister. Yeah. I understand.
Jin Shang saw Yi Ling's slightly embarrassed expression, seemed to understand something, and nodded.
She is not my girlfriend yet, but maybe after tonight, she may become my girlfriend or even my wife.
After all, I have been through this myself, how could I not understand?
Brother, how is it?
Just when Yi Ling wanted to say something, a bell-like voice came from the side, followed by the figure of a girl in a black short skirt walking out of the fitting room. She has a sweet smile on her face, which is very charming.
This.
When Jin Shang, who was standing nearby, saw Yi Jingjing coming out of the fitting room wearing a black short skirt and a black top, his face was stunned, and his eyes were filled with greed. Such a beauty has a fairy-like face and phoenix eyes. She is so charming and graceful, and has such a good figure.
She is exactly what everyone dreams of.
Most importantly, the girl was wearing a short black skirt wrapped in black stockings. It makes people want to press it to the ground and rub it hard, and have a good in-depth communication.
How many times can one see such a woman in the world?
When I saw Yi Jingjing in front of me, I suddenly felt that the one next to me was not so attractive anymore. Compared with the woman in front of me, the one I'm dating today is simply a piece of shit.
Nothing. This woman must be obtained. Chapter 25 I have plenty of money, second update, please recommend, collect. It suits you very well.
When I saw Yi Jingjing walking towards me, wearing a black short skirt and black stockings, Yi Ling smiled slightly, nodded, and gave a big thumbs up. I didn't expect that Yi Jingjing, wearing black stockings and a black dress, would be so beautiful and sexy. What Yi Ling didn't expect was that she was so ferocious and so enchanting.
Hee. It seems my eyesight is still pretty good.
When Yi Jingjing in front of him saw Yi Ling gave a big thumbs up, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she nodded, her expression excited. Looking at my own dress and my figure, I have to give her a thumbs up.
Brother, this is.
When Yi Jingjing saw Jin Shang who was staring at her, her face became a little gloomy and her eyes became a little cold. What she hated most was being stared at for no reason.
This feeling makes people feel very uncomfortable, okay?
Another point is that this kind of obscene and greedy look made Yi Jingjing feel even more uncomfortable.
I really want to beat this guy up. Damn it.
Hello, beautiful lady, I am Jin Shang, and Jin Shang Furniture Company is my company. When Jin Shang, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Jingjing looking at him, his face became excited and he quickly introduced her with a bright smile on his face. At this time, as long as your hands are long enough, it can be said that there is nothing you can't do to pry open the wall. His own identity, his own worth, etc., which one of them did not crush Yi Ling? It can be said that it is countless times more than Yi Ling. A wage earner has no qualifications to compare with himself.
I see, it's just a small company. I thought he was some big shot.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she looked at Jin Shang's outstretched right hand and ignored him completely. Instead, she spoke with disdain.
The boss of a company that I had never heard of actually wanted to talk to me.
In Yi Jingjing's eyes, anything less than 10 billion is not even worth looking at. And 10 billion is just the beginning.
Therefore, there is no need to take any more looks at Jin Shang.
This beautiful lady, mine is not a small company. When Jin Shang in front of him heard this, he smiled with a slightly embarrassed look on his face and explained.
Mine is not a small company, this must be clarified. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to hook up with this beauty.
She had to be made to realize that this was wrong.
Mr. Jin Shang's Jin Shang Furniture Company is indeed not a small company.
According to the market valuation, it seems to have 1 billion.
It should not be considered a small company, right?
Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, saw this and said something.
1 billion is not enough to fill my teeth. Brother, this is not a small company, is it a small company?
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she looked at Yi Ling with a puzzled expression and pouted.
It's just a small company. You.
When Jin Sheng heard Yi Jingjing's comments about his company, his face became angry and his eyes became gloomy.
It's okay to say that his company is a small company.
And now, it is still said to be a small company.
This is simply an insult.
You little bastard, what qualifications do you have to say that my boyfriend's company is a small company? When the woman next to Jin Sheng heard Yi Jingjing's evaluation of Jin Sheng and saw Jin Sheng's gloomy face, her face suddenly became angry. She pointed at Yi Jingjing in front of her and roared. She actually said that her boyfriend's company is a small company, but her boyfriend's company is estimated to be worth 1 billion. What's there to be proud of for a stinky boy and a stinky girl who have been working all their lives?
Working for a lifetime.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, her face turned completely gloomy as she looked at the woman in front of her.
You want to die.
I have been the god of war for so many years, and no one has ever dared to confront me like this.
This woman is so hateful. What's wrong with me talking about you? Isn't it?
You're just a wage earner who has worked all your life.
I see, your boyfriend doesn't even have $1 million.
When the woman heard this, she sneered. In comparison, my boyfriend is even better.
It's like one is in heaven and the other is on earth, there's no comparison. You.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she became angry and gritted her teeth.
What? You want to fight?
And when the woman in front of her saw Yi Jingjing's clenched hands, her face became even more proud.
It's impossible to fight with her. Jingjing.
When Yi Jingjing was about to explode, Yi Ling suddenly grabbed Yi Jingjing's right hand and shook his head.
Humph.
For my brother's sake, I'll let you off this time.
But, $1 billion company, right? Pretty impressive, right?
Yi Jingjing sneered, and finally took out a Huawei P40 and made a phone call.
My king, what can I do for you?
On the other end of the phone, a woman's voice came, her face serious and solemn. Their king would not call them without reason. And now, the phone call only means that something has happened and there is work to be done. Investigate a company called Jinxing Furniture in the Magic City. I want to bankrupt it completely within 1 minute. Yi Jingjing's voice was cold as she gave an order.
I understand, king. Ha ha. Who can't act?
The woman in front of him heard this and sneered.
Even if it lasts a lifetime, the furniture company will never go bankrupt. It's really funny.
Yi Ling, your girlfriend is so cute. When Jin Sheng in front of him heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face and he said something.
Wanting to bankrupt his company, you must be out of your mind.
That's good. After letting this beauty know how powerful I am, maybe she will become my type.
I don't know. Wait a minute, what expression will this beauty have?
Jin Sheng is very much looking forward to this.
It's really cute.
Yi Ling heard it and nodded.
Sometimes, Yi Jingjing is indeed very cute. There is no denying this.
Hey! What's up? At this moment, Jinxing's cell phone rang. This made Jinxing answer the phone quickly with a puzzled look on his face.
Boss, our company just went bankrupt.
On the other end of the phone, a woman's anxious voice came, with a strong sense of panic.
Bankrupt? How is that possible?
When Jin Sheng heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned for a moment, his face full of daze.
How is that possible? He actually went bankrupt. It's just a small company with 1 billion yuan. What's there to be proud of?
When Yi Jingjing saw this, she looked disdainful and took out a black gold card.
You look down on people. Brother, let's go.
When Yi Ling saw this, he looked a little helpless and quickly followed.
People should be low-key. My sister is so ignorant.
This. When the woman next to Jinxing saw this, she was completely at a loss.
Snap.
A slap came over, causing the woman to fall to the ground with a look of grievance on her face.
Why did you hit me? It's all you. It's all you. It's all because of you.
When Jinxing saw this, he became furious and started punching and kicking.
This time, I'm completely finished. Chapter 26, 3 seconds, get out of here.
Brother, how do you like the food here? In a restaurant in the Magic City, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman, sitting at a table, attracting countless people's attention. Especially the girls wearing black stockings, it can be said that they are the objects of everyone's stares. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. In particular, those long legs wrapped in black stockings and stepping on a pair of crystal high heels are so charming. It can be said that this is a fairy that drives people crazy. What they don't know is why such a fairy has such a boyfriend. Although, it's still quite handsome. However, the clothes are so ordinary. This is something they could never understand. Shouldn't he be a billionaire or something? It's pretty good. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling smiled faintly and nodded. The food here is not a 5-star restaurant or anything like that. However, it must be said that the food here is very good. At the very least, it's good value for money. Hee. When I came to Shanghai before, I liked to come to this restaurant. As for other 5-star restaurants and hotels, I don't like them. Looking at Yiling in front of her, a faint smile appeared on Yi Jingjing's face. She chuckled and said, "It can be seen that Yi Jingjing is quite happy. You used to come to the Magic City often?" Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling's face was puzzled. Yi Jingjing is a Valkyrie, and she often comes to the Magic City? Not likely. How is that possible? It's just that I come to the Magic City when I have a mission. However, there are still many opportunities to come to the Magic City. When Yi Jingjing heard this, she shook her head, looking a little helpless. I have more opportunities, so I know which food is delicious and which is not. In other words, in Shanghai, no matter what you want to eat, I can tell you which one is better. For example, the crab roe buns are only delicious at the one on Hepping Road. As for what it's called, I've forgotten. Looking at Yiling in front of her, Yi Jingjing began to explain incessantly, wishing she could tell Yiling everything she knew at once. Let's eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold and won't taste good at all. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, Yiling smiled slightly and said something. Yi Jingjing is quite cute when she talks non-stop. Who could have thought that someone who was so strong and so cold last night would actually have such a lovely side? Well, let's eat. Wait, I have to take you to the train station. Yi Jingjing heard it and nodded. Without saying anything more, she started to taste it. Yiling's train was at 1 o'clock, and now there was still about an hour and a half left. After dinner, you can set off for the train station. As for the gifts, there is no need to bring them, as they are already in the villa. Anyway, the school is still there. Another point is that Yiling only went back for a week or two. If you bring too many children, you will still have to come to Shanghai when you graduate, which will be a burden. My lady, can I sit here? At this time, a young man's voice was heard. Following that, a young man in formal attire and with a pretty face appeared in their sight with a smiling face. Looking at Yi Jingjing in front of him, his eyes were fixed on Yi Jingjing's chest. It can be said that Wang Xiao has never seen such a beautiful woman with such a huge body. It is too exciting. Moreover, this beauty's appearance is so amazing that it makes people feel incredible. It is true that this girl only exists in heaven. How many times can we see her in the world? Unexpectedly, I would run into Wang Xiao today. This time, we must seize this opportunity firmly. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it later. Are we familiar with each other? However, what Wang Xiao did not expect was that Yi Jingjing in front of him actually smiled slightly at this time, looked at Wang Xiao with a smile so bright on her face, and asked back a question. This, beauty, I didn't know you before, but now I know you. When Wang Xiao heard Yi Jingjing's words, he didn't take it seriously. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face and he nodded. For a beauty like this, you just need to cling to her like a sticky candy, and then show off your wealth again. A night of passion is not an easy thing. When it comes to women like this, Wang Xiao can be said to be a veteran. In fact, she just wants you to take the initiative. How can there be a story if you don't take the initiative? And if you take the initiative, a story will naturally happen tonight. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. I advise you to get out of here within 3 seconds, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I already have a boyfriend. When Yi Jingjing heard this, her face became much gloomier. Anyone who disturbs me and my brother while we chat and eat is an enemy. This brat, didn't he hear what I just said? Is he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Boyfriend, that's him. When Wang Xiao in front of him heard Yi Jingjing say that she had a boyfriend, he looked at Yiling with a look of surprise, and finally disdain. He's just dressed in ordinary clothes, and looks like a wage earner. Beautiful girl, would you like a man like that? Not at all. You can't be happy. It's funny that such an ordinary brat is the boyfriend of this beautiful girl. This guy, it's impossible. Nowadays, who doesn't like Ferrari, who doesn't like LV, etc.?
Is it possible to follow such a brat? Not at all. It's really ridiculous. I say, could you please stop looking down on others like that? It's very uncivilized, okay?
When Yiling saw the look in Wang Zhao's eyes, his face darkened. What I hate most is this kind of guy who looks down on others.
Dog eyes look down on people. Boy, do you have a billion?
When Wang Zhao heard this, he sneered and looked at Yiling in front of him.
I tell you, 1 billion is just okay in my eyes. I look down on you. Are you worthy of my attention? Not worth it.
When Yiling wanted to say something, Yi Jingjing next to him spoke.
Because, you are not worthy of him looking up. A guy with weak kidneys wants to seduce me. Can you do it for 3 hours a night and go to my new house thousands of times an hour? No way. I see that you can't even make 3 digits in an hour. But he can.
He can't even meet my basic requirements, but he still wants to seduce me.
You.
When Wang Zhao heard this, he became angry, frowned, and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him with gritted teeth.
Bang.
However, before he could say anything, the figure had already flown out.
3 seconds have passed.
Chapter 27, Rich and Willful, updated, please recommend, collect.
Bang.
A loud noise was heard, and the figure of Wang Zhao in front of him drew a parabola in the air, and finally slammed heavily on the table next to him. The table broke into pieces with a bang, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard.
What happened?
When the people who were having lunch nearby heard the noise, they all looked confused and looked over quickly. I was having lunch happily, but I didn't expect to be interrupted.
As for what happened, I have to be curious. This is.
When they saw Wang Zhao falling heavily to the ground with a distorted face and a lot of blue veins on his forehead, they were all shocked and looked incredulous.
Isn't this Wang Zhao? Young master of the Wang family, what happened? Was he beaten? I don't know.
But it seems that he should be.
He was probably taught a lesson for flirting with others.
After all, the others already have boyfriends.
Yes.
If it were me, I would also teach her a lesson.
How could such a beautiful girlfriend be harassed so easily? Hey! But this brat should be dead. No matter what, Wang Zhao's Wang family is a big family in the Magic City.
Right. For most people, if they mess with Wang Zhao, they will only end up in trouble. This guy has attacked countless women. It's a pity that they all ended up in private.
Aren't all girls like this now? A Ferrari can definitely attract countless girls. These guys can just pay and the matter will be settled. The reason they were moved out is because they don't have enough money.
As long as you have enough money, there will be no problem even if you force yourself on them.
Yeah.
I heard that Wang Zhao did try it many times, and he was fine after paying 1 or 2 million.
It can be said that he did not skimp on meat. It's not that I don't eat meat less often, but whenever I want to eat meat, I never fail. This person, When the people around saw Wang Zhao fall to the ground, they sighed softly and shook their heads. There is nothing you can do about it, rich people can play as they please. Those who have no money can only take over. Master.
One after another figures walked over, and when they saw Wang Zhao lying on the ground, their faces became anxious and they ran over quickly.
This is their young master, there can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, if their grandfather blames them, they will be the ones in trouble. What are you standing there for? Catch her. I'm going to get this girl today.
Looking at the bodyguard walking over, Wang Zhao's face turned cold, his eyes were even more angry, his brows were furrowed, and veins on his forehead were raging with rage.
This girl is so hateful. This is seeking death. If he were to embarrass himself in front of so many people and make this girl pay the price, would he still be Wang Zhao? How would others view him? Damn it. Yes. The bodyguards next to them heard this and nodded one by one. Without any hesitation, they surrounded Yi Jingjing and Yi Ling in an instant. Take the woman away, and cripple the man. This time, Wang Zhao was completely furious. Break him up. Take him away.
When Yi Ling wanted to say something, Yi Jingjing's face fell, her eyes became cold, and her pupils narrowed into slits as she looked at Wang Zhao in front of her.
Of course. If you are willing to serve me well and be obedient, I can let your boyfriend go.
When Wang Zhao saw Yi Jingjing's expression when she looked at him, he smiled slightly and nodded. The smile on his face was so bright. No matter what, he is determined to have this woman today. Yeah. When Yi Jingjing heard this, she just smiled slightly.
This guy is in trouble. Yi Ling, who was next to Yi Jingjing, saw Yi Jingjing's face and expression and shook his head.
Looking at Wang Zhao's eyes, he felt sympathy instead. Yi Jingjing is a Valkyrie who is both civil and military. Last night, even the director of this place was stepped on by Yi Jingjing without her showing any temper at all. Now, he is just a young master of a big family, but he actually wants to take Yi Jingjing away.
What else could this be but courting death? He is really blind. In that case, you two can come together. We haven't even warmed up properly yet.
Yi Jingjing saw it, shook her head, sighed softly, and said something. You little bitch, catch her. When Wang Xiao saw Yi Jingjing's disdainful expression and contemptuous eyes, he became even more furious and waved his right hand.
Thump thump thump.
A row of bodyguards rushed towards Yi Jingjing, with cold faces, gloomy eyes and deep disdain.
She is just a young girl.
For them, catching such a person is a piece of cake.
It is even easier than eating. Bang bang bang. Ah.
However, within a minute, the bodyguards who rushed over began to howl in pain one after another. Finally, it drew a parabola in the void, covered its stomach, curled up on the ground, and wailed. The intense pain made their brains feel even more painful, and they covered their stomachs with their hands. The blue veins on his face kept twitching, it was too painful.
How is that possible?
When Wang Xiao, who was standing next to him, saw his bodyguard being knocked down in an instant, he was shocked and looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him with disbelief.
Damn it! Shouldn't this fairy be soft and weak? And now, he is simply a violent maniac. What is going on? Oh my god.
Boy, you are not the first one who dares to have such thoughts about me.
But you will definitely not be the last one either.
Looking at the pale Wang Xiao in front of her, Yi Jingjing spoke with a cold voice and sharp eyes.
You, what do you want to do? Don't come over here.
Seeing Yi Jingjing walking towards him step by step, Wang Xiao kept retreating. His body was shaking and his lips were trembling.
Don't come over here, do you think it's possible?
When Yi Jingjing heard this, she shook her head.
Since you like to be a slut so much, you must pay for your actions. You are also an adult. You.
Looking at Yi Jingjing, who took a bottle of red wine from the side and walked towards him, Wang Zhao's legs began to tremble even more.
Is this woman crazy? Don't want. Without saying anything more, he ran away.
Even with so many bodyguards, they are no match for him, let alone me alone, I definitely cannot be a match for him.
Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Bang.
However, before Wang Xiao could take a few steps, a hand pressed down on the back of his head, and his face came into close contact with the ground. What followed was a red wine bottle, which hit the back of his head.
Bang. Aha. Recommended in new book. Please vote for recommendation and collect. It would be best if there is a reward. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. I heard you want to arrest me, Part 2. Damn it. Let me go.
His face was crushed against the ground, which made Wang Zhao's expression even more distorted. His chin was pressed tightly to the ground, and even speaking was a very painful thing.
This woman is simply crazy. That's right.
He is just a madman, it's really too scary.
In this place, who wouldn't give themselves a little face?
And this woman didn't even give Wang Xiao any face at all.
She was too crazy. What do you want to do? Let me go. Let me go. However, the next moment, Wang Zhao's figure was suddenly lifted up.
Blood flowed down his face and dripped onto the ground. This made Wang Xiao anxious. He struggled continuously, but to no avail.
No matter how he struggled, a hand just tightly gripped his neck. Let go. Okay.
When Yi Jingjing heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face and she nodded. Without saying anything more, he casually swung his right hand. And Wang Xiao in front of him was thrown out with a bang. Like a bowling ball, it traveled a distance on the ground and finally fell to the ground. The skin on the face was already worn away.
It's rubbish. It's not fun at all.
Seeing this, Yi Jingjing shook her head helplessly, clapped her hands, sat down next to Yi Ling and continued eating. Such a person is too rubbish.
It can be said that Yi Jingjing did not even see him at all.
Seeing this, Yi Ling could only smile slightly and observe a 3-second silence for Wang Xiao.
He would provoke anyone, but he chose Yi Jingjing. Isn't this courting death?
This so-called sister of mine is actually a man of both civil and military talents.
Hey! Isn't this our young master Wang Xiao? How come he is so free?
When Wang Xiao got up, a middle-aged man walked in from outside.
He was wearing a uniform.
When he saw Wang Xiao getting up from the ground, a faint smile appeared on his face and he walked over quickly.
Uncle Lin Tian, you are finally here. You must seek justice for me. This stinky woman actually beat me. Look at how badly she hurt me.
When Wang Xiao saw the middle-aged man coming in from outside, his face became excited. He pointed at Yi Jingjing, who had her back to them, and started roaring. I am no match for the opponent by myself.
If that is the case, then I can ask relevant people to help me. Then I can be his opponent.
He just couldn't believe that with Lin Tian around, this stinky woman would still be so dismissive. In any case, Lin Tian is also from the relevant department and wears such a uniform. If this stinky woman dares to do anything again, she can be arrested and given a good reformation. At that time, it was Wang Xiao who had the final say. Nowadays, being rich is not the most powerful thing.
The most powerful thing is having connections, networks, and a backer. It can be said that this woman is dead.
He actually dared to embarrass him, and now he wants to pay him back tenfold.
Oh! Is there such a thing?
Lin Tian, who was standing next to them, heard it, looked at Wang Xiao in front of him, and finally looked at Yi Jingjing, who had her back to them.
If this is true, beauty, should you give an explanation? This beauty is finished.
Lin Tian is their rich man's.
Ah!
These days, money is sometimes a good thing.
Without money, you can't do anything.
Poor thing. Poor thing. It seems that Wang Xiao was the first to make the move.
Otherwise, how could it be possible? What kind of personality is Wang Xiao? He is the type of person who will pounce on beautiful women when he sees them. If he hadn't made the move first, who would care about him?
It was indeed Wang Xiao who started it. However, it is Wang Xiao who is now covered in wounds. And this beauty is not hurt at all. It is conceivable that this beauty will be the one who suffers in the end. It is hard to explain why she is so wrong.
Indeed. Now, I just can't explain it clearly. These guys.
Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Wang Xiao's face became much gloomier.
However, he still smiled in the end.
Because the one who laughs last will definitely be him, Wang Xiao, and not the stinky woman in front of him.
What can I say? There is nothing to say.
However, when everyone looked at Yi Jingjing in front of them did not turn around at all, let alone pay any attention, and said in a cold voice,
Who do you think you are? You are a dog that doesn't know right from wrong.
Even if your Jzi Wei is in front of me, he is not worthy of carrying my shoes.
No, now I should say he is your former Jz. Uncle Lin Tian, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How arrogant this little girl is. She actually insulted you. This is a crime. People like this should be arrested and properly reformed. Otherwise, there will be more and more scum in society.
Wang Xiao, who was standing by, saw that he had not forgotten to add some oil at this time. He looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him and said angrily,
Bang!
However, just after he finished speaking, Wang Xiao was hit by a flying chair. With a bloody head, he fell to the ground, looking at Yi Jingjing with resentment in his eyes and a face full of shock. He got up after stumbling down, his face pale, and pointed at Yi Jingjing in front of him and roared,
Lin Tian, right? I heard you want to arrest me.
And Yi Jingjing, who was sitting in front of him, finally turned around impatiently. He crossed his legs and looked at Lin Tian in front of him with a cold voice and sharp eyes.
This.
When Lin Tian saw who the person was who turned around and looked at him, his face turned pale, his face was full of disbelief, and he was stunned.
How is that possible? How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible.
At this moment, if possible, Lin Tian really wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
What's going on? This woman is so unlucky. Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? Ha ha ha. Bitch, if I don't catch you, then I'm going to catch me. Lin Tian, hurry up and catch him for me.
Wang Xiao, who was standing next to her, heard this and burst into laughter, looking at Yi Jingjing like she was mentally retarded.
If we don't catch this guy, are we going to catch myself? You're really sick. Someone, catch him.
While Wang Xiao was laughing, Lin Tian's face suddenly became serious. He pointed at Wang Xiao and said,
Wait, what are you doing? I'm the victim. They're blind. Catch her. Not me.
When Wang Xiao saw this, he became anxious and started roaring, gathering a crowd to fight, insulting the cadres, and confusing right and wrong. Take them away. Lin Tian saw it, but ignored it and spoke in a cold voice.
Lin Tian, you are blind. I caught her, not her. My lord, you are not frightened.
Without paying any attention to Wang Xiao, who was taken away, Lin Tian looked at Yi Jingjing in front of him and said flatteringly, "No one dares to provoke this person, no matter how high their position is.
I think you know how to handle this. Get out of here."
Yi Jingjing saw it and waved her hands without paying any attention.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll get out right now. Right now.
When Lin Tian heard this, in front of everyone as stunned and petrified expressions, he just got out.
Chapter 29, Beautiful Tutor Lin Ru, Update 1. It's been a month. I didn't expect that I would finally come back here.
Outside the AD school gate of IH, a young man carrying a backpack looked at the powerful words in front of him, and walked in without saying anything. It doesn't take long to get from Shanghai to AH by train.
Now, it's only about 4 o'clock, so we can still go out for dinner. Without any stopping, he walked quickly towards the dormitory. Yiling, you're back? I heard that you went to a real estate company for an internship. How is it going?
When Yiling's figure came to the passage on the second floor, some people saw Yiling carrying a backpack, a smile appeared on their faces, and they asked a question.
Yeah. I'm back, it's pretty good. I learned a lot.
Looking at the people who greeted him, Yiling nodded, a smile appeared on his face, and he said something. In the class, I am quite popular. However, at the same time, there are some people who just can't stand themselves.
There is no way around it, sometimes being too handsome can make people jealous. Oh shit. Go, 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 I get a pentakill.
When Yiling arrived at the dormitory door, a young man's voice was heard, which made Yiling shake his head.
This is one of his roommates, Wu Bo, definitely playing League of Legends.
My 3 roommates all went to graduate school, but I am the only one who was working in society. It can be said that once they were confirmed to be admitted to graduate school, they felt very relieved. By now, the paper should have been finished. Sure enough, when I walked into the dormitory, I saw a young man wearing glasses and slightly fat sitting in front of the computer, constantly clicking the mouse in one hand, and the other hand constantly pressing the keyboard.
Pentakill. Finally, he worked as fiercely as a tiger, slamming his hands on the table with an expression of indescribable excitement. Morgana, pentakill. That's fine. Looking at his roommate, a faint smile appeared on Yiling's face. What rank? Still in diamond, hey. Master, I can't go up. When Wu Bo heard this, he sighed softly. Several people dismantled the enemy's crystal and finally looked at Yiling. Director, you've been out for a month. Do you have a girlfriend? I heard that the beauties working in real estate sales are very pretty. When Wu Bo in front of him saw Yiling, he said with a smile on his face. What are you thinking, man? My girlfriend is not a real estate salesperson. When Yiling saw Wu Bo looking at him, he looked a little helpless and shook his head. So, director, you are no longer single. How is she? Is she pretty? Is she gentle? Director, your girlfriend must be great. Otherwise, how could she catch your eye? You even rejected the class beauty. Hearing Yiling's words, Wu Bo's face became excited and his eyes became curious. Their class beauty has a great figure. I wonder how many people are pursuing me in the class. But Yiling directly refused. This is really too manly. Very beautiful? Looking at Wu Bo in front of him, Yiling nodded seriously. How could Li Jiai not be beautiful? In my heart, that is the most beautiful. Director, you are hopeless. Another guy who fell in love. We originally agreed to be single together, but you secretly left the relationship. This is too unreasonable. When Wu Bo saw Yiling nodded, he wanted to punch Yiling. By the way, where are the 2 of them? When Yiling saw that Wu Bo was the only one in the dormitory, he looked puzzled. Where were his other 2 roommates? That guy Pan Long is playing games next door. As for the other Lu Zhong, that guy is in the library. He might be looking at girls. After all, there are still a lot of girls in the library, and the quality is still very good. He carries a school bag to the library all day, so he must be looking at girls. Maybe he is also single like you, but he is hiding it from us.
When Wu Bo heard this, he waved his hand and explained.
The library. This is really his style. Hearing Wu Bo's complaints, Yiling smiled slightly and nodded.
My roommate, Lu Zhong, really likes to go to the library with a backpack. Since I didn't have any classes in my senior year, I would go to the library and sit there for 5 or 6 hours every day. As for whether to go to the library to read books or to look at girls,
Yiling was not clear about this.
After all, a loser like me rarely went to the library during college.
Hey, Chief, when can you introduce your girlfriend to us?
Let the brothers help you find her. Looking at Yiling in front of him, Wu Bo's face showed a faint smile. He rubbed his hands and said,
Don't worry, kid. I'll introduce her to you when I have time.
But it will probably take half a year because she's going abroad.
Looking at Wu Bo, Yiling shook his head. She went abroad.
Holy shit. She's white, rich, and beautiful. When Wu Bo heard this, his face turned shocked. If that's the case, then there's no need to struggle at all. When Wu Bo heard Yiling say that his girlfriend was going abroad, his face was shocked and full of disbelief.
Yiling, does your girlfriend have any best friends? When can you introduce them to me?
As if he had thought of something, his face became excited and he looked at Yiling.
I don't want to struggle anymore. It's too hard and too painful. It's true.
Yiling saw it and nodded helplessly.
Really? Come on, introduce yourself.
When Wu Bo heard this, his eyes lit up and his face was filled with indescribable excitement.
But others may not be attracted to you. Yiling, you really are my good director.
When Wu Bo heard this, he looked as if he wanted to cry but had no tears, and shook his head.
Of course, I am the good director. I am a good director. After all, I was selected by my classmates.
I've seen narcissistic people, but I've never seen someone this narcissistic.
Yiling, you've fallen. Degeneration also requires a prerequisite. Alas! Being too outstanding is a sin. Being too handsome is even more of a burden.
Looking at the narcissistic Yiling in front of him, Wu Bo's face turned black.
If possible, I really want to beat this guy up. Oh, right. Director, have you forgotten something?
As if he remembered something, Wu Bo smiled slightly and licked his lips.
What are you doing? I'm not gay.
When Yiling saw this, he immediately crossed his arms over his chest.
If possible, I really want to beat you up, Chief. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'll take care of tonight's dinner. How about Shangshu Renjia, Kowloon Street, Shiman? Ingming, I give you a thumbs up. Director, where are you going?
Teacher Lin Ru wants to see me about something, so I'll go over.
See you tonight at 7 o'clock.
This guy, as soon as he came back, he went to look for the beautiful teacher.
Damn it. Why didn't I have such fast hands back then? Otherwise, Teacher Lin Ru would be my mentor.
She's obviously no longer single, but her hands are faster than mine.
Is there any justice in the world? Looking at Yiling leaving, Wu Bo was so sad that he could not even cry. This guy is so enviable. As soon as I came back, a beautiful girl came to see me. Chapter 30. You really want to wish. Teacher Lin Ru, please think about this carefully.
In an office, when Yiling came to the door, a middle-aged man came out of the office with a little anger on his face.
Thump thump thump.
Looking at the closed door in front of him, Yiling was confused, but he still knocked on the door.
Come in.
A sound like a silver bell came from the room. Yiling didn't say much, so he pushed open the door and walked in.
Teacher Lin Ru, what are you doing?
When Yiling pushed open the door and saw a woman with messy hair sitting on a chair, tidying up her clothes, his brows slightly frowned and his face looked puzzled. Her long black hair was piled on her shoulders, looking a little messy. She had a stunningly beautiful face, but her face was slightly red at this moment. Wearing a white miniskirt, black stockings, and a pair of white sneakers.
The body is charming and can be said to be very sexy. Yiling, when did you arrive?
Looking at Yiling coming in from outside, Lin Ru quickly adjusted her state, tidied up the messy table, and made a gesture of invitation to Yiling.
I just came back. Teacher Lin Ru, that person just now was the director, right? He wanted to see you. What's going on?
Looking at Lin Ru in front of him, there was clearly a wrinkle on the chest of her white skirt, which made Yiling's face a little solemn.
Teacher Lin Ru is a recognized beauty in the school.
I have been a teacher for 2 years.
It can be said that there are not many students who want to pursue this.
Of course, among the teachers, teacher Lin Ru also has many suitors. Yi Ling was very clear about this. When Lin Ru heard this, her face turned slightly red and she nodded. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Ling in front of her.
Have you made any progress on your graduation thesis?
A month ago, you said you were still short of some research data.
How about now?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of her, Lin Ru's expression became serious. This was her first student and also her first time as a graduation project instructor.
You have to be careful about this. Teacher Lin Ru, I've already prepared this. Research data, no problem.
Looking at Lin Ru in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly and explained.
No problem, that's good. In that case, can you let me take a good look at it, Tuesday?
When Lin Ru heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first graduate I have ever taught.
This is my first time as a mentor, so I absolutely cannot mess it up. Otherwise, there will be many obstacles in the future when evaluating professional titles. Don't worry. Teacher Lin Ru, I will definitely write it well. I will give it to you to help check it on Tuesday.
Yi Ling heard it, looked at Lin Ru in front of him, and nodded.
In that case, then you should work hard. If you have any questions, you can tell me at any time.
Lin Ru heard this and nodded.
I will do my best to help you. Yes. Teacher Lin Ru, I understand.
Looking at Lin Ru in front of him, Yi Ling nodded. Oh, right, Professor Lin Ru, I've been working outside for a month and now I have a small amount of money.
My roommates asked me to treat them to dinner when they came back. It's 7 o'clock tonight at Xiangshu Rinjia. I wonder if Professor Lin Ru is free.
This is also my way of saying thank you to you, Professor Lin Ru, for your guidance on my graduation thesis.
This.
Looking at Yi Ling in front of her, Lin Ru's face hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded.
Okay. I shouldn't have anything to do tonight. In that case, I won't bother you, Teacher Lin Ru.
When Yi Ling heard this, he looked at Lin Ru, whose legs were folded in front of him, and nodded without saying anything.
He closed the door and left. It should have not been discovered.
Looking at Yi Ling leaving, Lin Ru's face turned slightly red, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He looked at the books on the table in front of him and picked them up quickly. Fortunately, it wasn't soaked, so I wiped it off. Yi Ling, you're back. I heard you went for an internship.
As Yi Ling walked towards the library, a girl's voice came from the side. Then a girl in a green dress came in front of Yi Ling, with a faint smile on her face, and said something.
Yeah. I just came back.
Looking at the girl in front of him with a beauty that could rival the moon and flowers, Yi Ling nodded and a smile appeared on his face.
Xiao Xiao, the most beautiful girl in my class. It can be said that the figure is still very good. Moreover, the size of her chest is very good, probably 36D. This scale is considered top-notch in China. By the way, Yi Ling, how is the internship? Is the company accredited?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Zhao Zhao's face was puzzled. There are some companies where if you have good grades during your internship and can get the company's recognition, your future path will be much smoother.
Zhao Xiao understood this. It can be said that going to the company where you are going to work for an internship is the time to shape your image. If you are mediocre and have no skills, the company will not reuse you even if you actually work. It should be pretty good.
Yi Ling heard this and smiled awkwardly.
I originally thought that if I rejected Zhao Xiao would stay away from me and we would never have any contact again. What Yi Ling didn't expect was that Zhao Xiao actually took the initiative to say hello here. It seems that I am too stubborn.
Zhao Xiao is indeed a very good girl, a very capable girl.
In that case, you have to work hard. Who knows, you might become a real estate tycoon someday. When that happens, you have to give me a discount when I buy a house.
When Zhao Xiao heard this, she smiled slightly and looked at Yi Ling with her beautiful eyes.
Well, don't worry. If I really become a real estate tycoon one day, I will give you a 50% discount if you buy a house from my company.
Yi Ling heard this and smiled slightly.
Ha ha. Real estate tycoon.
I didn't expect that, Yi Ling, you really are dreaming. While Yi Ling and Zhao Xiao were talking and laughing, a sneer and mocking voice came from the side, with a strong sense of disdain. This guy's mouth still stinks. When Yi Ling saw the young man wearing branded clothes walking towards him, he looked helpless and shook his head. Yi Ling certainly knew who this person was, Xian Duo Duo. It can be said that dad is a tycoon of a furniture company and should have tens of billions.
And he, of course, is a rich second generation, and a very arrogant rich second generation. If you can become a real estate tycoon, I can be a superstar. Right. Brother Yi Ling. Chapter 31. Am I that good? Update 1. In that case, you can prepare now. Buy some equipment and make some modifications. I think you can still fly. Looking at Chen Duo, who was arrogant in front of him, Yi Ling didn't care at all and nodded. Do you want me to give you a ride? You. When Chen Duo in front of him heard this, he looked at Yi Ling with a hint of anger in his eyes. This kid has always been so sharp-tongued. Damn it. Ha ha.
Yi Ling, you can be a real estate tycoon, and I will wash my hair while standing upside down. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his expression showing disdain.
This guy just wanted to piss me off. How could I be fooled by him?
Wash your hair while standing upside down.
I wonder if you can do that for our money. You are so weak.
I think it would be very difficult for you to run 2 laps. And you can wash your hair while standing upside down. Yi Ling saw it and didn't care at all.
You. Okay. Chen Duo, Yi Ling just came back, don't go too far.
When Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, saw Chen Duo wanted to say something, his face suddenly fell and his voice became cold. Xiao Xiao knows very well what kind of personality Chen Duo has.
This person likes to hold grudges very much.
Another point is that he is well known for being petty. Any little thing will be magnified 100 times by this guy. Once someone said a few words to him, and the next day he was beaten up by a group of strangers and was hospitalized.
It is conceivable how petty Chen Duo is.
Okay, Yi Ling, for Zhao Zhao's sake, I won't bother with you this time. Finally, Chen Duo gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Ling in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Yi Ling with a trace of bloodshot. He was so embarrassed in front of Xiao Xiao. He remembered this grudge.
Xiao Xiao, are you free tonight? I bought 2 movie tickets.
Looking at Xiao Xiao in front of him, Chen Duo showed a faint smile on his face.
I took out 2 movie tickets, both for late-night parties.
I'm sorry.
I don't have time.
My graduation defense is this Friday, and I don't have time to waste on these entertainments.
Or, Chen Duo, do you think your thesis is good enough, very good?
When Xiao Xiao saw it, he shook his head and refused seriously and solemnly.
That's right. I was a little abrupt on this point. The graduation defense is the most important. Ha ha ha.
When Chen Duo saw Xiao Xiao looking at him seriously, he looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and nodded.
Then do you have time after the graduation defense? I don't know about that.
Xiao Xiao heard this, shook his head and looked at Yi Ling in front of him.
Yi Ling, are you going to the library too? Well, I plan to find 2 books to read.
After all, my graduation defense is coming soon. I might be able to improve it more by reading them. Yi Ling heard it and nodded.
In that case, let's go together. I also want to go to the library to find some materials.
When Xiao Xiao heard this, his face became excited.
Can.
Yi Ling saw it and didn't say much.
The 2 of them walked towards the library. Damn it. Yi Ling, you bastard.
Looking at Yi Ling and Xiao Xiao leaving, Chen Duo's face became extremely gloomy. Yi Ling had clearly rejected Zhao Zhao's proposal. Unexpectedly, that bitch Xiao Xiao was still clinging to Yi Ling. But he turned a deaf ear to his own pursuits. As for this guy Yi Ling, he had clearly refused, but he was still so close to Xiao Xiao.
Damn it. This pair of G men and women. Yi Ling, right? Graduation defense, right? Just wait, you will pay the price for your actions.
Finally, he sneered and made a phone call.
Hey. Uncle, it's me. Chen Duo, I want you to help me with something. Why don't you agree?
In the library, looking at Xiao Xiao in front of him, Yi Ling looked puzzled and asked.
Are you talking about the money?
Xiao Xiao, who was originally looking for information, stopped when he heard Yi Ling's words. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Ling, and her expression became serious.
Yeah. I can see that he likes you very much.
Looking at the look Xiao Xiao was giving him, Yi Ling nodded.
Chen Duo likes Xiao Xiao. Almost everyone in the class knows this.
Before, Xiao Xiao liked me, but I clearly rejected him. I originally thought that Zhao Xiao would accept Qian Duo Duo. Unexpectedly, more than half a year has passed and Zhao Xiao still hasn't accepted Qian Duo Duo.
In that case, Yiling, let me ask you this. What do you think of Qian Duo Duo?
Looking at Yiling in front of her, Zhao Xiao's expression suddenly became serious and solemn, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yiling closely.
It should be pretty good. After all, my father is worth billions. You can say he is a rich second generation.
When Yiling heard this, he looked a little embarrassed.
In terms of identity and background, he should be much better than me. I'm just a poor boy from the countryside. Yiling, that's not what I'm talking about. You should know about personality.
When Zhao Xiao heard this, he shook his head and sighed softly.
Personality-wise, this one is a bit, haha.
When Yiling heard this, he looked extremely embarrassed for a moment.
It's hard to describe Qian Duo Duo's personality in a few words. He spends his days drinking and partying, going to nightclubs and other places. You think he has a good personality?
Not only is he narrow-minded, but more importantly, he has a bad temper.
I think his body has been hollowed out. Do you think I will be happy with such a person?
Although I may be rich and powerful from the beginning.
But what about the future? Who can guarantee that he will not get tired of the old and love the new? This kind of person is not my type. Even if you give me hundreds of millions, I will not like him. What I like is someone like you, who is excellent enough, motivated, and kind-hearted. Although you don't have money, you can create. Am I that good? Hearing Zhao Zhao's evaluation of himself, Yiling's face was shocked. I am not that good. Ambitious, that's for sure. If a rural person comes to a big city and has no ambition, how can he survive in the city? Be an assembly line worker for the rest of your life? It's out of the question. This is not what Yiling wants.
When Zhao Xiao in front of him heard this, he nodded seriously.
All right.
When Yiling heard this, he could only smile awkwardly.
It seems that if I have the chance, I should ask Jia if I have so many advantages. Could it be that this is also the reason why Jia likes me? Oh, right.
I heard from Wu Bo that you guys are having a party at Shangshu's house tonight.
Do you mind if I eat for free?
Zhao Xiao smiled slightly as if she thought of something, and looked at Yiling with her beautiful eyes blinking.
No, how could I mind? No matter what, you are a beautiful lady. I can't welcome you enough.
Yiling heard it and nodded.
This Wu Bo, is he selling himself out? So helpless. In that case, see you tonight.
Zhao Xiao finished speaking and left.
See you tonight.
When Yiling saw this, he could only sigh softly.
Hopefully, nothing will happen. No, you can't stand flack. Nothing will happen. Chapter 32, If you don't work hard, you can only inherit the family property, Update 2.
I didn't expect you to be so capable, Director. At night, on the second floor of a Shangshu family's house, there were several figures sitting next to the dining table. When one of the young men saw Zhao Xiao sitting next to Yiling, a smile appeared on his face and he couldn't help but give Yiling a thumbs up. Zhao Xiao is the most beautiful girl in their class and has quite a lot of suitors. Not only the boys in the class pursued Zhao Xiao, but most of the boys in science and engineering also pursued her. The only pity is that Zhao Xiao did not agree but refused instead. This has attracted more boys to pursue her.
Maybe it's what is meant by, what you can't get is always the best.
After all, boys all have an urge to conquer.
You kid, just eat your food. So much food, don't tell me it won't satisfy your appetite.
Looking at Wu Bo who was smiling in front of him, Yiling's face looked a little helpless. The reason why Zhao Xiao appeared here was because of this guy. Originally, Yiling just wanted to have a good time with his brothers, and at most invite his mentor Lin Ru. But now, I didn't expect it to turn out like this.
He. Director, it's because you didn't let me eat. Otherwise, I would have eaten it a long time ago.
When Wu Bo saw this, he chuckled and looked at Zhao Xiao in front of him, with an even brighter smile on his face. I didn't expect that, squad leader. I've really changed my mind after not seeing you for a day.
You're getting prettier and prettier.
Today, Zhao Xiao had obviously dressed up seriously, wearing a white short skirt, a pair of white sneakers, and white stockings.
It can be said that it gives people a very pure feeling. Wu Bo, what are you talking about?
When Zhao Xiao saw this, his face turned a little red. I glanced at Yiling, and somehow, I felt a little lost.
No matter how beautiful I am, I can never enter Yiling's heart.
I don't know how much of a failure this is.
That's right. Right. Lu Zhong.
When Wu Bo saw Zhao Zhao's shy face, he smiled slightly and looked at the young man next to him.
Of course. Class monitor, you are the most beautiful. You are recognized as the class beauty. This is the most convincing.
A young man nearby, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, heard it, nodded and gave a thumbs up.
By the way, squad leader, I heard that you were accepted by Henning New Energy Company? Is this true?
As if he had thought of something, a young man wearing glasses next to him looked puzzled, looked at Zhao Xiao and asked a question.
Well, I thought it was impossible. I didn't expect that they would actually accept me.
If you, Pan Long, went to apply, I believe they would have hired you without hesitation. However, I want to study for a master's degree, and I just applied for the job to try it out.
I will not sign a third party.
When Zhao Xiao heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face and he nodded.
How is that possible? I'm a boy, and they usually want pretty girls. After all, they are in management.
As for me, I can only maintain my life by getting a guaranteed place in graduate school and receiving some subsidies every month. When Pan Long heard this, he shook his head and sighed softly.
Pan Long, I think you are looking for death. You don't want to go home and inherit the family property, so you choose to study for a master's degree. You are just pretending to be cool.
The young man who was watching his phone nearby looked a little helpless when he heard this.
Pan Long's family is rich, he is a second-generation rich. However, he is a very low-key person. If it wasn't for coincidence, they really wouldn't know about this hidden rich second generation. Han Jianhao, you are still the same, looking at beauties and playing games every day.
When I heard you say that you had to sell a few cows to pay for tuition, I felt sorry for you.
But in the end, I was shocked.
When Pan Long heard this, his face turned helpless.
When he entered school, Han Jianhao's introduction made people feel very sympathetic.
In order to go to college, my family sold a few cows to pay for tuition. I originally thought it was a poor family, but I didn't expect that in the end, they actually had hundreds of thousands of cows.
Oh my god. That's right.
My family sold a few cows to have enough money for me to go to college.
Now, if I don't study hard, I can only go home and herd cattle.
Han Jianhao heard it, nodded, and sighed softly.
You keep pretending. You keep pretending. Just pretend as much as you want.
When everyone heard this, they rolled their eyes.
Han Jianhao, who lives next door to their dormitory.
Whenever we play games together, as long as there are people, they will definitely not be absent.
It can be said that their relationship is still very good. Of course, it's brotherhood. Oh, by the way. Brother Yiling, when can we have dinner?
When Han Jianhao saw everyone rolling their eyes at him, he waved his hand, looked at Yiling and asked a question. Everyone heard this and looked at Yiling.
Yes.
This dish basically has everything available.
And now, it hasn't started yet. Is Yiling waiting for someone? It's too unbelievable. Wait a minute, just a few minutes, I think it will be okay.
Looking at everyone's gazes, Yiling's face looked a little embarrassed and he said something.
Fuck. Isn't this Teacher Lin Ru? Why is Teacher Lin Ru here?
Just as Yiling finished speaking, shocked voices came from the first floor of the Xiangshu family, which sounded so incredible.
No way. Teacher Lin Ru actually came here to eat. Could it be that the teachers are also having a meal together? That's impossible. The teachers are having a dinner party. Do you want to follow them and take a closer look to see who it is? Fuck. Teacher Lin Ru is so beautiful.
While everyone was still wanting to say something, voices came from below, followed by sounds of exclamations. When Yiling heard this, his face turned helpless.
I didn't expect that there are so many AD students in Hunan and Shu. However, if you think about it, there is only one university nearby, so there must be a lot of students. Now, it's graduation season again, and most of the people attending dinner parties are students, so it makes sense. Director, you didn't invite Teacher Lin Ru to the dinner party, did you? Wu Bo, who was standing next to him, heard the noise below and looked at Yiling with a puzzled look on his face. No wonder Yiling had been waiting and didn't let them pick up their chopsticks. If the person invited is Teacher Lin Ru, then this is a must. After all, no matter what, Lin Ru is Yiling's mentor. No way. Director, this surprise you gave me is too scary. You guys, can't be. When Pan Long heard this, he smiled and looked at Yiling with an expression that said, "You understand." You think too much. If you have time, don't read too many YY novels. Otherwise, your IQ will be eaten by dogs.
Yiling saw it and shook his head.
Ha ha. Inviting teacher Lin Ru, you are the only one who can do that?
You are just a poor boy. At this moment, a sneer came from the side, full of sarcasm.
Chapter 33, you asked for this. Who is this guy?
When Wu Bo and the others nearby heard the sneers and mocking voices coming from the opposite side, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. He looked over and his face was confused. In front of them was a young man wearing expensive clothes. He had short black hair that stood up straight, an expression that was extremely arrogant, and a look that was filled with deep disdain. I don't know how disgusting such a person is.
Never seen it.
Pan Long, who was standing next to him, saw this and looked equally puzzled, and shook his head.
This person is not from their class.
For them who always stayed in the dormitory, they had never seen this person before.
So, I don't know. I don't know either. Don't look at me. I like to go out and play normally. But for someone who is not well known like this, I don't know either.
When Han Jianhao saw everyone looking at him, he shook his head. Although I like to look at beautiful women and often go out, I rarely stay in the dormitory.
But, I don't know such a person either. I'm just an unknown person, I have no idea at all. This is Li Song, majoring in electrical engineering and automation.
When Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to them, saw everyone's puzzled expressions, he explained without saying anything more. Li Song, Xiao Xiao has some understanding of this person. One of my suitors was once harshly rejected. I didn't expect that we would meet in this place. It's really helpless. And now, this guy's mockery of Yiling should have something to do with himself.
He's majoring in electrical engineering and automation. No wonder. No wonder we don't know each other.
After hearing this, Pan Long and the others finally understood.
They are majoring in management and don't know people from other majors, which is normal.
In that case, then you are looking for trouble. When Lu Zhong heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. He looked at the people in front of him with a serious look. He actually dared to find fault when their head was treating everyone to a meal.
This guy is really something. Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you are here too.
When Li Song on the opposite side saw Xiao Xiao, his face became excited and he ran over quickly. All of a sudden, he grabbed Xiao Xiao's right hand, and his eyes became even more greedy.
Xiao Xiao, the class beauty majoring in management whom he pursues.
I was rejected before and thought we were not destined to be together.
I didn't expect that we would meet here now. I have to be excited. Let me go now.
Xiao Xiao, whose right hand was tightly grasped in front of him and even his little hand was covered with a layer of red, looked anxious. He wanted to shake off Li Tsung's hands, but he couldn't. This made Xiao Xiao's face even colder. Li Tsung had clearly rejected this offer before. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up.
It's really frustrating. I said, you can let go now.
When Yiling in front of him saw Xiao Xiao looking at him, he looked at Li Tsung in front of him with a cold gaze and no trace of politeness in his voice.
This is the kind of person I hate the most.
He doesn't know how to be gentle with women, and he doesn't understand the heart of a girl at all. He actually wants to pursue Xiao Xiao, it would be strange if he agreed.
Boy, who are you?
When Li Tsung in front of him heard Yiling's words and saw the look on Yiling's face when he looked at him, his face suddenly fell. Looking at Yiling in front of him, there was not a trace of politeness. This brat actually dared to disturb him and Xiao Xiao, he is simply looking for death.
You have no right to know who I am. Now, let him go.
Yiling saw it and looked at Li Tsung in front of him with a cold voice.
Humph. Brat, do you know who I am?
When Li Tsung heard Yiling's words, his expression also suddenly fell, and he looked at Yiling with cold eyes.
If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will really think it is a sick cat. This is impossible.
There is no need to know, and there is no need to know. When Yiling heard this, he didn't care at all.
I'm just an ant.
I don't want to know, and there's no need to know.
Yi Chen, Li Tsung's uncle, is the captain of the JC team.
Xiao Xiao, who was standing nearby, heard Yiling's words and explained quickly when he saw Yiling and Li Tsung confronting each other.
This Li Tsung is not easy to mess with. It is better not to provoke someone if you can avoid it.
Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious.
What a tragedy. Boy, are you scared now?
Kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and I will let you go.
Otherwise, I don't mind letting you go in for tea and give you a good reform. For a piece of shit like you, I can put you in with just one sentence.
When Li Song heard Zhao Zhao's introduction of himself, he sneered and looked at Yi Ling as if he were an ant.
Li Song, don't go too far.
When Pan Long heard Li Song's words, his face darkened and his eyes were filled with a hint of anger.
What's so great about being a mere captain? If you were in my hometown, in front of me, you wouldn't dare to say a word. What's so arrogant about that? It can be said that having a little bit of connections is great.
If you were in his hometown province, he would teach you a lesson in minutes.
What a pity. We are in AH now, not your house. Hit me if you dare.
When Li Song heard and saw Pan Long's angry expression, his face became extremely smug and he looked at Pan Long in front of him with disdain.
Who the hell can't take advantage of the tiger's might? Bang.
However, before Li Song could feel proud for 3 seconds, a fist appeared from the side and hit him hard in the face.
Bang.
As for Li Song, he fell to the ground with a bang, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. I've never heard such a weird request in all these years. Looking at Li Song lying on the ground in front of him, Yi Ling shook his head.
This guy is really weird. He actually asked others to beat him. In that case, I'll grant your wish. You little brat, you dare to hit me.
When Li Song, who was lying on the ground in front of him, saw Yi Ling flexing his fists, his face was shocked and full of disbelief.
This guy actually hit him. He really hit him. Could it be that he was kicked in the head by a donkey? Damn it. Why not? Wasn't it you who asked me to do this? I am just a gentleman who wants to help you. Since you want to be beaten so much, I will certainly fulfill your wish.
Yi Ling saw it, smiled slightly and shook his head.
You.
When Li Song heard this, his face turned red with anger, and he looked at Yi Ling in front of him with a face full of anger.
This lunatic is so damn annoying. You're the one who found this, little brat. Finally, he looked at the people at the next table and became furious. Go ahead and beat him up. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. 10,000.
When everyone heard this, they rushed over one after another.
Stop right there. How disgraceful.
As everyone rushed over, a cold voice was heard.
Chapter 34, Being a Low-Key Person, Part 2. Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my business?
When Li Song heard the woman's voice, his face suddenly became angry, he even roared, and turned his head instantly.
Lin. Teacher Lin Ru.
However, when Li Song saw the woman in a white miniskirt walking towards him, his face suddenly turned pale and his eyes were filled with shock.
How is that possible? Teacher Lin Ru actually came here and interfered in their affairs. It's too unbelievable. You know me. In that case, it seems you are from our school.
When Lin Ru, who was walking in front of him, saw Li Song's shocked expression, she seemed to understand something. Looking at Li Song in front of him, his expression suddenly became serious.
Which college and department are you from? I don't mind having a good chat with your counselor.
You're already a college student, but you think about fighting and killing all day long.
How can you be so unruly? Do you still have the demeanor that a college student should have? Teacher Lin Ru, this is Li Song, a student majoring in electrical engineering and automation at the School of Electrical Engineering and Automation.
When Wu Bo, who was standing nearby, saw Li Song being deflated, he told the story without any worry of making things worse. For electrical engineering and automation majors, if I remember correctly, your counselor is Yang Fan. Lin Ru heard it, nodded, and looked at Li Song.
Teacher Lin Ru, no. I just wanted to say hello to our classmates. You misunderstood. You misunderstood.
When Li Song heard Lin Ru's words, his face turned a little pale.
Fighting and gang fighting are quite severe punishments during college.
The most important thing is that he has been punished several times before. And if it happens again, it might be difficult for me to graduate. And now, it is only about a week away from graduation.
He didn't want to let this go to waste.
I feel like crying, but I have no tears.
Ha ha ha. Let's talk sometime.
Finally, he gave Yi Ling and the others a fierce look, without saying anything more, and returned to the table next to him in dejection.
That look was a little funny. Teacher Lin Ru, you're here.
When Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, saw Lin Ru looking at him, he looked a little embarrassed and forced a smile. He pulled over a chair next to him and made a gesture of invitation. They almost got into a fight, but were caught red-handed by teacher Lin Ru. Regarding this, Yi Ling really didn't know what to say. No matter how you put it, I still feel a little guilty, more or less.
So embarrassing. You don't make trouble in the future. No matter what, you will be the one who suffers. You have no background, no identity, and not much money. It's better to keep a low profile.
Looking at Yi Ling with an embarrassed expression in front of her, Lin Ru felt a little helpless and sighed softly. It can be said that in big cities, if you have no identity or status, it is better to keep a low profile. If you provoke some local bullies, you may regret it for the rest of your life. After all, they have money and connections. But you have nothing, so even if you are right, you will still suffer a loss. Teacher Lin Ru, you are right. You are right. When Yi Ling heard this, he could only nod. Teacher Lin Ru, they are the ones who caused the trouble.
We are not afraid of them.
When Pan Long heard this, his face became serious and solemn. It can be said that if you want connections, he also has them, and he is not a vegetarian.
You guys. You don't understand now, but you will understand naturally when you enter the society. As a human being, you need to be low-key.
When Lin Ru heard this, her face looked a little helpless and she sighed softly.
Remember what the teacher said, and you won't suffer any loss. We got it, Teacher Lin Ru, let's eat. Eat.
Wu Bo and the others nearby heard this and nodded. When I saw Yi Ling, I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
Lin Ru is a recognized beauty in their school.
I didn't expect that Yi Ling could actually be invited over.
I have to admire it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Eat. Eat.
Yi Ling heard it and nodded.
This brat is so damned.
When Li Song, who was standing next to him, saw Lin Ru and Xiao Xiao sitting on both sides of Yi Ling, his eyes became even angrier. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, he felt indescribable envy, jealousy, and hatred. One is the class beauty, the other is a beautiful teacher, and both have a large number of suitors. I didn't expect that they would sit on both sides of Yi Ling.
It's really infuriating. Brother Li, don't worry. I have a way to teach this brat a lesson about the dangers of society. It's just a little bit. As long as the money is in place.
When a young man next to Li Song saw Li Song's gloomy face, he smiled a little, looked at Li Song, and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Don't worry.
As long as you arrange everything for me, I'll pay for all the expenses.
I want one leg of this brat.
Li Song heard it, nodded, smiled slightly and said,
He. In that case, don't worry, Brother Li.
I promise that you can see that guy pouting tomorrow. When the young man heard this, he smiled slightly, his face became proud, he took a photo and said,
In that case, I am looking forward to it. Tonight, I will treat you, so drink as much as you can. After the task is completed, there will be a generous reward. It's really despicable that such a bad boy was embarrassed in front of two beautiful women. In that case, we won't be polite.
When everyone heard this, they nodded and started drinking.
Director, that's great.
I didn't expect you could invite Teacher Lin Ru.
That's awesome. Awesome.
At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Ru and Xiao Xiao had other things to do and had gone back early. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Pan Long couldn't help but admire him.
These are two beauties.
Yes. I didn't expect that Instructor Lin Ru was so big. When Han Jianhao, who was standing next to him, heard this, he was also shocked and had to give a thumbs up.
That size is already more than 36D. Definitely more. Oh.
I just don't know who is so lucky to marry Teacher Lin Ru.
You guys, hey.
Looking at the people in front of him who had become active again after Lin Ru left, Yi Ling could only shake his head.
Just now, he was a good boy.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Ru and the others left, they galloped on their horses.
It's really good. Yes. I'm so envious. Make way, make way. While everyone was talking and laughing, a figure came over from the side, stumbling. Director, be careful.
Pan Long, who was standing nearby, saw this and looked anxious.
Bang.
However, when Yi Ling turned around, a middle-aged man fell down with a bang, and the beer bottle in his hand was smashed against Yi Ling's head.
Bang. In an instant, the beer bottle shattered and countless glass fragments scattered all over the ground. Chapter 35. If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext for it. Miserable wails came from the middle-aged man's throat, the beer bottle shattered, and the glass pierced into his skin.
For a moment, the pain reached its extreme. His face was twisted, his brows were furrowed, and his expression was full of pain.
"Director, are you okay?"
When Wu Bo and the others nearby saw this, they all looked anxious. This middle-aged man walked unsteadily with a beer bottle in his hand. If Yiling had not dodged quickly just now, if he fell down like this, the beer bottle in his hand would have been smashed on Yiling's head.
"It's okay. Don't worry."
Looking at the worried expressions of Wu Bo and the others, Yiling waved his hand and smiled slightly.
"What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiaohua, are you okay?"
At this moment, a group of people rushed over from the side. The middle-aged man in the lead looked anxious and angry. "Boss, this brat actually took a beer bottle and smashed it on my head while I wasn't paying attention." The middle-aged man lying on the ground in front of him slowly got up, pointed at Yiling, and looked angry.
"You did this, little bastard."
Looking at Yiling in front of him, Zhou Ming's face became even angrier, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Yiling.
"This brat can get millions just by breaking his legs. This is a very easy job for them."
Originally planning to let Xiaohua pretend to stumble and fall towards this brat, the beer bottle in his hand was smashed directly on the brat's head. But now, what he didn't expect was that his subordinates were so incompetent. It was indeed buckled down with great force, but unfortunately it fell to the floor. In the end, it shattered into pieces all over the floor, and he was stabbed all over by the glass fragments.
It's really frustrating.
However, even so, they still have enough reasons to find fault.
Already, that's enough. It's this cost, it's a bit high. Uncle, stop spitting blood on me.
When Pan Long and the others heard this and looked at Zhou Ming, who was angry, their faces became anxious and cold. It was obvious that this guy fell to the ground due to unsteady walking, and was covered with glass fragments. And now, they actually say that Yiling did it, which is really ridiculous.
Could this ability to confuse right and wrong be a little stronger?
However, the only thing that Pan Long couldn't understand was that it was only about 1 meter high. Even if the beer bottle fell, it would not be possible for it to break. Even if it shattered, it couldn't have shattered so cleanly.
It's simply like being torn into pieces. That's right.
He clearly fell down on his own, yet he still has the nerve to blame us.
Uncle, don't accuse people so casually.
When Wu Bo heard this, his face also turned gloomy and his voice became cold.
Right. We are not pushovers. It is impossible for you to blackmail us. That's right.
You clearly couldn't stand steadily, yet you have the nerve to blame us.
You guys are trying to deny it.
When Zhou Ming in front of him heard this, his face suddenly fell and he spoke with gritted teeth.
It's useless to threaten us. How can we admit to something we haven't done? You can always find excuses to accuse us of something.
When Pan Long heard this, he did not compromise at all.
What a joke.
He fell down by himself and yet he wanted to blackmail them.
If you think you can bully them just because they are students, you are too naive. Brother, why are you nagging them? Just attack.
They hurt our people and they still refuse to admit it. The middle-aged men next to them saw this and their faces became angry.
It's a waste of time to talk to these people. Complete the task quickly and report back. Isn't that great? That's right.
Big brother, these people actually hurt our people, so there is no need to be polite to them.
If they dare to hurt our people, they will be returned tenfold. Yes. Big brother, let me teach them a lesson. They are just a bunch of little brats, what's there to be proud of? Boy, you don't admit it?
Zhou Ming in front of him saw this, smiled slightly, and looked at Yiling.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. My subordinates are not vegetarians. Besides, they don't like to be long-winded. If someone gets hurt, don't blame us. Ha ha. This excuse is really lame. Aren't you just looking for an excuse?
And Yiling in front of him saw Zhou Ming walking towards him step by step. There was a beer bottle in his right hand and a sneer on his face.
Tell me. Who asked you to come and cause trouble for us? Li Tsong or Qian Duo?
The figure came in front of Zhou Ming and asked.
At the moment, I have only been back for 1 day and it's not enough time. As for offending anyone, that's not the case. After all, I don't know how to attract hatred. However, if it is about making someone lose face, this is somewhat possible. After all, he had given Chen Duo a good deal of face in front of Xiao Xiao before.
It can be said that Qian Duo was a little embarrassed. Just now, in front of Zhao Xiao, he also did not give Li Tsong the slightest face, and even scolded Li Tsong harshly. It even made Li Tsong embarrassed in front of teacher Lin Ru. And Li Tsong seems to be Zhao Zhao's suitor as well. Therefore, this time, these people were either sent by Qian Duo or Li Tsong to cause trouble. Otherwise, Yi Ling couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, this group of people were not coming for Pan Long and the others, their obvious target was himself. If I hadn't dodged just now, it would have been me who had my head exploded. You little brat, I don't know what you're talking about. You actually hurt my people. When Zhou Ming in front of him heard Yi Ling's words, his face suddenly fell. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, his voice was even angrier and his eyes were sharp. This brat is too smart. However, Zhou Ming was very clear about the fact that he took money from others and helped them get rid of disasters. Boss, what are you talking to this brat about? He actually hit our people. 2 words, get him. When the people nearby saw this, they couldn't wait any longer and had already rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush over. You want to mess with our brothers, have you asked us? When Wu Bo and the others saw this, they stood up one by one. In his right hand was a beer bottle, and his expression was equally rude. I was eating peacefully but was disturbed. I really thought they were vegetarians. Today, they are very unhappy. Boy, it seems that you want to go against us. When Zhou Ming saw this, his face darkened as he looked at Yi Ling in front of him. Now, if you admit your mistake and cripple one of your legs, I can forgive what happened tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 36, Losing One Leg, Update 1. Admit your mistake. Lose one of your legs. Yi Ling heard it, looked at Zhou Ming in front of him, and walked over step by step with a smile on his face. Yes. Admit your mistake. Lose one of your legs. Otherwise, I will be too sorry for my brother. When Zhou Ming saw Yi Ling walking towards him step by step, a smug smile appeared on his face and he nodded. He's just a brat, how could he possibly cause such a big fuss? It's out of the question. I say, what are you thinking? You wish for it. This kind of thing is not yours. However, when Yi Ling heard this, he smiled slightly and shook his head. He suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it hard towards Zhou Ming in front of him. Bang! A collision sound was heard, and Zhou Ming in front of him had a bloody head. There were even some scratches on his face, and he was completely stunned. Zhou Ming probably never expected this. Yi Ling in front of him was so tough. Without saying a word, he picked up a beer bottle next to him and smashed it against his head. It's too clean and neat, too unexpected. It just happened in a flash. I originally thought that he was a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a tough nut to crack. It's so hard to chew, what a tragedy. Boss. When the people around saw Zhou Ming being hit hard by Yi Ling, their faces turned pale, anxious, shocked, and full of disbelief. These people are so fearless and arrogant that they even dare to hit their boss. Are you crazy? Boss, are you okay? A group of people came to Zhou Ming and looked at him with a bloody head, their faces showing anxiety. Boy, you can do it. However, when Zhou Ming saw it, he shook his head and smiled slightly. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, his face was extremely gloomy. My dad has never hit me like this in my life. Before, who dared to treat themselves like this? It can be said that no. But now, I didn't expect that this brat is actually so good. He really doesn't take Zhou Ming seriously. In that case, this time, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. When Yi Ling heard Zhou Ming's words, he didn't care at all. Looking at Zhou Ming in front of him, he said something. In that case, boy, you are courting death. I will grant your wish. When Zhou Ming heard this, he looked at the people around him, his face gloomy, and waved his right hand. Just come on, and leave yourself a breath. Originally, I just wanted to teach this brat a lesson. Unexpectedly, this brat was courting death. In that case, then I'll grant your wish. Yes. Boss. The people around heard this and nodded. Holding beer bottles, he rushed towards Yi Ling. Bang. Damn it. As if everyone doesn't have help. It's just a fight, right? At most, I'll have to stay in the hospital for a while. Who's afraid of who? You want to bully our head, but have you asked for our opinion? Pan Long, who was standing nearby, saw the crowd rushing towards Yi Ling and slammed the beer bottle in his hand on the table with a bang. The beer bottle shattered, his face turned angry, and he quickly came to Yi Ling's side.
That's right. If you want to do something to our director, it's impossible without asking us.
Wu Bo saw this, smiled slightly, and walked out with a beer bottle in his hand.
It's been too long since I've had a good time. It's time for me to have some good time.
I just don't know if I'll be in trouble if the school finds out. When Lu Zhang saw everyone coming out, his face looked a little helpless. He shook his head and stretched his muscles.
If we have to fight, count me in. I, Han Jianhao, have never been afraid of anyone. At worst, I can go back to herd cattle. My family wants me to go back and inherit their hundreds of thousands of cattle every day.
Han Jianhao saw it, shook his head, and also stood in front of Yi Ling.
You are courting death. In that case, I will grant you your wish. Come on.
When Zhou Ming saw Wu Bo and the others standing in front of Yi Ling, his face became a little gloomy. Finally, he gritted his teeth, anger overcame his rationality, and gave an order. With so many students, if something really happened, it was still a bit difficult for him to suppress it.
However, it's just a little difficult, not impossible.
And if I have that person's help, there will be no problem in suppressing it.
The face lost today must be regained no matter what. Otherwise, where will Zhou Ming go in the future? Damn it! Be careful. Looking at the people rushing over with beer bottles, Yi Ling looked at Pan Long and the others next to him, gave them a warning, and his expression became a little serious. If possible, Yi Ling really didn't want to trouble Pan Long and the others. However, Pan Long and the others helped without hesitation at this time, and Yi Ling couldn't help but feel a little touched. Probably the biggest gain from my 4 years in college is this so-called friendship. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can just play games together in the hospital. And if they offend us, they won't have an easy time. We are not vegetarians. When Pan Long and the others saw this, they smiled slightly and patted their chests. That's it. That's it. Wu Bo and the others nearby heard it and nodded and said something. In that case, let's go ahead, brother. Yi Ling heard it, smiled slightly, and rushed out first. Shit. Director, wait for me, I, a judo master, will be the vanguard. Bah. A taekwondo master like me should be the vanguard. No, no, no. I think it's better for me, a karate master, to be the vanguard. Yeah. I think it would be better if I, a horse latcher, could be the vanguard. Damn it. You're looking for death. When Zhou Ming saw Pan Long and his gang rushing to be the vanguard, his face became terribly gloomy. Are all these guys so arrogant? They are well trained. Damn it. How dare you look down on them? You're courting death. Bang bang bang. Ah. However, before Zhou Ming could say anything, the people who had rushed towards Yi Ling and the others fell to the ground one after another, letting out miserable wails. It looks like a terrifying existence. They all had bruises on their faces and noses, and some scars on their bodies. How is that possible? Looking at his subordinates who were knocked down, Zhou Ming's face was full of shock. How is that possible? Although his subordinates are not very powerful, at least they have followed him for so many years, so they are still very strong. But now, he was knocked down all of a sudden. This is too terrifying. How can it be impossible? Now, it's your turn. Seeing this, Yi Ling smiled slightly, shook his head, and walked towards Zhou Ming. If you want to go against him, you are really dreaming. My roommate has practiced it before. Chapter 37, I don't like people like you, Update 1. Boy, it's my turn, it's up to you. When Zhou Ming saw Yi Ling approaching him step by step, his face suddenly turned cold, his eyes became sharp, and his right hand instantly hit Yi Ling's head. Such a brat actually wants to challenge him in a duel. Who gives him the courage? Could it be that he has lost his mind? No one has ever dared to challenge me in a one-on-one fight. Because the person who challenged him was still in the hospital receiving intravenous drugs. Bang. However, before Zhou Ming's fist reached Yi Ling, a fist appeared in front of him. A right hook to the right. As for Zhou Ming in front of him, he was smashed away with a bang. A parabola was formed in the void, and finally with a bang, it hit the table next to it. The glass shattered, and as for Zhou Ming's figure, at this moment, he was like a hedgehog, with glass fragments all over his body. It looks so scary. Bang. Before Zhou Ming could react, he had not yet recovered from his shock.
At this time, another fist appeared in front of him and punched him. This made Zhou Ming lie prone on the ground, his face full of disbelief, looking at Yi Ling, who was walking towards him step by step.
What happened to me today? I have practiced it myself.
And what I had trained for was no match for this guy's punch.
This is too helpless and too unbelievable. You, what do you want to do?
Looking at Yi Ling, who was walking towards him with a beer bottle. This time, Zhou Ming was completely panicked. This brat is so powerful, and I had no information about him before.
This time, I was cheated. So embarrassing. What do you think I should do?
Looking at Zhou Ming in front of him, Yi Ling smiled slightly.
As for who asked you to trouble me, what do you think? Or what do you think?
I think you should know which one to choose, whether you want to relax or want me to reward you with a beer bottle again.
You are not a child anymore. You are an adult.
Such a person, who has no real ability at all, actually dares to be arrogant in front of him.
Is it possible? It's simply impossible.
This. Looking at the devilish smile in front of him, Zhou Ming's face turned pale.
He didn't want to be hit on the head with a beer bottle a second time. Now, my head is still buzzing. What a tragedy. This person is simply a devil.
No, the devil among devils.
But if I tell him, that person will definitely not let me go.
At that time, I might be even more miserable. After all, that person is someone I can't afford to offend.
It seems that you don't want to talk anymore.
Looking at Zhou Ming, who had a hesitant expression in front of him, Yi Ling sighed softly. He raised the beer bottle in his hand and grabbed Zhou Ming's collar with his left hand, looking helpless.
I really don't like people like you. Because it makes me very unhappy.
I didn't expect that a small gang leader could be so tough.
This surprised Yi Ling a little.
However, Yi Ling really dislikes people who are tough with words.
Because such people will make things that were originally very easy become very troublesome. This is not what I like. It's against the law for you to hit me.
When Zhou Ming saw Yi Ling's firm and cold expression in front of him, his face turned pale.
At this time, I hit a wall. What a tragedy. Besides, you are a student. Do you want to leave a stain on your life? What you said seems to make some sense.
After hearing this, Yi Ling thought for a while and finally nodded, his face becoming a little serious.
Right.
So, let's just pretend nothing happened.
Wouldn't that make everyone celebrate? Right?
Zhou Ming saw it and nodded vigorously.
It's a bit embarrassing at this moment. But who saw me hit you?
However, Yi Ling's words made Zhou Ming stunned. The pale face became distorted, and the face that was smiling just now suddenly became extremely embarrassed.
You don't dare to hit me, brat.
As if he saw something, Zhou Ming's face suddenly turned into a sneer. His eyes became even more proud as he looked at Yi Ling in front of him.
Bang.
However, before Zhou Ming could feel proud for 3 seconds, he felt dizzy and a sharp pain in his head. Countless pieces of glass fell and blood gushed out. All of a sudden, it turned into a hedgehog.
Ah!
A painful wail came from Zhou Ming's throat, and as for his figure, Yi Ling had already thrown him to the ground without paying any attention at all.
Thump, thump, thump.
At this time, waves of footsteps were heard.
Then, figures in uniform walked in from outside.
When they saw Zhou Ming lying on the ground in front of them, they immediately surrounded Yi Ling and the others.
JC. How is this possible? This is going to be troublesome.
Wu Bo, who was standing next to them, saw the middle-aged man surrounding them. His expression became serious and his eyes became even gloomier.
Unexpectedly, they actually alarmed these people. It's only been a few minutes. It's so unbelievable that it makes people doubt their efficiency. It's too fast. This time, we're done. We have both witnesses and physical evidence.
When Pan Long and the others saw this, their faces also turned pale. Unexpectedly, I was caught red-handed on the spot.
There is not only witnesses and physical evidence.
And now, he was surrounded on the spot.
What a tragedy. It seems that I can only go home and herd sheep.
Han Jianhao, who was standing next to him, saw this and sighed softly.
Don't you have hundreds of thousands of cows at home? How did you become sheep? You want to start a business?
When Lu Zhong heard this, he couldn't help but complain. Han Jianhao, if he remembered correctly, his family should have hundreds of thousands of cows. And now, he is actually herding sheep.
This is too unbelievable.
Hundreds of thousands of cows are only my father's, and my mother's are hundreds of thousands of sheep.
This time, I'm exhausted. Oh.
When Han Jianhao heard this, he sighed softly, his face showing a bit of helplessness. If possible, Pan Long and the others really wanted to give Han Jianhao a good beating.
This guy, hundreds of thousands of cattle, is already a shock.
I didn't expect that there were still hundreds of thousands of sheep.
So scary. My sister has hundreds of thousands of rabbits, and my brother has hundreds of thousands of snakes.
Han Jianhao's words made Pan Long and the others completely shut themselves off.
Who did it?
Among the many middle-aged men surrounding Yi Ling and his companions, a middle-aged man stepped out with a gloomy face and asked in a serious voice.
Chapter 38 You Will Regret It, Part 2. Brother Long, you have to make the decision for me. Look at what they did to me. They actually dared to cause trouble in your territory. They don't even take you seriously at all.
Looking at the middle-aged man in uniform walking towards him, Zhou Ming's face became anxious, with tears welling up in his eyes, and he said pitifully, I originally thought that bringing a few people to deal with those bad boys would be an easy task. However, what Zhou Ming did not expect was that each of these people was stubborn.
What is even more heartbreaking is that each of these guys feels like they've been trained before. It can be said that it is very tragic.
Now, Zhang Long, who was originally asked to clean up the mess, has become so miserable. Although it ended in the same way, its nature had changed drastically.
What a tragedy. What's going on? Zhang Long, who was standing in front of him, was also surprised to see Zhou Ming with a bloody head.
If I remember correctly, Zhou Ming asked him to come and clean up the situation.
No matter how you look at it, the one who should have been beaten shouldn't have been Zhou Ming, but this brat.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming was so useless this time. What was even more unexpected was that this time, Li Tsong actually misjudged the person. Brother Long, they beat us without saying a word.
This time, you must help us. These people are too abominable.
They have no sense of law and they don't take you seriously at all. When Zhou Ming saw Zhang Long looking at him, his face became anxious and he explained quickly. Even if he couldn't deal with these people, Zhou Ming believed that someone would deal with them after he went in to drink tea. After all, Zhang Long and Li Tsong still have a great relationship.
Don't spit blood at me. It was you who started it without saying a word. When Wu Bo, who was standing next to him, heard this, his face darkened and his eyes became angry. This guy actually confused right and wrong. It was clearly them who attacked Yi Ling first. And now, they actually said that they were the first to take action without saying a word, which is really too abominable. Could you be a little more shameless? That's right. It was obviously you who started it. We didn't. You actually slandered us, how shameless.
Pan Long, who was standing next to him, saw this and his expression also turned gloomy.
These people are so shameless.
I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shamelessness.
It's simply reached a new level. They can even mop the floor.
When Lu Zhang saw this, his face also showed disdain.
That's right. That's right. It was obviously you who started it first. We started it first? If that's the case, why are you all unscathed while we are all covered in blood? Could it be that we like to hurt ourselves or are mentally ill?
When Zhou Ming heard this, he sneered and looked at Wu Bo and the others. It was clearly you who attacked us by surprise, yet you still refused to admit it.
You are incredible.
I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen anyone so shameless.
You.
When Wu Bo and the others heard this, they all looked angry and didn't know how to refute. Indeed, anyone who saw a scene like theirs would think they were the murderers. At any rate, they were unharmed. You attacked us, and we were just defending ourselves. You were one-sided, and that's because you're not as skilled as them.
We've practiced. That's enough.
When Zhou Ming was about to say something, Zhang Long roared in a cold voice, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became sharper.
Come here, take them all away. As for whether it is true or not, I think it can be easily found out. Since young Master Li Tsong has already given the order, these people now have sufficient reasons. It can be said that it is enough to be captured.
As for what he wants to do after taking her away, it is still up to Zhang Long to decide.
It is really ridiculous.
Zhou Ming created such an opportunity for himself.
And now, I must cherish it.
After this matter is settled, maybe I can even get young Master Li Tsong to say a few good words about me in front of his father.
At that time, I would be promoted and become rich.
When he thought of this, Zhang Long's face became even more anxious and proud.
The opportunity to get promoted and make money is right in front of you. Yes.
When the people nearby heard this, they nodded and surrounded Yiling and the others.
This is bad.
If they collude, we will be in great trouble. When Wu Bo and the others saw this, their faces became solemn.
This could be a trap. If you are taken away by them, your life or death may be in their hands. So embarrassing. Etc.
At this time, Yiling stepped forward, looked at Zhang Long, and took out a golden plate.
There is a word written in a flamboyant style on it, dragon.
This was given to me by my younger sister Yi Jingjing, who was sent to me by the system. After knowing that she came to Yi Jingjing handed her such a sign without any hesitation. It can be said that Yiling is very clear about how terrifying this sign is. You can execute first and report later, and life and death will not be a problem.
You're trying to scare me, little brat.
When Zhang Long in front of him saw this, he sneered.
This isn't a TV show. You're too naive to think you can make me kneel down with a piece of scrap metal. Are you sure?
When Yiling heard this, his brows furrowed and his face became a little gloomy.
I can really make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Bang.
However, before Yiling could say anything, Zhang Long punched Yiling in the chest. This made Yiling's face distorted, his brows furrowed, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Kid, you have to be cured of your chinibyu. Don't give up on treatment. Take him away.
Zhang Long saw it, shook his head and gave an order.
Wait a minute. Let my friend go. I am solely responsible for this matter.
When Yiling saw this, his face darkened.
You can't afford to offend them.
Their fathers are worth hundreds of billions.
Any of their connections can make you pay for what you have done. This.
When Zhang Long heard this, his face darkened. Finally, he nodded and pointed at Yiling.
Take him away.
I really can't afford to offend someone worth tens of billions. It is better not to cause unnecessary trouble.
Moreover, he only had one target, this brat. Director.
When Pan Long and the others saw this, they looked anxious.
Don't worry. I will definitely be back within half an hour. He will regret everything he has done.
Yiling heard this and smiled slightly. In that case, then let's just go with the flow this time and go to Bureau J.
Drinking tea is quite good. What's more, he wanted to find out who dared to do this to him behind his back. Chapter 39. Show off to me. Boy, sign your name.
In an interrogation room, Zhang Long was looking at Yiling in front of him. He slammed the papers in his hand on the table and looked at Yiling in front of him with a gloomy expression.
This brat really doesn't know his place.
Even though it has fallen into his hands, he is still so arrogant. Looking at Yiling in front of him with his hands folded across his chest and a look of no concern at all, he became more and more angry, and he wished he could give this brat a good punch.
I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant. This brat is simply looking for death. You really can.
You want me to sign your name without knowing right from wrong?
Do you think it's possible?
Looking at the paper handed to him by Zhang Long, and reading the contents on it,
Yiling's face sneered, without a trace of concern. He actually wanted him to sign and admit that he was the one who caused the trouble tonight. Is this possible? It's impossible. Boy, I've already asked you.
You're the one who caused the trouble tonight. You'd better know your place.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. You'll be in trouble then.
Looking at Yiling who was lying lazily in front of him, Zhang Long's face suddenly became angry. It can be said that this brat didn't even take him seriously. After all, Zhang Long is also a captain. Being looked down upon by such a brat, it would be strange if I wasn't angry.
You, what's your name? Go get me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty.
Looking at Zhang Long who was basically furious in front of him, Yiling waved his hand, pointed at Zhang Long and gave an order.
You little brat, I'm not your servant. Today, even if you don't want to, I'm going to make you sign.
When Zhang Long saw Yiling pointing at him with disdain, he became completely furious. Such a brat was actually asked to pour tea and serve water.
Has he lost his mind? What do you want to do? I advise you not to do it. A gentleman talks, not takes action.
Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Looking at Zhang Long who stood up with a bang and slammed the table, Yiling said something.
You little bastard, I'm going to do something to you today. What can you do to me?
When Zhang Long heard this, he became angry. He looked at Yi Ling in front of him and came to Yi Ling.
Bang! However, before Zhang Long could say anything, a fist appeared in his abdomen.
As for his body, he suddenly covered his stomach with his hands, slowly squatted down, his face was distorted, and veins on his forehead were bulging.
It looks like such a terrifying existence. It was too painful.
Zhang Long never thought that he would end up in such a tragedy.
This brat is so tough. It's too unbelievable that he would attack me directly. Bang!
However, just as Zhang Long finished speaking, Yi Ling kicked Zhang Long's chin hard with his right foot. This made Zhang Long's figure draw a parabola in the void, and then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground with a pale face.
Don't move, little brat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In 1 second, I can make you leave this world completely.
Zhang Long's face was filled with anger. He pulled out the weapon from his waist and pointed it at Yi Ling.
This time, it was tragic.
I didn't expect that this brat was so tough.
Even some of his teeth were broken. It's so helpless. If you can't beat them, just pick up your weapons. If you have the guts, let's have a fight.
Looking at the weapon in front of him, Yi Ling's expression became a little solemn.
No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Not to mention, what this guy is holding is not a kitchen knife. What a tragedy. Boy, weren't you very cocky just now? Now, show me how cocky you are.
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, Zhang Long sneered. The weapon in his right hand was pressed against Yi Ling's forehead. All I need is for you to gently pull the trigger, and you will be free from pain forever.
How about it? As a captain, I am no match for this brat. Damn it! Bang!
However, what Zhang Long did not expect was that before he could be proud for 3 seconds, Yi Ling punched him. As for his right hand, Yi Ling lifted it into the air.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, which was particularly clear in the darkness.
This was heard by everyone on duty in the place. What happened? Why did the gun go off? Who can tell me?
Outside, a middle-aged man's roaring voice was heard, filled with deep anger.
Jay-Z. One after another, figures saluted respectfully. Tonight, it's that brat Zhang Long who's on duty. Break open the interrogation room.
Wang Lu's face was filled with anger, and his voice was filled with anxiety. Just now, Wang Lu received a very special phone call.
Unexpectedly, one of my subordinates actually reported the relevant matter. This Zhang Long is simply a burden. Those people cannot be offended. Otherwise, all of them will be in trouble. And now, I could actually hear the sound of a gun going off. If something really happens, I will lose my head. Those people have the right to execute first and report later.
Not to mention their strength, no one can afford to provoke them.
Rights, supreme. Strength is the most powerful. Responsibility is the most important thing. Bang! Under Wang Lu's order, the door of the interrogation room in front of him was smashed open with a bang. Zhang Long, give me.
Wang Lu's face was filled with extreme anger.
He roared and walked in quickly. This.
When Wang Lu saw the scene in front of him, his face froze in disbelief. His own captain was pinned to the ground and completely subdued by a young boy. As for the weapons, they fell to the side. This is too unbelievable. Which of my subordinates has not been trained? How come you can't even handle a teenager? It's really good. Jay-Z. You're here. This brat is crazy, he wants to steal my weapon and kill me. When Zhang Long saw Wang Lu coming in from outside, he looked anxious and explained quickly.
At this moment, if his colleagues knew that he couldn't even deal with such a young boy with a weapon, how could he survive? Damn it! Team leader!
When the people nearby saw this, they all looked anxious and pointed their weapons at Yi Ling.
This brat actually dared to treat their captain like this. Damn it! Wait!
When everyone wanted to capture Yi Ling and Zhang Long sneered, Wang Lu spoke up and looked at Yi Ling.
I think you should be able to give me an explanation. You must be the Jay-Z here.
Seeing this, Yi Ling let go of Zhang Long and slowly stood up.
He took out a token and said in a cold voice. Chapter 40 I just want 3 results, Update 1. You little brat, do you know where this is? This is not a place where you can just mess around. Someone, catch him.
When Zhang Long saw that Yi Ling was disdainful of their leader, he became angry and gave an order.
He's just a brat, yet he wants to make trouble. How is that possible? It's simply impossible. Yes. Captain.
When the people nearby heard this, they nodded and walked towards Yi Ling.
Is there something wrong with this person's brain? How dare they talk to their leader like this? Have they lost their minds? This is their leader? What's the tone of this command? How dare you? Get out of here.
However, before they could get close to Yi Ling, Wang Lu's face darkened and he said something in a cold voice.
None of these people make me feel at ease.
They can't afford to offend this person.
After confirming the token, they found out that he was someone they couldn't afford to offend. This young man, what should I call you?
And in the end, a faint smile appeared on Wang Lu's face. He looked at Yi Ling in front of him and said in a flattering tone.
Yi Ling.
Yi Ling heard it and said one sentence without saying much.
Yi Ling. In that case, I wonder what explanation you want, brother Yi Ling.
When Wang Lu heard Yi Ling say his name was Yi Ling, his face turned shocked, and he nodded as if he understood something. No wonder this young man could have such a token, it turns out he is from the Yi family.
It seems that today's incident will not end like this. How is it possible? Actually,
Zheng Long, who was standing by, was completely shocked when he saw Wang Lu being polite to Yi Ling and even asking what he wanted to be told. Looking at his leader's flattering expression, Zheng Long was completely shocked.
Who is this boy? It's unbelievable that their leader is so polite. Not likely. He's just a brat. Could it be because of that token?
Zheng Long's face looked puzzled, as if he had thought of something.
Now, the only possibility is the token. He was so polite only after Yi Ling showed him the brand name. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
My classmates and I were having a party, and we were so happy when we were interrupted by a group of hooligans who came from nowhere and attacked us. When you, the good captain, arrived, you brought me here without saying a word.
You even wanted me to sign a confession. If I didn't plead guilty, you even brought weapons. If I wasn't a little more agile, I would have died here tonight. You guys are really capable.
Looking at Wang Lu in front of him, Yi Ling said without a trace of politeness, with a deep cold voice.
What I hate most is being disturbed by others. Not only that, I was even brought here for tea tonight. Yi Ling was extremely angry about this. Brother Yi Ling, I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. This is all because of my poor discipline. This is all because of my poor discipline. In the future, I will never let such a thing happen again.
When Wang Lu heard this, a cold sweat broke out on his face. These subordinates of mine are really getting more and more irritable.
This is simply a shame.
If my colleagues knew about this and reported it to me, I would lose all my face.
I don't know what you want, brother Yi Ling. How do you want to solve this problem?
Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, a faint smile appeared on Wang Lu's face.
Everything is up to you, brother Yi Ling. I've been here for so long, I'm suddenly a little thirsty. Yi Ling responded, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he coughed twice. Hurry up and pour some tea for brother Yi Ling.
Wang Lu heard this, looked at the people around him, and gave an order.
Wait.
I think it's better to have your captain Zhang Long make tea.
After all, you've invited me here for half an hour. It's a bit unreasonable that you haven't given me a cup of tea yet.
When the person next to him wanted to go out to make tea for Yi Ling looked at Zhang Long next to him and a faint smile appeared on his face.
You said so, right? Dear Captain Zhang Long. Yes.
When Zhang Long was about to say something, he saw Wang Lu's sullen face and the look he gave him, and all of a sudden, he completely lost his temper.
This person. Just now, I wanted to make this brat sign without knowing the truth. Now, tragedy.
It seems that this brat has a prominent background.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for their leader to be so scared. What a tragedy. I don't know, brother Yi Ling, how do you want to solve this matter?
And 3 minutes later, Zhang Long came in from outside, respectfully handed Yi Ling a cup of tea, his face pale.
What is the identity of this person? It's unbelievable that JZ didn't lose his temper at all in front of this kid. I only need 3 results. First, the result of your captain. Second, I want to know who sent people to cause trouble to me. Third, I want that person to pay a heavy price for me. I think you should understand what I mean.
Looking at Wang Lu in front of him, Yi Ling didn't say much and his expression became serious.
Don't want.
When Zhang Long, who was standing next to him, saw Wang Lu looking at him, his face turned pale and he knelt down in front of Yiling.
Brother Yiling, spare me. I can't do without this job. I can't do without this job.
I have parents and children who are waiting for this job. This time, it can be said that Zhang Long was completely out of his element. Looking at Yiling in front of him, he knelt down in front of Yiling with a plop, his face paler.
I didn't expect that this time I would be successful. What a tragedy.
Brother Yiling, Zhang Long is one of the few assistants here who is very capable at work.
Can you?
When Wang Lu saw Zhang Long looking at him, he said something cautiously. In that case, you can temporarily go to the lower level to gain experience for a year. You will retain your original position. Yiling heard this and sighed softly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Everyone has to pay for his or her own mistakes.
Thank you, Brother Yiling. Thank you, Brother Yiling.
When Zhang Long heard this, his face became excited and he spoke with tears of gratitude.
As for the second result I want, I think you can tell me, Zhang Long.
And at the end, he smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Long in front of him, and said, "This time, whoever is behind this incident must be found out."